Okay, well, the further we go, the more I lose you.
Not true.
We start getting into subjects. Suddenly they start rubbing, and as they always say, and the tire starts hitting the road. Anyway, we'll get there. And, well, let's start in the little trip through the occult. Let's start out with some thing first. Little comments made, and I don't talking about anybody, but that to some people it seems strange that I would believe that the Bible is the absolute reliable Word of God. Well, let me put it this way. If it isn't, then we have nothing. You're left without a rudder. If that isn't true, then what basis do we have? Am I going to have some writing of men, some wisdom of a group of men, some bright guy is going to give me the answers? He hasn't got them either. Now, the thing is this, let's take a look at just about a minute about God, and then we'll get back to him later. In fact, we've been talking about him all the time, in case you didn't know that. But anyway, you see, the very nature, every element, every atom, I've been working, as I say, science is not my field, but I have been working in working on some molecules in a business arrangement, and I've had to sit and read some books on basic chemistry to find out what a molecule is and what makes one stick together. Because, you know, I got to talk to people as we're financing this operation a little bit. And, you know, you look at that molecule and you start looking at the bonds and the structures and the building of these molecules. And they sit there and draw a picture and they start putting these pieces together. And they're going to build a molecule, whatever it is, you're going to have it. You draw the pictures, and I want it arranged this way and this way, and I want the iron here, and I want the nitrogen there, and I want the oxygen here, and I want it in 6-string here and the 3-string there. And so you draw the picture. And you know what these guys go? They go and build one. They start putting these elements together, building a molecule. And they should give us $500,000 in 1 year, and we'll build any molecule you draw. Bam! And they start building. You think you're out there building a building, you know? Well, we had to put this in to get the bond here, then we take that out by attaching this here, and we put in ammonia gas here at a temperature of 80 below 0 centigrade, and then we drop this in and out here, and they start popping this thing together. You start gluing it up. Well, you go look at a grain of sand, or look at the heavens. Either way, you see the same thing. Such an infinite precision, such an unexplainable phenomenon, so intelligently done by a road master plan that the very elements tell us of the master who built them. They tell us the nature of him, that he's infinite, all-powerful, that he has no limitation, and that he's eternal. You can determine that from the very observation itself. Two things. One, that this force is unlimited, and second, that it is a person, that it is not an inanimate force. It's not an Ein Sof. What we're talking about is a person with a purpose, a person with a plan, and a person with the power to execute and carry out that plan no matter what it is, without limitation. Now this we can determine without a Bible. This the natural man knows by just observing the natural phenomenon in the universe he walks in. And any person who doesn't know that has just not looked. Just simply has not looked. You don't need a Bible. But with all of that we can discover by looking at nature, by the use of our intellect and our mind, the Masons do this. You read the Masonic works, and they go that far. And by the way, the same thing is declared in the Bible. We're in agreement on that. That the heavens declare his handiwork. The stuff the world and the universe is made of declares a God. But where the split comes is now this. How do we know about God's purpose, God's plan, our position, our purpose, and whether he has any rules for us in this whole thing? Or are we just a glob walking through? Now that's a natural question that any person, once he knows there is a God, and we're not talking about a first cause, we're talking about a person, a thinking, personal, planning, carrying out, executing God. Well, what do we know about this God's purpose? from looking at the creation, the answer is we can't. You see, those questions we can't answer. It's just simply not in the elements. We can say it is. We can see the nature of that which had it created. If I go and look at a watch, I think that the guy did not build it in a steelworks with a sledgehammer. Now, I don't have to go and see the guy build a watch. I don't believe he did it by sitting pounding it out on an anvil. All right? I can tell something by looking at the watch about the character of the person who made the watch, the carefulness of the work on that watch, and things of this sort. I can understand a bit about the technology and so forth that had to be there to build that watch, even though I don't know the person who built the watch. I know he isn't kind of a sloppy guy and a happy-go-lucky type of fellow. He's a very careful type of person. I can tell a lot about his personality. A person's going to be a watchmaker, right? Now, the only way that we can know about the purposes of God are two ways. One, we can sit down and logically deduce out by our mental reason, Gnosticism, what we think God would want and what God would do and what God's plan was. This is Masonry. Masonry, and when we're talking about Masonry, I'm talking about not just the lie, I'm talking about the whole Masonic kind of concept. This is, you see, Buddha. This is the philosopher. This is Plato, Aristotle, these fellows. They sat around thinking of things that they ought to be, sitting under the juniper tree. And they came up with some very wonderful ideas, amazing ideas. The only problem was they were limited to the knowledge and the mental capacity of these men. And when you get done, you say, when we get done with all of that procedure, here we have an idea. Is it true or not? Well, who knows? Maybe he just had an extra little shot of Coke that day when he came up with it. How do we know where it came from? Maybe it came from a little bit of undigested ham. You see, as he had a little dream. You see, the thing is this. These religions are dependent upon, because man naturally asks these questions and has to come up with some answer, are dependent on, well, lots of people, antiquity, tradition, philosophy of men, the wisdom of the intellects. This is why in these religions they worship the people like Aristotle and so forth, because they consider these men had great minds, and therefore the mind somehow is the divine aspect. Masonry teaches this, you see, is the divine aspect of the human nature, and therefore he who has a better mind must be more divine than he who has a worse mind. That's why people who are not very bright are considered just worthless animals, and those who have great intellect are looked upon as some sort of thing close to God. I want to tell you, watch out the real brains. They're often the most effective, diabolical, evil people you can find. Much better to have a dim-dim up there. He might make some mistakes in your favor. Not very often, but accidentally it could happen. Now, there's only one other way. The only way we can know for sure about these answers of the purposes of God would be if God would choose to reveal it to us. Not that we would choose that he reveal it to us, but that he would choose to reveal it to us. And all we can know about God is that which he chooses to reveal to us. Not by discovery, but by revelation of his purposes. There's no other way. Now, you have to come up, you can come up with one or two conclusions. He chose to do it, or he didn't choose to do it. Okay? You can say he didn't choose to do it, therefore there's no book written by God. In which case is every man up to his own dream. All right? And we can concoct every sort of scheme, and we can have everybody, a weirdo in the world, running around under a bedsheet. Or the other alternative, that God did choose to reveal. Did he or didn't he? I believe he did. There's only one book in this world that claims to be written by God. No other religion has one. There's only one book in this world, religious book, that dares prophesy, and whose prophecies have been carried out. There's only one book that internally within it proves that it could not be written by human instruments. There is no possibility of the Bible, the King James Bible, to have been written by men or any group of men in any millions of years of work. Internal proofs are there for any person who cares to look. And what, more importantly, of course, is the spiritual proof, which the child of God has because the Holy Spirit reveals it unto him. But anyway, my point is this, that the knowledge that there is a God, everybody has. The question is whether God chose to reveal his will to us. And if he did that, he had to reveal it by a revelation. I believe he did reveal it. And if he didn't reveal it, then we have absolutely no hope of ever discovering the purposes of God. You can come up with all sorts of different people's ideas on this subject, and everybody's free to give you one. This guy in the airplane yesterday, he had all of his. He gave them to me. I said, now when he got done with them, I says, where did they come from? What do you mean? What was the source of these ideas? Well, I believe in them. I know you believe in them. Well, where'd you get them from? You made them up. Now, I'm afraid I don't have much confidence in what you made up. I wouldn't want to stake anything on it. It might be a nice, wonderful little idea. Nice platitudes. He got them all from somebody else. You can tell when a guy's giving you platitudes that he's heard, and he's just reciting them off. There's no thought there. Okay. So, as I said, my position is something that's, I try to make it open and clear, and that is that when I get done with anything, we got to have something to test the validity of it. We have to have a yardstick. We have to have a benchmark. What is it that's going to test who's right and who's wrong? If I sit here and people want to discuss religion with me, I used to do that with everybody on the drop of a hat about anything. But as you get older and get tired or you drop out of that, it's a waste of time. The first thing is this, and I get somebody wants to talk about doctrines, then I get these people come descending on me. A couple of weeks ago out east here, and a bunch of preachers got me in a restaurant. I said, all right, gentlemen, I'm willing to take up any subject you want. But let's have one thing decided first. Do you accept the King James Version of the Bible as the answer that we will go to settle any disagreement that we have? Will you accept that as God's authoritative answer? And you sit there and I say, because if you don't, discussion's over. We'll talk baseball. I'm not talking to anybody unless we have something in first that we agree we're going to go to and answer it. I don't want around this version and that perversion and this reverse vision and all of that stuff. I don't want to sit there and wallow through the mud hole. I want to find out, you got yours and I got mine. If you don't believe mine is right and I don't believe yours is right, there's nothing to discuss. How are we going to settle anything? All it is a tis paint, isn't it, argument? And when you're young, you get in those things, and after a while you get tired and you just say it isn't worth the candle. I don't argue Scripture. We'll discuss it. But one thing is this, if you can't show me in that King James, and you can't prove it, I'm not interested. I haven't got time for it. Now you can say that that's pretty bullheaded. Well, yeah, that's the way I want it to be, and if you want to discuss that, fine, do it with somebody else. Don't take up my time with it. I'm not interested in your opinions of eternity and life hereafter. I could care less about your opinions, and you should care less about my opinions. My opinions don't change the course of the universe, and yours don't either. God didn't ask me, and he didn't ask you. I'm afraid we are not his counselor. Paul brings that out. And every once in a while, what you should do is open the Bible to Romans chapter 11 and read the last 4 verses. And read them over again. Every once in a while, just read them over again. And if you understand what's being said there, it kind of gets your mind adjusted. Who has been his counselor? Who has he given unto him that he must recompense again? What have you given God that he owes you anything? Paul is asking, right? For of him and through him and to him are all things. Wait a minute, who are you going to come along there and say, hey, wait a minute, God, I don't like the way you did this. He didn't ask you. The Bible is not a matter of a negotiated instrument. It isn't open to debate. People debate religion. That's because generally you've got 2 people, neither of which know any Scripture and neither of which accept it as authority anyway. I'm down here in Dayton a few weeks ago. And here's a guy who challenged my position on the King James Bible, preacher. And he challenged me, stood up in his own church and challenged me. I said, well, Master, I wouldn't have embarrassed you here in your own church, but you stood up and challenged me, and therefore I ask your forgiveness, but I must answer you. Now, you're a preacher here and the pastor of this church, right? Yes. Now I want to ask you a question. That book you got under your arm that you're carrying, do you believe that that's God's infallible word? Well, no, it has its errors in it. You're standing up here teaching these people error? What are you standing up here telling these people? Where's your authority? What basis do you have to prove what you say? Me thinks, I think, Time magazine, the latest movie I saw, is that what you're preaching? I'll tell you what he preaches. He preaches out of a psychology textbook. It's standard psychology. You can sit there and listen to him preach for 3 hours. He doesn't use one verse. Why? He doesn't believe in him. Fundamental preacher. You see, they stand up here, Bob Jones University, fundamental school. I used to be a dean down there. You know what these people say? We believe that the Bible was infallible in the original autographs. Well, that's nice and dandy. You got original autograph? Have I got original autograph? Has anybody got original autograph? There is no original autographs. They believe something that nobody got was infallible. Well, what good is that to you and to me? They have faith in something they've never seen and haven't got, and don't believe is available. Then I want to ask them a question. Then tell me what it is that you do teach from. I'll tell you what it is. It's your opinions. They say, well, we accept this portion of Scripture, and well, this we believe is wrong, and this we believe should have been, and for God meant to say, wait a minute, then we got this guy's religion. He just twisted all the things around. That's what Scofield does in the footnotes. He keeps correcting God. God makes a mistake here. He corrects them. He corrects them again. He corrects them again. He corrects them again. You sit there and talk to a premillennialist, you know what you're talking to? You're talking to Scofield. Those people argue footnotes. They got all the nice religion built out of footnotes. No one ever found it without those footnotes. For 1,800 years, nobody saw that. It wasn't until Scofield came up with that, and he got it out of another thing called a Companion Bible done in 1840 in England. That's where it came from. He didn't find it in that Bible. He couldn't find what he says in that Bible because it just simply isn't there. It's not there. All right, my point is this. If we're going to settle something, what is he going to do? I'm going to do it on a history book or an economics book? Wait, they're all written by fallible men, all with their opinions and prejudices. I want to tell you something. If a man's going to get up and preach the Bible, supposedly, he better believe it is it. I said, you open up here. I said, would you come down here and show me what book it is? I said, come take all these versions you want. Tell me what book you're willing to stand up and say, this is God's Word. Well, he says, well, there isn't any. Then I said, you have nothing to preach. How are we supposed to boldly declare the gospel of God? How do you boldly declare what you haven't got? Now, if I haven't got it, then there isn't one. I better believe I got it before I stand up there and say and to start defending my position on it. You watch all these people who are all Christians and like to discuss things of God, but none of them have come to any agreement of where God's Word is. What is it? This is spitballing. Just dreaming up our latest dream and our nice little cutie pie argument. You see? All right? Made my point? You may disagree with me, but either we got it or we haven't got it. And if you don't like the King James, come up with the one you want to say is it. But I want you to say this is it. Not, well, this is it, but we have this little thing, you see? They start squirming right away, weaseling out of the thing. Well, let's go down the Nile River. I guess we're there. I got to push a button over here. Something, did anything happen? All right, we'll go back here a ways. Those things are obviously, what happened? Well, the order is a little mixed up. We'll kind of take it away. That's me anyway on the big rock pile there at Giza. Show you, this thing's a pretty good size. Each of those little tiers is 100 rocks high, and each rock is about that high. So you got, pretty good. Well, each rock is 4.7 feet, isn't it? This is inside in the Grand Gallery. You see, it was lined with granite. Today it's in bad shape because they went through all the torches. Originally, it was all polished granite and very precisely laid in. This is the Grand Gallery. And of course, after hundreds of years of people going up and down there with torches and fires, they've grazed and crazed the things in pretty bad shape. The Great Pyramid, which, man, this talk is going to go all over the place. How did we get there? Oh, I think I know. Let's see if we can go back a ways. Let's see. Okay, there we are. Here we come up this. You know, you kind of think this thing would be way out in the desert somewhere. The town, the city goes right out here. It's, the buses are right down there. You go right up into the thing at Giza. Giza is the other bank from Cairo. It's just Cairo's on one side, and like St. Paul and Minneapolis and St. Paul. And so Giza is on the, well, whatever bank it happens to be. It's on the west bank, isn't it? And Cairo is on the other bank. So you just get in Cairo and take the bus across the river, and now out you go out there to Giza. And now this pyramid is a pretty big building. It's the biggest building in the world. It contains enough stone to build a wall 6 feet high and 2 feet wide all the way around the nation of France. Pretty good sized piece of masonry, if you want to use that word. All right. The building was made in 100 tiers. The inside of it is made, or the main part of it is made with sandstone, a very soft stone. It's wearing very rapidly now. Originally it was encased in white limestone, perfectly smooth, and it would have lasted practically forever. Perfectly white, polished, glazed side all the way down. The limestone, as we'll see later, was stolen. You see, most of these buildings the deterioration of the buildings were caused because of the fact that for hundreds and hundreds of years, every time they wanted some stone, they just went out to this nice stone mine called an old temple and grabbed some. And seeing these temples were buried deep in sand, the sand levels were up to here, for example, on this one. Many of the temples will see that the sand was almost to the roof. So they just grabbed off stones, and when you wanted another one, you dug down and grabbed another one. They were nothing but good old stone mines for hundreds of years. Well, the Arabs stole the limestone off of here to build a mosque when the mosque fell down in an earthquake some 400 or 500 years ago. Up here is the original entrance. That entrance, the Arabs, when they were going in, breaking into this thing about 400 years ago, couldn't find it in that white limestone. So they built a fire and crazed the limestone and busted in and started mining in the sandstone and broke into the inner passage. Then they went up, just tipped open the door, which opened it real nice. The problem is the door is not directly in the center. They thought it was. That's why they couldn't find it. It's off-center. We'll see the reason for that a little later. We look at these buildings that these Egyptians built, and I was telling you before how important their religion was to them, the preservation of their dead, their concept of eternal life, which was, of course, quite temporal, that is, this world. We see them with the boats and with the chairs and with all the food and all the dishes and everything buried with them. The reason for this is they believed that each night the soul of the departed rose out of that body, the soul was in that body, and it ate the spiritual essence of the food, not the food itself, but the corn spirit and all the other spirit, and it used the spiritual essence of all of these different articles. And they were needed, you see, to give comfort and so forth to the dead. That's why they buried them all in there with them. This, of course, is a Sphinx, and the Sphinx, there's the Great Pyramid. This picture is backwards. There are 3 pyramids here at Giza, and the Sphinx and a temple up here in the front. And these things, of course, had religious significance, which we'll talk about in a little bit. By the way, you can see the great Arab there arriving on his camel. I don't know how that got in there. Anyway, the pyramids were not graves. By the way, this is the corner of the socket here on this northeast corner. Northwest corner. And this socket, the limestone went out here to these sockets in the original building. Across the road, which wasn't a road then, is a whole bunch of buildings that go off. This is the mastabas. Now the mastabas are where the dead were buried here at Giza. They were not buried, nobody was buried in the pyramids. The pyramids were not tombs. It's interesting that the guide, whose husband was the minister for the economic development of Egypt, and she was the curator of the Cairo Museum, got all of her facts mixed up when she got to the pyramid. She had the outside in sandstone, said there was no granite, and talked about the burial of the king inside and the big ship they're building out back for him to go to heaven and all that sort of stuff. It's not true. No one was buried in this big building. And the question we can ask is, why was the building built? A building so big and without any furniture in it. The only thing in this entire building is one piece of furniture, a stone box that could not be brought in after it was built because it's bigger than the passageway. One stone box of the dimensions of the Ark of the Covenant. And that's it. Nothing else. No writing, no pictures, no artifacts, no body. And it's a whale of a big building to build for just no reason at all, sitting out in the middle of a desert. And again, looking up the side of it, we got back there. And here's the Grand Gallery. And this is a picture of the mosque that was constructed from the limestone. Let's look at the interior. A guy put out a nice religious comic book called Larkin's, what was it? Mysteries? No. Larkin's. Well, it's Schofield in pictures is what it is. Anyway, Larkin put out his book around the First World War. And in there, in a chapter about 43, he says, well, the only purpose for this building must be in the architecture itself. To understand, we must understand the architecture. And people have run over this building with measuring sticks and lines and inclines and measuring things now for centuries, coming up with every sort of scheme you can think of. I'll give you a few of them later. But we have here, from the entrance, a shaft going down about 400 feet to an unfinished room. We also have a shaft that goes up at the same angle this shaft goes down. But that shaft was blocked by a series of granite plugs that could not be brought in after the building was built. Those plugs that blocked that passage had to be in place when the building was finished, constructed inside. No one has ever figured out yet how the guy who triggered that, or to come down and slide and block that, ever got out. But anyway, that's one of the problems that you can toy with someday if you have nothing else to do. Then there's a little passageway off here, only about this high, just a little passageway, and it goes into a little room with a tapered roof. This is called the Queen's Chamber, not because a queen was in there, but because with that tapered roof in the Arabs is female, where a flat roof is male. Everything is in male, female. It's like in French, everything has got to have male, you know. Anyway, these passages go into a thing called the Grand Gallery. This gallery is made of 7 layers of corbelled layers of granite. As you saw, they're staggered in, corbelled. And they rise up some 70 feet. And on the bottom, there's a bunch of notches. And on the third corbel up, there's a groove in the wall on both sides, which obviously a beam slid in, a sighting beam of some sort. Then when you get to the top of this, at the 50th tier, going back, now this is granite again. This is all sandstone. This is natural earth. There's also a passage that goes down here, just a kind of a hole of some sort. And then in here, you go under what is a portcullis, that is a place to raise and lower, obviously, doors to seal this, into a chamber where that box is. And above that, we have, because the guy has mined this all out, 6 layers of granite to bear the weight of the rest of the pyramid, which is pretty heavy, sitting on top of this thing. Anyway, that's just bearing wall. Now, the question is, why would anybody build a building like this? Say it's such massive size and proportions. Let's take a few looks at the building itself. The outside of the building is not square, but it's indented slightly in the sides. If you take the height of the pyramid, the distance around the base of the pyramid is pi times the height. These people had cubed the sphere, or had squared the circle. But they also, by the indentation of the sides of this pyramid, had created a flat-surfaced geometrical shape which had the exact same area as a hemisphere, that is a half globe, of the same height and diameter. They had cubed the sphere. A very interesting piece of mathematics, and they did it without any mathematics. They did it strictly by geometry without mathematics. I'll show you how that's done a little later. Math they didn't have. You see, mathematics was simply impossible until the Arabic number system. until a guy came along named Omar Khayyam. All right? Who is Omar Khayyam? Omar the tent maker. Well, Omar invented a thing called chess. He's also an advisor to the king Nebuchadnezzar, but he invented something else called algebra. You see? Now, you couldn't have algebra when we're dealing with the Roman numerals. XV times IIIV is a very difficult thing to carry out at 7 places. You know? How do you multiply alpha, beta, gamma times delta, epsilon? You see, the problem with all of the languages of the world is that mathematics simply couldn't be done. Not because these guys weren't smart enough, they just didn't have the tool. And the tool, 2 great inventions had to take place, and the Arabs invented both of them. First invention was numbers, numerals that were not letters. And the second was the great mathematical invention of all, zero. Quite a while to come up with that idea. Without a zero, they had some big troubles. But once they invented a zero, mathematics took off like a big old bomb. It's just, you know, you have to get to the breakthrough. So at this time, there wasn't any mathematics, but they understood geometry very well. As you come into this king chamber, we have in the top a series of stones which looked like, if there was nothing on top of them, they were removable. Obviously, the notches in the floor were places to place benches on an incline of 26 degrees in 27 minutes. All right? And why would we want these benches? Well, unless somebody's giving a lecture down the end. It's kind of a funny lecture hall. It's very, very narrow and very, very long with a big high pointed roof, which might be a peculiar place to meet. And to build that much of a building for that, you know, you don't have to build much of a building to get a nice lecture hall to haul that. So the only bench only about wide enough for 2 people, squeezed in. You know, there's no room in this thing. The whole place is only about as wide as this thing. Now, Larkin speculates that this downward shaft is man fallen in the Adamic age, down to hell at the bottom. But the shaft starts going up when we have the giving of the law. And the shaft is going up as those who obey the law until we get to a point of a pardoning where so-called the Jews of the law go off in here into some sort of way waiting for coming millennium called the Queen Chamber, while this big chamber, this one here, represents the church age. And they're going through this church age when they will pass through here into the millennium, the room up at the top. Well, other people got all other kind of drawings for that. But Larkin bases his argument, and those of you who hold a premillennial doctrine have probably heard some of this before. They base their argument on one assumption. Remember, we talked about assumptions yesterday, right? The assumption is there could be no other purpose for this building. Larkin bases his argument in saying, look, there was nothing written inside, there was no furniture inside, nobody was buried inside, and they built a whale of a building. Why? Obviously, he says the answer must be in the architecture itself. Well, the thing is, his argument fails if we can come up with another reason, right? Again, here is a Masonic indoctrination, the double hall of truth, the hall of the light, the hall of the truth and darkness, the descent, the hidden lentils, and all of this stuff. They draw their nice little lines on there. Larkin will draw his. Well, this is Al Mammon's entrance, the breaking of the grave robbers. One there, but anyway. This is Larkin's type of drawing. And we have here the entrance in there, or the bottom of it is Adam, and then the flood, the entrance, and then descent of man, and then Jacob as the start of the ascent of the Jewish age. And then it has another line which is the coming of Christ, the Jews brought into blindness, and the gospel age here going into the millennial age at the top. Well, those are nice little drawings and pictures, but I'm afraid he didn't find that either in the Bible, nor did he find that in the rock. He made it up. This is an interesting picture showing the indentation, you see. See there and here? You know when that picture was taken, that aerial photograph? 1894. That picture's almost 100 years old. You didn't realize photography was that good then, huh? And have an aerial photograph like that? They had balloons, for you younger people don't understand. There's other ways to get up inside an airplane. We're so used to helicopters today. But This is the picture as the gallery looked, redrawing of it with the granite back in shape when the concept of the grave robbers getting in looking for loot. All right. Today it's in pretty bad shape, as everything is in Egypt. The Egyptians never clean nor repair anything. The dirt that was there in the time of the Pharaoh is still there. They have never washed a window, and they're not going to start. Everything is absolutely, well, they did do something. They brought up a couple fluorescent lights after about 70 years, and that's it. And this is a picture of the look of the king's chamber. Today it's all blackened, of course, and the Egyptians won't clean it. Blackened by the torches, even though torches aren't allowed in there anymore. And the sarcophagus, the box there, and the lid was stolen. There's me at the sarcophagus. That's kind of the way it looks in there now. Nice and clean, as everything in Egypt is. Anyway, just showing you I got there. And this is the look. There's my wife, by the way, and my brother. The corbel, you see, the 7 steps of the corbels going up to this roof. This is on quite an angle. We're looking down. It's going down like that. You don't quite get that view from the picture. And at the top, this going off into what's called the king's chamber. Now, there are those who want to say, well, this is the rapture, and this is the people dying, going to heaven, and that this is heaven and so forth. They got all these different arguments for it, which are all nice speculations, but with no evidence. Let's take a look and see what the evidence we have for this building is. The building was obviously built in 2 stages. Why do I say that? Because the first 50 tiers were laid in with very exact preciseness of every stone. But the second 50 tiers, the preciseness no longer continues. The stones were obviously dumped in to make the shape and then encased. But the precision, for some reason, was no longer important. But that precision is so precise of the laying of these stones for those first 50 tiers to say there was some reason, one would logically deduce, for that kind of precision. So let's take the top 50 tiers off and take a look at what we got left. This is called a truncated pyramid. Look at the back of your dollar bill, you got one. All right? The club has known about this for a long time. A truncated pyramid, 50 tiers high, and we'll show you some of the horoscopes and so forth laid out on the same plan as this. These people were basically interested in the heavens. On this platform, the astrologers laying out their maps of the heaven, but the chamber itself is off-center because the astrologers needed the center, and the other people, the astronomers, did not need the center. What they needed was a very precise north-south line to work from. This thing is so precise that the whole building, which covers 13.5 acres, is laid out within 1 inch of true dimensions, of true north and south. There's no building that I know of with that kind of precision. It is very exact in its precision. This king chamber, if we had 50 tiers, we would have the open top by lifting the stones out. When you lift the stones off the top of that grand gallery, and you're sitting on the bench at the bottom, and you put a bowl of water down between your legs and look in a perfect looking glass inside of a chamber. A lot of people may not know this, but if you go down a well 30 feet deep on a bright sunny day, look up, you'll see the stars as well as you see them at night. All right? If I can get in an enclosure with a small opening, I will be able to view at night or day the heavens. But I got a problem. The movement of my head and the position and height of my head will change my sighting. But if I put a bowl of water between my legs and look in the bowl of water and have a sighting bar in that 3rd notch up there with a ring in it to zero in on my sighting, I cannot have a head movement to alter my calculations. Now this is how precise these calculations had to be. From the point of that bowl of water on the base on that floor, from the east wall to the west wall is exactly 2 degrees of rotational of the earth. 1/180th of a day. All right? Exactly 20 minutes. Now, that 2 degrees was very important for them. to get a precise measurement, no matter where they were in that slot, no matter what direction they were looking at the heavens, that they would have an accurate measurement of the rotational movement and of the plot in which they were looking for. What they were able to do in this little building by removing the stones, the astronomers sitting there, they needed one other thing, a clock. In order to be able to map the heavens and to diagram them perfectly and to predict, you need a clock. Did they have one? An accurate clock. Yep, a water clock. A water clock, if we take a vessel, punch a hole in it, fill it with water, and it starts dripping, no matter how much water is in the vessel, the drip will be at the same speed. Therefore, we can sit and just keep pouring the water from the bottom to the top and have a drip counter, and we have ourselves a clock, a very accurate clock, with a clock and a precise measuring bar and good geometry. We can start doing some amazing calculations. And I'll tell you what these people did in this building. They calculated the difference between the sidereal year, the astral year, and the solar year. They were able to see the heavens better than any man ever saw them until the building of the great telescope at Greenwich, England in the 20th century A.D. The first time we've had a telescope. Galileo never saw what they saw here. Far better telescope. What they had was an astrological observatory of the first magnitude. There were others in the world. There were many of them, the ziggurats and so forth in Babylon, but this one was the best because of its accuracy, the granite precision walls. Why did they have to have that incline so perfect, and how did they get it? They started building the shaft. They dug one first in the ground. When they dug that one in the ground, why? They needed a well to get down and look at that star. All right? Once they got that star, they started building the shaft going up, the entranceway. What we call the entrance wasn't built down because the building obviously had to be built up, right? They built that up, and as they went up, they lined it with granite. They wanted a precise, highly polished wall, and that wall runs for 200 feet within 1/50th of an inch of absolute true floor, ceiling, and walls. There's no building you have running that kind of true angle for that distance. Why? They needed it. They didn't do that just to show you how good they could lay stone. They needed the precise angle of that star, the North Star, which they were sighting on, and then they blocked the water, put a block in there and filled it with water. And now they built the other grand gallery sighting into that water in that other shaft to get them the perfect alignment they had to have. As they built a sighting shaft long enough to get up to where they start the grand gallery. Why? So they now have a sighting shaft they can get down and sight the construction of that gallery and maintain themselves within that 50th of an inch of absolute trueness. They had measured the circumference of the world sitting in that room within 1/4 of a mile 3,000 years ago. 4,000 years ago. 1/4 of a mile. They had measured the flattening of the pole. They knew the flattening and had measured it. They had measured the polar wobble. Our pole wobbles one every 26,000 years. It makes one wobble. They measured that polar wobble. Well, I'll show you the pictures of that. This is amazing pieces of geometry. They had measured the distance from the pole to the center of the earth and divided it by 10 million and came up with the sacred cubit, which is 1/10,000,000th of the distance from the pole to the center of the earth. Napoleon used the pole to the equator and called it divided by 10 million and got a meter. All right? Both based on the same thing. We'll get that up a little bit. Again, here we see German horoscopes laid out on the same pattern. And these patterns are copies of the patterns of the yearly horoscopes and the astrological observations. What these people had done in geometry is done with one of the things they worship all their symbolism and their figures is because they found and discovered things inside of certain figures. Let us take a circle and pick out 5 equal points. We draw a pentagon, right? In that circle? And now if we draw a line from one point across to the other, or we can take from the center of the pentagon, from one point, draw a line through, and then draw a 90-degree line through that. That is, we square the pentagon. The areas are not the same. But the angle from the center to one point and the angle to the other point will give us the second root, third root, fifth root, and 10th root without mathematics. very interesting piece of mathematics without it. They had discovered within certain symbols certain angles of thrust, bearing, instruction, and architecture, and repetitive design, that they worship these phenomena. So let's go here to the Great Stone Circle. This is Stonehenge, was there last year, but anyway, here's the Great Stone Circle and the British Picard, and the look and see what these symbols mean. Here is the pattern of the stones on the points. All right? Now, we have the north-south and the east-west stones. They're off now because of the fact of that polar wobble from the time of the creation of them. The stones are set up, interesting, at May 1st, sunrise, and that's sunset at May 1st, right across from it, and the summer solstice, which is the longest day of the year, and sunset at summer solstice, across those stones, casting the light to the center. If we go across from the longest day of the year, of course, we get the shortest day of the year, right? Winter solstice, sunrise and sunset. Again, we have right across from Beltane, Halloween, exactly 6 months, sunrise and sunset. Now, these stone circles were laid out for the rites in which were to be conducted at the stone is at the right place, casting the shadow on the center altar. What is May 1st? May 1st is Beltane. Beltane, the birthday of the god Baal, or the god Lucifer, who in Chaldean has the name Baal. If it's Egyptian, his name is Osiris. If it's Greek, his name is Zeus. If it's in India, his name is Brahma. If it's in the Germans, his name is Thor. But it's the same God under many different names. All right? Beltane, or the birthday of the god Baal. Now, exactly opposite that is All Saints' Day. In the pagan religions was the belief that they departed, when a person died, they went into the grave until next All Saints' Day. And during that time, they paid for their sins, a purgatory. But on the next All Saints' Day, they would rise and go to heaven and be with God. But the day before All Saints' Day, November 1st, they would be the closest to the earth. And they were ready to go, and they paid for their sins, and you would go out in the graveyard and take them soul cakes and soul food, all right, on the hallowed evening, and where you go out and appease the gods and the demons. So we have all our little kids go out and play that game. Now we have some other holidays that are not here, but really it is. You see, Baal is also the sun god. Where is this concept of worshiping the sun god? The Masons worship the sun god. The Catholics worship the sun god. The Protestants worship the sun god. The Hindus worship the sun god. The Egyptians worship the sun god. The sun god comes by many different names, but it's the same god, the sun god. And this sun god is Baal or Lucifer, the bright shining star. Now watch something about the sun god. Why the worshiping of the sun? Well, let's go and take a look at the Gnostic religions. Now, we must remember what Masonry claims to be, the true and ancient Gnostic religion. The word Gnosticism means the intellect, the worshiping of man's wisdom. This is why to them the great gods are Euclid, Aristotle, Plato, the wise men, because they, with being the brightest and wisest, must be the most divine. It's the intellect of man that is worshipped as the divine essence, the Ein Sof. I like the word sophomore. Isn't that a nice word? Soph means wise. More means fool. A sophomore is a wise fool. I think there's a lot of sophomores around. Anyway, moron, you know, comes in the same word, right? Wise moron. Anyway, nothing as dangerous as a wise fool, I guess. So anyway, watch what happens. We're told in the Bible that Lucifer must imitate Christ. He wants to be like the Most High. Now, the Lord Jesus Christ tells us that 3 days and 3 nights he was in the grave. By the way, he was crucified on Wednesday. You wonder why all these people are worshiping things on Friday? Well, it's because they're not based on the Bible at all. People say, oh, wait a minute, Wednesday? It has to be. The Lord said 3 days and 3 nights in the grave. You can't get it between Friday and Sunday morning. Try to get 3 days and 3 nights in there. Jesus says, as Jonah was in the belly of the whale 3 days and nights, so must the Son of Man be in the belly of the earth. Was he or wasn't he? Well, you can answer that for yourself. But notice, on the 22nd day of December is the shortest day of the year. The death day, the crucifixion day of the god Baal, is the 22nd of December. 3 days and 3 nights, and he rises on the 25th of December, the resurrection day of the god Baal, or Baal Mass, the worship of the rise of the god Baal. Now, people who worship on December 25th, you know, 200 years ago, amongst the Puritans and so forth, if you didn't work all day on the 25th, you were put in jail as a Satanist. You're still practicing satanic religion, but you don't put them in jail anymore. That's the only difference. When was the Lord Jesus Christ born? Well, he was born in April, 4 BC. The date we don't know. God never gave it. But the shepherds were with their flocks at night, and they're only with their flocks at night when they're lambing, and they lamb in April, and they don't lamb in December. All right? Maybe some of you farmers might know about that. The city boys, I guess you can get away with this thing of December 25th business. Notice in the scripture, nowhere does it give us the date of the birth of Christ. You know why? God didn't give it to you. He knew you would go worship it. And you would start making all sorts of creches with halos, sunburst behind the head. Right? Where is that sunburst behind the head? You don't find it in the Bible, then where did it come from? It had to come from somewhere else, didn't it? Where's this long-haired Jesus? Jesus had short hair, a butch cut. The custom of his day was short hair. I mean, Judas had it, didn't have to go down and kiss me. You just say, go down and get that long-haired fella. Paul says, long hair of man is a shame of long hair of man. Now, Paul said that. Would he say that about his Lord? Jesus was not a young, handsome-looking man. He looked, the Sanhedrin said he looked 50. He was hard to look upon. He was homely. No man would care for him. He had the cares of the world. He was not a man who was easy to look upon. Who is this nice, sweet, smiling, long-haired freak? His name is Lucifer. That's the description of Lucifer. You got the pictures on the walls. Well, we know that because God didn't give us a picture of Jesus, and he didn't even give a description in his whole Bible. With everything about Christ, at the beginning, he never gave us a description. He knew what you do. You'd make a picture and stick it on the wall. Wouldn't you? Yeah, that's the nature of the beast. We want a picture on the wall. Why? We don't want to be in faith believing, but by pictures. All right, now watch here. Let's take a look at the next holiday. We have Beltane, the birthday, Halloween, right? The next one, of course, is Baal Mass, the resurrection day of the god Baal on the 25th of December. And the next is the coming down of the goddess Astarte, the consort of the god Baal, in an egg on the first Sunday after the first full moon after the spring equinox. Do we see people out worshiping Baal, the rising sun, on the first Sunday after the first full moon after the spring equinox with their eggs? Read Ezekiel 8, where God condemns and tells them to slaughter everyone who does that, and spare not. God says, is it an abomination? He asks Ezekiel, as he shows him those with the back of the temple and facing the rising sun, the weepers of Tammuz. Anyway, people say, oh, this is in the Bible. Yes, it is in the Bible. Yes, right, it is. We're not to touch the unclean thing. Separate yourself and come out from amongst them and be separate, saith the Lord. But anyway, these things are not Christian. You do not find Easter. When is the resurrection of Christ to be celebrated? The Lord tells us when. When? The Bible tells us when. Now, maybe if you don't want to believe the Bible, that's all right, but I'm just saying, these people are worshiping something that is not in the book. Then where'd they get it? When are the Christians directed by the Lord to celebrate his resurrection? No. 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 Nope. 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 Give me scripture. We got everybody's opinion. as oft as you eat of this bread and drink of this cup. When? As oft as you eat of this bread and drink of this cup. When? As oft. Whenever. It has nothing to do. There is no day. There is no holiday. Whenever you come together and eat of the bread and drink of the cup, remember me. My body which was shed for thee, for broken for thee, and my blood which was shed. That's when. Nothing doing about Easter. Easter, the Gradus Astarte, anglicizing is Easter. Or Ashtar. Depends on which language you want. Well, here's the look at the 50 tiers of a side view, you see, of the pyramid. There's a view out at the south end. 87% of all the heavens can be seen from the Grand Gallery. And it's at the perfect latitude for an astronomical observatory. This is the telescope at Greenwich, England, which is right across from London, where it was the first telescope that was able to discern more than in the pyramids. The pyramids are interesting because they absorb all energy. When they try to put radioactive sources in the pyramids and to get out a reading looking for hidden passages, they get nothing out. These buildings are very peculiar. They absorb things. You've probably read about these cardboard pyramids. You can put razor blades in and meat and so forth, and it'll mummify meat. You can take cats die in the pyramids. They become mummified. They don't rot, and all sorts of things. Sharpened razor blades. Milk will be preserved for great periods of time in pyramidal things. Well, yes. The Air Force also used little pyramidal antennas on a drone sent out by our B-58s, and those little pyramid antennas will give a radar reflection equal to a B-58 because of the shape of them. Now, there's something about the pyramid. I was down looking at some science student in a science fair, and he had a bunch of pyramids sitting around there, and he had all these charts and all. It kind of course, attracted me over there. And he had taken Geiger counter readings inside and outside of pyramids, thousands of them, and found a significant difference of the radiation levels from the inside and the outside of cardboard pyramids. He had come to the conclusion it was some sort of energy gathering system. I said, yes, but if it was coming from above, it would be radiated out. It has to be coming from below in a pyramid to be able to be concentrated in the center. What happens if you turn that antenna over on that airplane? You don't get any reflection at all on that drone. It's dissipated. The source of energy that we're seeing, or power, and those pyramids are from below. Well, now we're down at where we are, Edfu, right? This is the temple at Edfu. Huh? This is supposed to be Horus. Now the hat, you see this shovel hat, and then you see this bulb hat. Sometimes you see a bulb, sometimes you see this thing here with the shovel on the back, and sometimes you see the bulb in the shovel. Okay, the one hat is the king of the Upper Nile, and one's of the Lower Nile, and after the uniting of the two kingdoms, then you'll see the dual hat, and it'll tell you when this one was, depending on what kind of hat he's got on. Now this god here, or this image of Horus, supposedly. Horus, who is Horus, and what is Horus? Horus is not a statue. No, Horus is necessarily not a god. Horus is something else. In all of the pagan religions, we have the Trinity, or the Holy Family, if we would like. And all of them in the pagan religions are born in sin. Watch what we have. We have Tammuz of the Chaldeans. Who is Tammuz? Nimrod and his wife Semiramis. Nimrod dies. Semiramis is pregnant. Semiramis has Tammuz. Semiramis says that Tammuz is Nimrod reincarnated, and therefore marries Tammuz, her son. All right? Now, how do we have? We have Zeus. Zeus rapes his daughter. Then he rapes Demeter. Then he rapes that daughter. Then he has with that Mercury by rape and incest. Okay? Let's go to Osiris. Osiris is the God, and by the way, and all of these pagan religions are based around something that was once a golden age that is going to be returned again. Premillennial doctrine is the same thing. It's right out of paganism. Watch here, Osiris. During the time of Osiris, according to the Egyptian belief, Osiris, as the great god, came down and ruled directly his people. And he was able to direct every person in a perfect life. That he knew you should be a farmer. He knew that this man should be doing this. And everybody had the perfect station, and everybody worked at the perfect job in a perfect economy, in a perfect utopia, all living in happiness and prosperity, all under a dictator who now was able to come out with the perfect plan because he was omnipotent and he knew what was best for everybody. It almost sounds like the Asha. Our government is trying to reach that stage. This is for the whole system of the communist utopia, to come up with a system that has everybody in a ultimate perfect society, in their perfect occupation, in their perfect role in life, by some scheme and device. Now, Osiris is killed by Typhon. And Osiris's mistress, Isis, goes around and collects all the pieces she can find of Osiris and buries all but one, that portion that reproduces. And with that portion, she impregnates herself and bears Horus. Now, first thing you must remember about these stories, none of them are believed to be, by the people who teach them, to be true. And Masonry has all sorts of stories of Hiram, of beef, and so forth. But if you ask them, is it really historically true? Well, no, we made it up. But it has within it the message of truth, you see, is what it is. Osiris sure is a made-up story. No Greek is going to stand on the Iliad and the Odyssey as an actual fact, all right? They are supposed to be stories teaching religious truths. This is why Masonry says all the religions are really the same religion. They all are except one. The only name in the Masonic Lodge you're not allowed to pray in is the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. You can pray in the name of Buddha. You can pray in the name of Hindu or Muhammad. It doesn't make any difference, but the Lord Jesus Christ is not permitted. For what do we have in Acts 4:11? For this is the stone which is set at naught of ye masons, which has become the head of the corner. For there's none other name given among heaven whereby ye must be saved. And that's repeated 4 times in the Bible. Over and over we have that same expression. There is none other name. Well, anyway, what is Horus really? Horus is not a person. Horus is an idea. The Horai are all of those who look for the returning of the golden age of an absolute dictator, of an all-wise, powerful king who is able to allocate and bless us all with his wonderful wisdom and direction that we will submit ourselves to in a coming millennium of 1,000 years. Horus are those priesthoods, are those believers, are those initiates, all who look forward to the returning of this perfect world utopia. One world, Egyptian rule, Babylonian rule, Jewish rule, name what it is. It's the same thing. It's the same story, told in different variations, but never changes in its essence. As we go look, again we're here at Edfu. There are 2 walls like this, one outside the other. And between the 2 walls is the complete Book of the Dead, all the way around. And you see this in all the temples. All the pharaohs had to know the Book of the Dead. And here you have not only the history, but these things were not buildings. They were the Bibles. This is the holy book. They didn't write it. They didn't have any paper. They built a book that would stand out there and people would go up and read it any time. Only those who understood the language, which most didn't. Only the inside the initiates would understand, you see, what they were seeing. It must be going the wrong way, I would think. Okay. Now, they had a problem. And the problem is, and again, let me apologize. Somehow these things I can't figure what's happening. This thing's going in such an odd order. We should be at Karnak first. We're at Luxor. No, we aren't. We're at Karnak. Okay, we're in the second court in Karnak. This courtyard, all around here, we'll see a series of temples. Each temple are in the three, the Trinity. We'll see that Father, Mama, and Baby. That Trinity. And it's repeated a bit. Now, the hypostolic hall here was full of about 50 or 60 of these big stone columns. This hall was covered with a roof. And the columns came out here and came all the way back. They were all stolen in the early days. You see, the sand was up to here. All right, this is the way it looked in the turn of the, 50 years ago. That's all you saw, see? And they've just dug this stuff out so you can walk in. Or you can see at the bottom of it. These columns are so laid out that the sun can only pregnate through those columns to that altar at one moment in the year or twice a year, which is see, the sun is, let me get back to the sun. I was going to tell you about it earlier. We'll get a little more. The sun, if we sat under our juniper tree trying to think things they ought to be, we would come up with something. One, we know there is a God. Two, without the revelation of God, we're going to have to, knowing that there is a God, the natural inclination of man is to want to worship that God. How are we going to worship the God? What are we going to worship? Well, we could worship the sand and the beetles and the bugs and everything else. We could be pantheists and worship everything as being God, but there are certain things that are more godlike than other things. If we would sit and say, what is the most divine of the miracles or supreme of the miracles? The one that has attracted man more than anything else is this miracle of life. What makes one thing inanimate, a rock, a book, and another thing have life, a motion, a being, and understanding, perception, and feeling? What is it? They're made both of the same thing, the elements, aren't they? Combined in the form of molecules. But why do some of these molecules move around and have a being? And then what happens when these molecules quit moving around and quit having a being and start becoming nothing but a meal? This essence called life has mystified natural man for a long time. He is searching how often. We're searching out in space with these spaceships trying to find life, trying to find the answer to life. The doctors are in the laboratories. The scientists are working trying to create artificial life, trying to find the source of life, to find the essence of life, to try to find the element. They laugh at those priests who for hundreds of years took people as they were dying and put them on very light scales to find out how much the soul weighed. But that's exactly what they're doing. They're trying to find what is that thing in these elements. What is that essence that is life? What is it that gives this life and that not life? Well, they got all sorts of nice, wonderful theories, but they have no real answers. And they might create what they want to call life in a test tube, but when they got done, they haven't got the answer of life because of a simple reason. Life had to create it in the test tube. It didn't create itself in order to get there. They've answered no question at all. They're back in their old stymied circle. You see, they can't break out of it. It's that old thing, the prime cause. You get that thing go round and round and round and round. Well, if that, then that, and if that, then that, and if that, and then you got to just label something back there, prime cause, and drop out of it, see? Why? Because you just run to the end of the line, that's all. So when you're worshiping life, well, what is the source of life? Well, the source of life must be God. From the natural observation of the natural mind, what is the source of all physical life? What is it dependent upon? The sun. The sun provides the heat, the photosynthesis, it provides the food. Without the sun, there is no life. So for the natural mind, by reason and logic, Gnosticism comes up with sun worship. That's why Osiris is the sun god, and Zeus is the sun god, and Brahma is the sun god, and Thor is the sun god. That's why the sun bursts behind every worshipful master in every Scottish Rite Lodge. That's why he's there behind the Pope in Rome. This is why that sunburst. This is why Beltane. This is why the resurrection day of the 25th day of December. Because to the natural mind, the sun is the only source of life he can see. He sees life, and he sees this. He sees the objects. Now, that is the source of life he sees in the heavens. And so he worshiped the image of that life, and that is the sun. Where is the source of life he sees here in this world? In the male organ. And therefore that is worshipped as God with us, Emmanuel. And we'll see that repeated again and again and again. Another thing which you'll notice, you can't see it too well here. This, by the way, we're back now. I'm back here through about 40 more temples. This thing runs back for almost a mile. There must be about 80 acres of temples. Must be 200 temples here. And if you go up on the mount, on the side there, about a mile and a half away, there's another field full of temples. Only here, only the bases of maybe another 150 temples. These guys are real temple builders. They built them on and on and on and on. I'm back here about a third of the way now, looking back up front. There's the other side of the hypostolic hall. Now, I talked about the 26,000-year polar wobble, the precession of the Earth. And we talked about the 10 millionth part of the cubit versus the meter, which again is graphed right here. Here we have a frieze inside under these temples. And this frieze in the ceiling has the signs of the zodiac, all right? Here we have the Grand Hail sign all the way down supporting this disc. The mark of East Origine, East Tempore, and East Now, or East Tempore, East Ordinary. All right? What does that mean? And if we look at the circle, the off-center of the circle, what we have here is a plotting. They obviously had built earlier, an earlier one of these. And at that time, East was in this position. But now, East had moved. When they built this, East was here. But today, East is over here. They knew of the polar wobble for another reason. And here is a diagram of what I just showed you. Here in India, we see the sighting ramps and the benches and the astronomer's bowl. Not nearly as good out in the open as the Great Pyramid, but the same person. Another one in India, sighting ramps. The ziggurats in Babylon. The old Sarum here, which is a little different. But these things all over Europe and England, sighting holes built in different holes in different directions, where they again could get down and make their sightings at different elevations. These are all over. Again, Salisbury Hill, cut off to be kind of a rough pyramid for sightings. I don't know where that is. That's my brother and I. When you see the statue here, again, this is Pharaoh, all right, shown as God. And this is his queen. When they're nearly the same size, he's shown as a man, just a man. But when he is large and she is small, you're seeing the man God, all right? Pharaoh as divine nature. Again, these temples run on for miles and miles at Karnak, which is old Memphis, of course, the city of the living. Across the river is the city of the dead. These are the way the columns look in the hypostolic hall in Karnak. Again, this is a drawing of the way it was with a roof on it. Okay, and the way we see it now with the roof missing. Now we're at Khufu. Khufu? Khufu. No. Khufu is the alligator guy. Khufu. This is Roman Hall anyway. Now, let's go to the temple at Luxor. Luxor is on the other end of the street from Karnak. Running 2 miles from Karnak down here are a series of rams about every 15 feet on both sides of the road for 2 miles, all the way to Karnak. All right? And it comes into this entrance. The temple is laid out, and I'll show you a picture. This, by the way, is built by Alexander the Great. His altar is in here. And these earlier ones are made by the Egyptians, and now they get shifted. And they get shifted as they come out. Why did they have to shift the alignment? Because they were sun worshippers. And the sunlight was not coming in because of the polar wobble. And they had to continually change the layout of the Luxor temple. I thought I had a photograph. Well, this is another drawing of the Luxor temple from a side view. No, excuse me, that's Karnak. Okay. Now here we are at Luxor temple at the outer entrance. There used to be 6 of these here, and 2 of these obelisks, which is the male reproductive organ. Oh, Baal, the shaft, obelisk, the shaft of the god Baal. Obelisk. Okay? That's what the word means. And now we're looking in at Luxor temple. Again, right here, I'm standing between these rams. They run off for miles. Notice the curve of the temple as it goes in. because of the adjustments necessary for the polar wobble. By the way, this was the earth level right there at the bottom of that yellow. That's a Mohammedan mosque. It was built in there, and the earth was here. And now that they dug the thing out, the mosque is sitting way up there and here. I don't know if maybe they got another way to get into it on the other side, a ladder or something. As you can see again, you see the curve necessary as the realignment of the temple, as the sun changed and altered its position as we're getting into the Luxor temple. Here we're coming to Khufu. And the walls in between with the of the dead. And this is the temple at Edfu. And the inner temple in there is Greek. The outer walls are Egyptian. All these walls are these are Bible texts. That is their text. The Book of the Dead and the books of the basically the Kabbalah, all around. And of course, these people worshipped these temples so much that they kept eating out. See, the sand was up to here, and this one here, almost to the roof. And they kept digging out at the different levels because they believed that eating the sand, draw off that sandstone in the temple, would cure all sorts of ills. And you see the wearing of these columns and all of that's all been people up there eating the building up. That's a kind of a typical view in Egypt of this is a modern street in a modern town. That's it. That's Egypt. Anyway, I don't know how I got all of this in here. These are Tut's treasures. In the Valley of the Dead, across the river from the Valley of the Living, in Egypt, the Valley, the city of the Living is Memphis, or we know today as Luxor. On one end is Luxor, and the other end is Karnak temples. Across the river is the Valley of the Dead, or City of the Dead. This is a whole area of mountains going way back in the desert, in which there are literally tens of thousands of graves. We have two small valleys in there, one the Valley of the Kings and one of the Valley of the Queens, in which we find 20, 30 of the pharaoh's tombs. These are a long ways away from Cairo. This is upriver, maybe 150 miles, and that's the major burial grounds of the Egyptians. And people are out there digging all the time, digging up more and more, robbing everything they can get out of there. And of course, there's lots of Arabs that sell you all sorts of things they robbed out of there, but most of them they just made on the other side of the hill. They got two kids over there carving them up. But anyway, this little grave of Tut is important because it's the only grave of any pharaoh that has ever been discovered that wasn't robbed and looted, cleaned out. All right, they've got a lot of the tombs, but they're empty. Tut was just a little tomb because he died young. It looks like with a hole in his back he got himself stabbed to death. But anyway, at about 15 years of old, and I guess they hadn't prepared him a tomb yet, so they dumped him in another guy's tomb, shoved a bunch of stuff in there, and the tomb is under a major tomb. So therefore, when the grave robbers broke in the major tomb, they never saw the tomb underneath it. Under the entrance, they pulled out the rubble, they buried the entrance to Tut's tomb. And here for a little boy king, hundreds and hundreds of the most exquisite items you ever wanted to see in your life. Unbelievable. He's in 5 caskets. The first is a face mask of gold laid over wood. The second is a whole casket of solid, pure gold. What is it, 400 and some pounds of solid, pure gold, gorgeously done. Then another one, and then another one ends up with a stone box on the outside. They really packed the guy in pretty good. Those are for his entrails. Where do we get back to Karnak? They were at the rams coming out of Karnak. Well, we'll have to skip a lot of this. This is, I don't know how I got all this in here. This is Anubis, the jackal god, and this is the Valley of the Dead. Oh, by the way, you want to know how all these cities, they go out there in archaeological finds, they got to dig down. Do you know how the cities get buried? They get buried this way. They go out there and they make bricks out of mud. You build a house. And the house falls down and you build another house on top of it and another house. All of those cities over there probably got buried by adobe, by mud. They hauled in, called bricks. And that's why you have to dig down 50 feet or 60 feet. You go out here on the side, showing you back in those other temples, and beside one of those temples you'll see the dirt way up there. Where is that dirt way up? Take a look. You've got houses and houses and streets and streets and houses and streets all the way up. They didn't get buried by evolution. They got buried by people hauling in bricks and building another house on top of the old house. They just make these things all the time. Just more mud bearing the whole place. All right. With that, let's draw some ramifications from our little trip down the Nile. What we see here is a, well, let's take a look at the Masons, for example. What they claim they are trying to do is restore the true and ancient religion of Egypt and bring it back to its profession. That is, that they are the Horai, wanting to restore this golden age. Every false religion you will find will have something that was lost that's got to be found again. The lost word, the lost symbol, the lost key, the lost land of Atlantis or Mu. The lost something of a golden age in the past. The golden age of Rome, or the golden age of Solomon being restored again, or the golden age of Osiris being restored again. It is always something that was in the past which was so super that they're seeking to return again. And to find this lost secret, to find the lost symbol, to find the lost meaning is what you're to put your goal in life in doing. You see, the thing is, and it is, there's always some mystery that you have to go out and to attempt to solve. I'm still trying to figure out why those things came out that way. Let me get that out so we get it ready for next. Okay. Anyway, that's the essence of the pagan religions. And what you have in a Mason like Karl Marx, or Mason like Lenin, or the whole revolutionary movement, is that somehow that they are going to be able to restore a golden age, call, if you would, a utopia or a millennial kingdom. Now the Lord Jesus Christ said, "My kingdom is not of this world." These people who claim as a Christian doctrine that their Lord's kingdom is of this world and has been postponed. You see, one of the most prevalent doctrines today is that the Lord came to set up a kingdom, but the Jews overthrew the Lord, and he failed to do what he came to do, and he had to withdraw the kingdom and wait 2,000 years to do what he planned to do in the first place. Well, that doesn't leave God very sovereign in the matter, you see. Second, why did he end the economy to restore it again? He already had it. Next, what was the purpose of temple worship but to sacrifice? And we're told in the New Testament that the sacrifices ended because the sacrifice was made once and for all. Then what kind of sacrifices are you going to have in this coming millennium? What is the purpose of an altar and a temple? For a place to make sacrifice. But according to Paul, the Christian sacrifice, the altar it was at Calvary, made once and finished. No more need for any more sacrifice, no more need for any priest. Read the Hebrews. He argues this out. These people are looking for the coming of a coming Messiah age, or a coming of a Jewish kingdom to rule the world. Well, I want to tell you, Karl Marx would endorse that. I'm sure the Zionists will endorse it. They've been financing it for a long time. Schofield was a Jew. Did you know that? A Jewish attorney. 2 strikes against him. Anyway. The thing is, this idea of coming and looking for a world kingdom is exactly what the Lord preached against. When he comes again, that's going to begin as in the lightning. He's going to. That's what he said in Matthew 24. Well, by the way, I want to tell you another one while we're at it. And while coming back from this pyramid, the bus was all full of Jews. They just love these pyramids. Oh, do they love them. They just pack in there. They think that's just glory land. So anyway, we're coming back, and this one Jewish doctor is sitting next to me. He says, "Say, that guide wasn't telling us the truth, was she?" I said, "No, everything she said was wrong." And she's listening up front. And he says, "What is that all about, that building?" So I was talking loud enough so the whole bus could hear. Might as well not waste my time doing it twice. I said, "Now, Do you know the Old Testament at all? Well, yes, I know it pretty well. All right. Now he says, correct me if I'm wrong. You probably studied in Hebrew and I in the King James, but the King James is perfect Masoretic and the Hebrew is Masoretic, so we shouldn't have any problem. And it's amazing when you get to talking with a Jew who knows the Old Testament. You start using the New American Standard, he doesn't know what you're talking about. When you use the King James, he knows, yep, that's what it says, that's what it says, that's what it says. There's no disagreement in that. I said, now let's take a look at something. Every Masonic temple is laid out with the entrance in the west and the altar in the east. And in the east is the sunburst. Over the worshipful master who's up 7 steps, a man addressed as worshipful. Can you imagine worshiping a man? That's condemned. What if Peter wouldn't take it? I'm a man as thou art, on your feet. I'm a man as like thou art. A sinner in need of grace. Peter was no different than that centurion, the Roman soldier, right? Peter was no better. He refused to worship. Now, watch what happens. Every Masonic lodge, and by the way, Judaism is straight Masonry, or Masonry is straight Judaism. Take a pick, I don't care, do whatever way you want. The altar has got to be, go to the Southern Baptist Church, see how they move them around and get the parking lot in the back end and the entrance the other way in order to get that altar in the east and the entrance in the west. Now, a Mason will ask you, if he doesn't know whether you're a Mason, have you been to the East? Have you been East? That means, have you been initiated in the lodge? Because you're always moving from the west to the east in search of light. Can you imagine all these preachers like Bob Jones and these great fundamental Christian preachers who are also Masons? They came, Bob Jones started preaching at the age of 13, but he can't be initiated in the lodge until he's 21. Therefore, he had to be preaching 8 years before he came to the entrance of the lodge. And at the lodge, he has to say, "Door, I, who am in ignorance and darkness, come unto the lodge in the search of light." Here he is, supposed to be a Christian, a preacher of the gospel, and he is in ignorance and darkness coming into the lodge in search of light. Isn't that something? Can you ask me whether a child of God could do that? Who knew anything in Scripture? I could see one who didn't know anything about it all. He just thought he's come out for a beer bust. You know, I can't pass judgment on the individual. I can on what is said and what is done. But notice he moves from the west, which is the setting sun, the senior warden, to the south, which is the noonday sun, the junior warden, to the worshipful master who's in the east, who is God with them. The third person of the Godhead, the sun and the moon and the worshipful master. Baal, Astarte, and him. That's the guy. Sitting on his throne with his hat on. Men's head would be uncovered. Woman's head is to be covered. But they got it the other way around, of course, because everything is opposite. Now, I said, now, let me ask you, because when you're talking to a Jew, you're talking to a Mason. He knows what you're talking about. B'nai B'rith is a lodge. All right? Now, I said, now, I'm going to ask you a question. Of course, I hadn't said all this, what I'm telling you now. I just put that aside. I said, now, in the Garden of Eden, where was the entrance? In the east or in the west? Pardon? In the east. They went out east of the garden. And God put 2 seraphim, the entrance, only 2. Why didn't he put them all the way around? Because there was only 1 entrance. All right? To keep them from returning into the garden. They went east away from God. Now watch something else. When Abraham came into the land that God would show him, he came, and this is when I discovered this one day. I was reading this little passage and I couldn't figure out why. Abraham came into the land that God would show him. He didn't even know he was there. And he built himself an altar to offer sacrifice unto God between Ai on the east and Bethel on the west. Now, why did God spend time carefully to tell us that Ai is in the east and Bethel is in the west? Unless there was some reason. I mean, we don't have to go over and locate because we don't know why Bethel is or Ai now, so how can we locate the altar anyway, all right? So the purpose must be in the text itself. What does the word Bethel mean? In the Hebrew, every word has a meaning. Bethel is the house of God. What is Ai? The refuse dump, the garbage pit, if you want. Or there's another word for it, Hades. All right, got it? Anyway, here he built that altar. Now, if he wanted to go to Bethel, which way did he have to go? He had to go west, and the entrance was in the east. But if he goes to Hades, he goes east, and the entrance is in the west. Which way is the Masonic Lodge laid out? Now I said, let's go here. When God had the children of Israel build the temple or the tabernacle in the wilderness, he very carefully laid out the directions and every pin and every socket and every drape and every part of that temple, didn't he? Or that tabernacle. And the entrance is in the west and the altar in the east. When the priest went in to make his sacrifice on that Day of Atonement and moved from one sacrament to the other, he always proceeded west, 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 west. And when he went for the atonement of the sins through that veil, he went before the altar, not without blood, but without the shedding of blood, there's no remission of sins. And then he went behind that altar, barefoot, all the way west, and shook the blood on his footsteps of man fallen that had walked away from God out of that garden, to cover his sins and the sins of Israel with the blood. He went all the way west. When the temple was made in Jerusalem, that temple by Solomon, where was the entrance, in the east or in the west? The entrance was in the east, the altar in the west. And the Masonic Lodge, which claims to be from Solomon, has reversed the whole thing. Now, watch when the Magi went to seek the Christ child when he was born. Which way did they go? East or west? They went west. They came from the east, heading west. There's only one way you go to God, and that is to go from the east to the west. When you go from the west to the east, in Scripture, you're going away from God. What does the word repent mean? It means to turn about and go the other way. That's what the word means, change direction. You've been going east, head west. Have you been to the west? I always ask a Mason, have you been west? Have you been to the west? Right? And these guys, all their eyes open up like big saucers. The whole bus, they'd all been east. Everyone in that bus had been to the east. And I'm the only one that's been west. I said, you see, we're going two different ways. You're going one, I'm going the other. You're going away from the tree of life into Nod. I'm trying to come from Nod to the tree of life. Isn't it interesting that every Mason will say, oh, Masonry's based on the Bible? Yeah, you just take the Bible, reverse it 180 degrees, and you got Masonry. The exact opposite. Why? Remember something about Masonry. Everything about Masonry is a lie. The first thing a Mason is going to tell you, oh, it's based on the Bible. I always tell them, well, that's lie number one. Let's get to lie number two. You have a Bible sitting on that altar, and you have the tools of Masonry on top of it. But you don't need a Bible. You can put the Koran on there. It would make no difference. Masonry doesn't require a Bible. Any holy book will do. Why? They don't believe in any of them. What difference does it make? Okay? Watch what a Mason, he joins there, they say, there is nothing in the lodge before you come in here that is going to interfere with your religious beliefs or your politics. There is nothing about Masonry except politics and religion. It is totally a religious political movement. Nothing else. Everything in there is going to be religion. Everything you're going to get from then on. And now watch the next thing. They got all of these symbols and signs, and they'll tell you the meaning. Well, what is the meaning of that? Well, the meaning of that is this. But there are deeper meanings. In other words, we just lied to you. The truth we didn't give you, but we gave you something to hold you off for now. Now, what a little later on you get along and you keep paying your money and coming back and you say, now what is the meaning? They give you another one. But there are deeper meanings. They lie to you again. You can go back and ask them 10,000 times. They give you 10,000 meetings, and every time they tell you we lied to you because there's still yet deeper ones. What is the ultimate one? You don't know. You can go in that morass forever, and you never know where you ever got to the end of it. You're never going to get an answer to anything. Why? There isn't any. There isn't any. It's a whole mambo jumbo without meaning. It is based on lie. Hi. You must never reveal and always conceal every bit of truth from your wife. You can never tell her the truth. You can never, can you imagine something that swears you to tell a lie to everybody and call it moral? Think of an organization, and we want to know the problems in this country. Think of an organization that requires its members to keep the crimes of a brother member as violent in their own breast as they are in his. In some lower degrees, murder and treason, you can reveal. But in higher degrees, not even that. But that means rape, fraud, theft. I must conceal. If I know you've raped somebody and I conceal it, I'm guilty, both under the civil law and under God's law. But not under Masonry. I'm noble and moral. Notice the complete reversal. Here is this judge. He is sworn to come to the aid of a brother Mason, whether it be right or wrong. Yet he swore on the Bible when he took that oath of office that he would be impartial under the law. Which oath does he keep? No matter which one he keeps, he's an oath breaker. He's a liar and a fraud. There is no way for a Mason to be an honest man, because he is sworn to be dishonest in everything and every dealing except with a brother Mason. Oh, but it has a moral code. Watch the moral code. I am not to have sexual relationships with another Mason's wife of the same degree or higher than my own. That's a very moral thing, except unless she consents. If she consents, then there's moral. Hey, man, that just about opens up everything. That means that I can go out and rape anybody I want in the world as long as it's not another Mason's wife unless I ask her. All right? And then of a lower degree, because that doesn't count anyway. That's a moral code. The Lord Jesus Christ, if thou lookest with a lust upon a woman, thou hast committed adultery. If thou lookest in the heart. And yet they say this is based on the Bible. I want to tell you nothing could be further from it. There is no way to even make these two things at all compatible. One is a total anathema to the other. This is why in a lodge you cannot pray in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. And I certainly wouldn't want anybody to pray in my church in the name of Baal. Now, we are not all brothers. The Masons want to say we're all brothers. No, we're not. Brothers have the same father. Their father, which they claim, if you'll take their man, like Albert Pike says, that only in the higher degrees are they to learn that the name of our God is Lucifer. Before that, they hide him in all sorts of names. Great Architect, Prime Force, Ancient One, or some other name to hang on it. Providence, all sorts of names. They'll hang on this God. They won't name him, not anything that's going to be out in the public. But the name of that God is Lucifer. Now, those who are children of Lucifer are children of the devil. The Lord says, ye are the children of the devil. Well, certainly, what is a brother? A brother is somebody who has the same father. I have 4 physical brothers. Why? We all got the same daddy. That's what makes us brothers. There's lots of people I like in this world that are not my physical brother because they just didn't happen to be the child of my daddy. You see? A brother is one who has the same father. All right? Those whose father is the devil certainly are not those whose father is God. They are 2 different brotherhoods. 2 different brotherhoods. All men are brothers? No, they are not brothers. You see, there's another lie. If we take Masonry, every oath is a lie. Every step is a lie. And it's all in concealment and told to be lied to by everybody else in this world. Everything they require this man is immoral and dishonest, unscriptural and contrary to the civil law. And yet, who do we find in these noble organizations? But most of our top preachers, the bishops, the priests, the governors, the senators, the sheriffs, the justices of the peace, the judges, the presidents, the bankers, the corporate executives, the leaders of our community and of our organizations, right? And we wonder why the continual manipulation when there is a conspiracy. Now, I didn't say there was a conspiracy. They said it. To come to the aid of one or the other, to keep a secret from all others, that I should go into court of law and not know that these other people, they've already met in an agreement. I have to go into court in a little while, and first thing I'm going to do is every one of the jurors, as they're being picked, I'm going to have them, and one of the conditions on their, they have to make out a notice given the basic statistics, is have you ever been a member of a secret order? If they have, I'm going to have them all dismissed. Because they have already sworn to be dishonest jurors. Or certainly untrustworthy. Their character cannot be relied upon. And then when we get done with that, I'll have to ask the judge. If he's joined in any such oath, he has automatically ruled himself out as being a judge. He cannot be a judge. He must dismiss himself. Do you know how hard I'm going to be to find a judge to try the case? I might exhaust the whole state of Michigan. We'll have to run through the federal courts, and it's going to get worse in the federal courts than it is in the state courts. That's 100% solid pact. Remember, you got to have the rulers and the rulees, right? This is why liberty is lost, is because the liberty of a constitution requires on open and free access and impartiality in courts of law. That all parties, when brought before that court is impartial and blind to who they are, but only to the facts at issue before the bench. That is not what you will see. I've been in cases where you've got the thing called one, and all of a sudden the other attorney goes, "Oh, Lord, my God." And the judge reverses it. You went, "What happened?" What happened? Boy, you just got the shaft, is the word for it, literally. And they use it properly. Well, anyway, how far did we get here? We're going to have some eating time sooner or later. I don't know how long you want to go. You don't, huh? I can, huh? Yeah, you think so. You think so. When Richard Nixon, for example, goes over to the Kremlin, they're all sitting there clinking their glasses together. They're all members of the club. Whether it be the Hung Society in China, which has its Maltese order, or degree, or the Scottish Rite, or the York Rite, or the Thule Society, or the Grand Orient, or whatever it happens to be, no matter where you go. All of them recognize, if I have gone through the Maltese degree in the Scottish, I can go to the Hung Society in Peking and enter in and have access to that degree. The leaders of the world all belong to a little club. And that club, you're supposed to think that they're enemies. No, they aren't. What is the enemy of the Russian government? The Russian people. What's the enemy of the Russian people? The Russian government. What's the enemy of the American people? The American government. What is going to take away your liberties if your liberties are going to be lost? Your government, not somebody else's government. What's the enemy of our government? The American people. They're at war with them, always have been. That's why the Constitution is supposed to hold those guys down. Give them only limited power. Take away the rest. The idea is that they lose and you win. That was the idea of a Constitution. Very peculiar document. Very few people in this world have ever lived there, ever had such a privilege of having a constrained, restrained. You'd watch these things. Watch an IRS agent. He feels no compulsion to obey the Constitution. He says, I'm going to collect the taxes, and I'm going to protect them by any means. Whether he's got to raid, steal, break the law, no search warrant, threaten, beat windows in the car, grab what he doesn't care about the rights of the Fourth Amendment by due process of law. He doesn't even care one whit about it. He considers that he's a government agent. He's doing what he has to do for the good of the state, and therefore what he does is moral no matter whether it's legal or not. I've talked to these agents one after another, and they admit that. We're going to collect it no matter how. Don't you understand this is unconstitutional, illegal? We don't care. Do you plan to uphold the Constitution of the United States? We plan to collect these taxes no matter how. Well, if that's the case, then you have to resist them. You're required by law to resist them. Otherwise, you're overthrowing the Constitution of the United States. If you acquiesce to unlawful acts, you are a party to the crime. You know, it was interesting. I had a battle with the state a while back, and they were coming in with some pretty heavy hands. And the next day, two of these agents came back because they had broken several very open and shut crimes. And they wanted to find out whether I had figured out what they had done. And I'm sitting there, and I said, oh, yeah, they came up to the front porch. I went out there, and I said, you know, fellas, I said, do you have any personal animosity towards me? And they said, well, no. I said, I don't have any towards you. I don't know you. You know, madam. These are two state treasury agents. I said, now, you believe that everything you've done is proper and right. I believe you believe that, don't you? And they said, yeah. I said, now, you also understand what you did do, however, was contrary to the Constitution. Well, they admitted that. We just didn't talk off the record. I said, now, watch something. I said, you may eventually work me over, but I drive through this town of Detroit and through the state of Michigan with your 17% unemployment, and I go through all the vacant lots of all the land that you've taxed out of business, and I see the automobile companies building the new plants in Windsor, Ontario, Leland, Ontario, down in Ohio. They're building in Indiana. They're building in Kansas City. They're building anywhere. Why? When General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler all have their headquarters in Detroit, they built a plant in Detroit, and they're shutting everyone down. Have you ever thought of why? They're voting against you. You see, the people in Michigan are voting against the state taxing system. How? They're moving out. They're going anywhere. They're fleeing the state. And so what does the state do? Say, wait a minute, we're wrong here. We're losing our tax base. No, they raise the taxes on the remaining ones. So they only run faster. I said, you know, you used to go in Detroit, had, you know, tremendous tax base, a very prosperous city. I mean, city budget was tremendous and they had no problem. But then the city got to where they were going to teach these businessmen a lesson. About 20 years ago, they came out after the property owners and so forth, and they started slapping violations, regulations, control on them. They were going to shape them up or ship them out. That was their attitude. And you couldn't talk to one. Before that, you know, an inspector would come in. You sit down and say, no, well, look, Joe, look, I can do this much now, and give me 6 months on that, and I do this, and can't we postpone it? You know, and they'd sit there and say, okay, you do this, and so forth, then you do that, and so forth, and we'll let this thing go for now, but be ready, I'll be back next year, we'll look at it, we'll set it up then. You know, that's the way it always was. I've been in the building business since I was 14 years old. I had 2 apartment buildings when I was 17, some 72 units. I've been knowing these guys. Here 20 years ago, I go in there and they said, it's a different world. We get our orders, and we have to obey them. Our orders are to get you. We're going to drive you guys out of business, and we have orders. I know it's a different day, and wish it was that way, you know, but it isn't. We're in a new game. So what they do? They drove them out. They drove them out by miles of them. And they got vacant lots that aren't paying taxes, and the city can't pay its payroll. They can't pay the police. They can't pay the fire. And now, you know what happened? The inspectors now come out to your property. They call up a week ahead of time. I'm going to be out next Tuesday at 10 o'clock. And this will be an electrical inspection. And we're going to look, let's say, at the first 10 rooms on the west side. All right? Okay. Now, next year, we're going to do the other side. All right? Okay, thanks, Joe. That's the way they are. They don't want you out of business. They come out and say, can we help you out a little bit? Those personal property taxes, now they're a little high. We'll cut those down 20%. Will that help you out? They want to keep you in business. Why? The city's in trouble. They finally got smart, but they had already killed the goose. Now the state didn't learn from Detroit. The state's doing the same thing. They hang on another tax and now moving the sales tax to 6%. Wait a minute. All there is just going to be the more flood out. People cannot bear it. And they don't understand. I said, don't you understand the blight and the unemployment you created? And they stopped there and they said, we never thought of that. I said, that's right. But the thing is, even though you're doing it in ignorance, it's still devastating. How are you ever going to repair the injury you guys are doing? You know, my brother came up at that time. He says, you know, you converted those 2 guys. I said, it doesn't really do any good. They got to earn their paycheck. They're going to have to go out and do it again tomorrow. Right? I don't know how a man could morally stay in that tax collection business today. Certainly a child of God could have nothing to do with it. Because if he did what he was supposed to do, he'd get fired. He simply can't survive in it. We're seeing a war on business, small business, leaving everything only in the massive cartels, and to create a dual-class society of the super elite with the massive cartels and the plebeians, the mass, who have absolutely no voice. You see, the only threat that these people have is that middle class, that class of independent individualists who don't belong to their organizations, to their system, and aren't, see, if you're a self-employed man, you can sit there and say, Charlie, take a walk, but if you work for General Motors, you don't do that. You hit the street. And you're 40 years old, you can't get another job. You lick boots. That's what you do. You lick boots and wait for your pension. And then they give you inflation, so that's worthless when you get it. They eat that up, and you can't even buy that little cottage you thought you were going to retire in. They rob you after all the service by destroying your savings, destroying that pension through inflation by creating more and more and more confetti. And by the way, this isn't stupidity. As Franklin Delano Roosevelt said, if it happens, we planned it that way. It is following the plan. And the only thing that these people have to fear are those, just like the Caesar. Who did he fear? Those Christians who would not play the game. They wouldn't burn the incense. And you know what happened? They started burning those guys, right? And putting them before lions. And you know what happened? Every time they killed 24 of them down on the arena floor, there were hundreds of converts in the stands. They wondered what kept those guys, what made them do it. How could they face a lion singing a hymn? Those people weren't great eloquent preachers. They preached with the greatest testimony of all, their blood in that sand. And it brought the Roman Empire down. Do you notice? I told you about the 6 empires up to the Roman Empire. The world was always under one. There hasn't been one since. Do you know why? The salt in the earth. But ye are the salt of the earth. And that salt, as long as it's prevalent, doesn't have to be in large quantity, it holds back the corruption, the leaven. Any country, look at Sodom and Gomorrah. Well, God, finally, Abraham was arguing with God, and they got down to 10. If you can find 10 righteous men, Abraham, I'll spare it. Abraham started up with a big number. He got down finally to 10. What about the 10? God says, okay, I'll spare it for 10. 10 in both cities. Just give me 10, and I won't do it. There weren't 10. The best he could find was Lot. You see, what they can't stand is when you don't play in their ballpark. And you say, this is what the scriptural position is. Come out from amongst them, be ye separate. You don't have to do anything. Just don't fall down before Nebuchadnezzar. You'll find yourself in the fiery furnace. But notice something else. Sure, those children of Israel found themselves in the fiery furnace because they wouldn't fall down. But they found something else when they got in the fiery furnace. They found there were 4 in there, not 3. And Nebuchadnezzar looks in and sees the 4, doesn't he? And they came out without a singe on them. There was not even the smell of the fire. Now that takes some faith. Daniel didn't have it. And that's hard to get across to people to understand. We can call it, as you like, civil disobedience. All right? But we are to obey. We're to obey all the laws, the just and righteous laws, but we are not to obey them in spiritual matters. And we are to obey the law of the land. Just like when I deal with a government agent. I say, is it the law? Well, we won't answer that. Well, you're going to have to answer that. If it is the law, I got to obey. If it is the law, I will obey. I pledge to obey. I promise to obey. If it is the law. You got to do it anyway. Wait, no, that I don't. It's got to be the law. And they refuse to answer. They take the Fifth Amendment every time you inquire of these guys. What? What? Take the Fifth? Oh, yes, you can. It's tough because they'll lie. They'll lie about what you said. They say you said, because remember, there's no honesty in them. If there was, they wouldn't be there. That's the problem. Well, anyway, I kind of hate to get into the next subject now. Unless, hey, have we got coffee? Oh boy, is there coffee there? Why, you've been sitting over there hogging that stuff and not telling it? Wow. Let's get some coffee. So let's take up a little bit, and we're talking about the crown. I want to make some explanation about the crown. The crown itself is a committee. The titular head of the Masonic orders of England and America is the monarch of England, which gives you a little problem with Elizabeth, but they kind of make her into a male for a while. And anyway, you get over there in Windsor Castle and you go into the uniting room where they knight all of these guys. And you're going into the lodge room. And you see these guys who faithfully serve into the secret orders. They get all sorts of dubbed and things, you know, and they tap swords on them, and they allow them to put their little emblems around on the wall in this great hall. At every place you walk, in these great cathedrals, for example, in England, you watch these cathedrals. They're fantastic buildings, but they are all cult. They are all cult from the beginning to the end. And we'll take a look at some of them and talk a little more about the lodge while we're into it. And people get all hung up on this, something which bothers me. And maybe it's because it seems clear to me, and maybe I just don't see for the forest for the trees, or whatever the case is. But they get all hung up on this thing called Israel, or the Jews. And they get hung up on it because we obviously, if we look and see the people in the control of the media, banking, industry, in politics, in the courts, and the places of people who are in pornography, and one thing after another, and we see the very peculiar actions of our government, which seems to favor one particular group of people over all others, to give them any type of aid and sustenance. It's quite obvious that something is going on that everything isn't on the even up and up. All right? And obviously there is some sort of combination involved here. Now, if you do look, for example, at the Jews as a group, and I was raised in an almost all Jewish neighborhood, you find there are two kinds of Jews. There are those Jews who really don't seem to be on the inside of anything. They seem to have the problems that other people have. And there's another clique. This clique doesn't seem to have any problems. Everything is open for them. And every time you get some, like one time we were having a little association meeting of businessmen, and these guys are sitting there, and finally most people left, and there were just about 8 or 10 of us left, and they said, now that we're all Jews here, they're going to now sit down and have the plan. You say, I should have kept quiet and watched this thing go, but I said, no, we're not. And they looked at me, they thought maybe that nose of mine, I guess there's something. But these are property owners in Detroit. We look and we see, obviously, the operation of a combination. And we see an inordinate power in this group of people. This inordinate power, you can sit and attribute it to one thing or after another. I would be more inclined, now watch, I'm being careful, I'd be more inclined, from a secular point of view, that these people who are the strongest adherents to the Talmud, to the secret writings, and there's nothing more evil and vile and immoral than the Talmud. And we must remember that Judaism versus Mosesism, we're speaking of two different religions. Mosesism is the following of the Old Testament as a law of practice. Judaism, we know today, is the following of the Talmud, the Babylonian Talmud. And you have here two entirely different things. I have met Jews who are Toraic and are not Talmudic. And I've met most that I have run into are Talmudic and not Toraic. Now, is there two different classes? Well, I'm not on the inside. I don't know. I would be inclined to believe there are two different groups, one of which doesn't know what the other is in. But certainly the ones who are in the clique of power ruling that we see, the monetary rule of the media, of the entertainment world, these people are all in the Talmudic group. And once you see a body of this sort, because of the very nature of the conspiracy what the Talmud is, and of the very tight combination, and the very grave threats that are involved in this, you build a force that by intimidation without any moral restraint, the Talmud puts no moral restraint. Do you know why? Because in the Talmud, you are known as goyim, cattle. You are not human. Therefore, the moral requirements of the Bible do not apply to you. Therefore, there is no restraint. You see, a normal person sits and he says, well, there's right and wrong. He may do wrong, but he knows it's wrong. And therefore, there is a certain constraint on, what he does. He's embarrassed or ashamed or has some feeling of compulsion about this. And so there is, to the normal person, there is a limitation of how far he'll go. But to a person who has bought the position of the Talmud, he is under no restraint at all, except for those who are also under that same Talmud. You now build an organization of people under a conspiracy who are absolutely ruthless merely because there is no restraint. All moral obligation is gone, except to the members of that conspiracy. If you have people who believe that and act upon that, you will start building a very evil and a very powerful machine, which is what we see. Now I want to show you something else. The other day I was listening to the radio, driving along, and they were interviewing this gal, and usually you get these gals in these afternoon programs, you get some real dingbats. Well, this one wasn't. She sounded like she was going to be, and she really had quite a bit of sense. What she has done is write a book about rape and rape victims. And you think, oh boy, this is going to be one of those, another one of those dribbles that's going to go on. And she is saying, when we're dealing with a rapist, and we're talking about the laws of a rapist and so forth, in the penal system, we find a very peculiar thing about a rapist. Never do you have rehabilitation. Never has one ever been rehabilitated because of the nature of the rapist. And the problem in a court is that the people who are in the jury do not understand what they're dealing with. Because the people in the jury are normal citizens, have an idea of right and wrong. A rapist has no such concept. He has no feeling of guilt. He would do it again in a minute, and there is no restriction or restraint on him, and there is no rehabilitation. There is no possibility of ever returning to society. And so when you're dealing with a rape victim, here this gal is in there, and you've got the testimony of these two people. The jury does not understand the nature of the person you're dealing with. The average person has a problem, and that is that most people have some sort of conscience, some sort of restraint in their actions. But when you have a person who is a dedicated follower of the Talmud, he has none. You are not dealing, it's like with this rapist, you're not dealing with an ordinary person. You're dealing with a person and a group of people who have adopted the idea that the only thing that is important, the only thing that is human, the only thing of value is us. The rest doesn't exist. It's like here one day I was listening to some Arabs being interviewed about the Middle East crisis, and these are just Arab students. This is not in the government inside group, all right? And these students were talking along. They said, well, you don't understand. all of them are talking about Arabs and Jews as if we're talking about England and France, or a problem between Norway and Sweden. No, we're not dealing with a thing like that. The problem we're dealing with Israel isn't a problem like Iraq and Iran. Those countries have a borderline. They may fight over it, but they recognize there is one. They may argue where it is, all right, but that there is a borderline. Notice what the Jewish Constitution says. The boundaries of Israel is the entire earth. Now, if the boundaries of Israel is the entire earth, how do you settle a boundary line between Syria and Israel? In a country whose law recognizes no boundaries as being possible. He says you can't sit down with a table and negotiate somebody on a question that can't even exist. You see? We're willing to sit and talk about a boundary line, but the Jews won't draw one and say, this is it. Their Constitution says there isn't. Their Constitution says we have the right to go wherever Jews are and the right to rule. Where's the boundary line of that? That's every place. You see, he says, we're not dealing with a nation like most people think of geographical nations on a map. We're dealing with a nation that they have declared the world is theirs. And you're only a trespasser in here as long as you can hold it. He said the only boundary line we have is the one we can hold with tanks and guns. There is no other boundary line when we're dealing with people who will not settle. Now, if you see the problem here, you see the frustration of the Arabs in such a negotiation. Where do you negotiate from? You see, it's the same thing. You can't debate something unless we have a common ground to start with. We got to have an idea of what it is we're going to try to settle to. When one party has no intention of settling, what good is a negotiation? See, this is the problem when you're dealing with a Talmudic Jew or any follower of the Talmud. This is the problem you have when you're dealing with Masons, which are Talmudic. The fact is that they claim that their group and inside their group is all that's important to support the members of their group, and the rest are enemies, are outsiders, are profane. You're not human. You don't count. Well, this means that the different people in Masons take this to different degrees of seriousness. But if you're really serious, any person who crosses you, you can take any ruthless action against him without limitation. If you follow the dictates of this organization, that's what it says. If you believe it. Now you see the problem you're talking about when you're dealing with Talmudic Jews. Now, I want to make a distinction. Now let's make another distinction while we're on this Jewish question. I've never been any place that got so much Jewish question in 2 days as I've got here. I tell you. So we might as well get in full trouble right here. And we've had more scriptural questions. Let's take a look a little bit at the source of our Bible and history from the time of we were talking about the history through the Roman Empire and the other things. At the time of Christ, there were 5 basic Bible sects. Most of us think of 3, but there are at least 5, maybe more. The first was the Sadducees. The second, Judaic Pharisees. The third, Hellenic Pharisees. The fourth, Essenes. And the fifth, Nazarenes. All right? The last being called Christians at Antioch. Now, if you have some more, we'll throw them in, but that'll do enough for our analysis for our time. The Sanhedrin, or excuse me, the Sadducee, basically, was the old patriarchal line. And the Sadducee position, or sect, basically also required a temple and a sacrifice, and was based on a national Israel. The Judaic Pharisees were believers in the Torah with certain modifications, but they did not require the temple worship, and therefore were able to survive the destruction of Jerusalem as the Sadducees were not able to because of the loss of the basic ingredient of their position as the patriarchs. The Essenes pretty well died out and don't appear to be historically of any real potent power. The most important group here, outside of course the Nazarenes or the Christians, was the Hellenic Pharisees, one that you seem to have practically nothing in history about. It's the group you hear the least about. The Hellenic Pharisees basically dominated Judaism in Dispersia. And this Hellenic Phariseeism was not based on the Torah. By the way, Torah, Old Testament, all right? Or the law. What the Hellenic Pharisees were people who used the terminology of Judaism but were Gnostics, versus the Judaic Pharisees who accepted the Torah as God's word, as a revealed word, versus the reasoned word, all right, of the Gnostic Pharisees. The Gnostic Pharisees, like the Masons, which are Gnostic, that the religion they believe in is one, as Churchill said, of reasonable men. It is one that is reasoned out by logic. It is not one that is revealed from God by a direct revelation. So we had this division. Now in Israel, the dominant Pharisees, though these Pharisees had fallen into the practices of strict traditionalism and the practices of their religion outwardly, as the Lord keeps telling, rather than inwardly, in the act rather than in the spirit. It was still the dominant Pharisee sect in Israel itself. But when you get out all across the world, in Rome, in Greece, in Russia, in Turkey, in Egypt, all of these colonies, if you want, or groups of Jews, the dominant groups there were Hellenic Pharisees, or those in which we call are the Gnostics. Who are these? Or let's take the major group which we're concerned about. In Alexander, Egypt, in 366 BC, Alexander, a Greek, Alexander the Great, founded a city called Alexandria, the second largest city in Africa. It is the major port and of today of Egypt, and it was for many centuries the leading university and library of the world. From its founding in 336 BC, 336 BC, until about the 4th century AD, for some 700 years, every book in the world had to be in its library. It was the citadel of all wisdom and knowledge on this earth. And it was also the citadel of Hellenic Pharisees. The whole faculty was the Hellenic Pharisees. The Alexander, Egypt, was a Pharisee colony, founded by a Greek in Egypt, but they were the Pharisees, the Hellenic Pharisees, the Gnostics. Now, historically, what we find is the time of, let's say, the 3rd century AD. That school is headed by a man named Origen. Now, Origen and his fellow Hellenic Pharisees decided to write a new Bible. They didn't like the old one, both Old and New Testament. And they did write a new Bible. The Old Testament is known as the Septuagint, or the 5th column of the Hexapla by Origen, 253 AD, the publication of the Septuagint. People say, some say, oh, it's older than that. Well, if it is, we have no record of it being older than that. It's the first time we find it in existence is in Origen's work. But Origen sat down and wrote a New Testament. He wrote a New Testament for a simple reason. He didn't like the Old New Testament, particularly because the doctrines were entirely contradictory. They were not doctrines of reason and logic. They were doctrines of a declaration of a sovereign God. It was a book that claimed to be a revelation, not a logical process of reasoning. And so they rejected that, and they wrote a new book. This new book which we have, or I should say this new book, in 325 AD, Constantine, who was a pagan Roman emperor, realizing that Christianity was his biggest threat, decided the way to solve the Christian problem is to join it and change it. And so what he did was he marched his army through the river and said they were all baptized. He didn't get baptized himself. Said he had a direct revelation of God. He saw this big red cross in the sky, the Rosicrucian, right, the Rose Christ. There he saw that thing, and he decided with this revelation he's going to become a Christian. So he ordered all the pagan priests to be now Christian priests. He gave all the temples to the Christians. He took all the temple virgins and called them nuns. He converted this thing overnight and created a whole new church recognized by the state and supported by our armies against those people who would hold to the old doctrines and to resist the new conversion of Constantine. Now, this was the founding of what we now call the Roman Catholic Church. It was founded by Constantine in 325 AD, and immediately they had a nice little council up there at Nicaea, and started setting up the rules for the new game. But what Constantine did, he had a man named Eusebius make 50 copies of Origen's New Bible. And these copies were distributed to all the major churches in the Roman Empire with orders to burn all the old Bibles. You've seen that game go on before, right? After all, we're going to create a new religion. Just put it in like the same thing, but we'll just alter it a few thousand places, right? And just like Westcott and Hort, when you go into a seminary, they give you a Greek Bible, and you're going to learn your Greek from Westcott and Hort, or Nestle, which is a translation from that. The only problem with Westcott and Hort, here's Hort says, we made 4,000 changes in our translation. Each translation on its own does not seem to be of any importance. It isn't until you take all 4,000 together that you see the import of what we have done. You see, you go say, well, that's a little change, and that's a little change, and that's a little change. When you get 4,000 of them, what they've done is written a whole new Bible. And now, when you go down to your nice conservative fundamental seminary, they're going into Greek class, and you open up this book and you read Westcott and Hort. Then you look at your King James. King James is wrong there. The Greek says. King James. The Greek says. Look, they've lied in Greek longer than they've lied in English. What makes you think that because it's in Greek it's true? Isn't that what you're supposed to do? The Greek says. Do you realize there's over 400 early manuscripts of the Greek text? 2 agree with Westcott and Hort, or the book they use, that is the Vaticanus. And the rest agree with the King James? Less than 1/4% agree with the New American Standard, the Revised Version, the Reverse Version, and all the rest of the ones you got. The rest all agree. The 99.75% of them agree with the King James. They don't tell you that one, do they? They give you that Westcott and Hort, say, the Greek. I can come up with a whole bunch of Greek texts. The question is, which Greek? I mean, you talk about the question of which English, you got the problem, which Greek? Liars have been at work for a long time. There's nothing new under the sun. Okay, now watch what happened. Of these 50 copies that Eusebius did in Greek, and by the way, Eusebius made a mistake. This is how you can prove it's a forgery. You know how you can prove it? Eusebius didn't know something. That the Bible was not written in classical Greek, but Koine Greek, common Greek, the Greek of the street. It wasn't written in the classical Greek, but seeing Eusebius was trained in classical Greek, he made his forgery in classical Greek. Westcott and Hort didn't know any better, and they took Eusebius' work and left it in classical Greek. And then they made 4,000 changes of the forgery, is what they did. Now you've got the forgery of Origen done with 4,000 more changes with Westcott and Hort in the last century. And then it was obvious because every scholar knew that the Bible was supposed to be in Koine, so they get a guy named Nestle. Nestle comes along, takes this forgery of Westcott and Hort, and changes the idiom into Koine Greek. Same book, change the idiom so it's Koine. Changing classical to Koine does not change a lie to truth. You see? So you get one forgery and a better forgery and a better forgery, you see? But the problem is the whole line started out with Origen, a Hellenic Pharisee, in 253 AD. The King James translators totally rejected that. Now we have two copies of Eusebius's work in existence. One is called the Vaticanus Codex B, and the other is the Sinaiticus, which the Soviet Union gave to the British Museum. Now you can see it in the British Museum, compliments of Joseph Stalin. Right? Don't ask me how Stalin got it. I haven't found that one out. That's always been kind of interesting. I might have stolen it from the Tsars. I don't know how. But anyway, it was found in Mount Sinai in a monastery in Mount Sinai. And the Vaticanus was found when they were cleaning out the Vatican, and they found this book. So we have these two copies of Eusebius's work of the 3rd century AD, or 4th century AD, actually. Now later, because they wanted this new forgery in Latin, a guy named Jerome took Eusebius's forgery and translated it into a new Latin forgery. And that's called the Vulgate. Now the Vulgate has been translated by some Frenchmen into the English language, and it's called a Douay. But we have other people who've translated that same Vulgate into the English language, and it's called the New American Standard, the Revised Version. Every single translation in the last 200 years of the New Testament has been translated from the Vaticanus Codex B, a proven forgery. You say, what's the important? The only importance is that in these new translations, the deity of Christ is denied. One little thing, yeah, plus a whole bunch of others that you just simply cannot prove doctrinal positions from, and where the King James is an absolute proof, it becomes now a vague melange of words, a story, without precise proof and terminology. The precision of the King James Bible is astounding as a document. Nothing equals it in recorded in all the records of man. As to its complexity and its precision, not even a mathematical treatise. So, let's go back here to the Hellenic Jews. What was their idea? They now went out calling themselves, what is the name now? The Greek Christians in Asia, they had a name for themselves. Coptic. The Coptic Christian. Now, what was a Coptic Christian? Well, these were basically the invention in Alexandria, Egypt. What they did is they took young so-called preacher boys, if we'd like, and instead of having them taught, as Paul said, by the preacher teaching the new preacher, not by a seminary, but by a preacher one-on-one, we now wanted to mass produce them. So you put them in an assembly line called a seminary. And we put them into where now one liar can teach a whole bunch of people lies. The only seminary is nowhere in the Scripture. Nowhere is that authorized. Where did it come from? It came because it was necessary for the program. Now, what they did at the great school of Alexandria, Egypt, they opened up this nice class in Christianity. But let's see what Origen said it was going to be. 1, we are going to make Christianity more palatable to the higher classes and to be able to penetrate the wealthier and the more intellectuals. And to do this, we have to approach them on their level. How many times do we hear this? Expediency, we got to alter it for the conditions. What we're going to do, and what they did do, is take the terminology of Christianity, the practices of Judaism, the logic of Greece, and the symbolism of Egypt, and combine them into a new religion. And what we come out of there with is Roman Catholicism. Watch what we have in Roman Catholicism. We have all the emblems and the symbols. If you go to a priest and ask him a religious question, does he say, "Thus saith the Lord," and quote Scripture? Or does he go into a logical discourse? If this, then this, and if this, then this. He has been trained in logic. And his ultimate priest is Aristotle. He goes to the great minds, to the great theologians, to the learned elders of the past, to the wise one or wizards is what he turns to. He never turns to say, thus saith the Lord. You see? He does not quote Scripture as the final and absolute authority. In fact, he generally never mentions it at all. He avoids it almost totally, except maybe to drop in a couple little cliches here or there to kind of color it up. Now, what else do we have? The practices of Judaism. Let's take a look at Judaism. Judaism had to have a holy city. You have a holy city. A holy temple, a holy temple. A high priest, a Sanhedrin of 70, 70 cardinals. The separate clergy separate from the laity, Nicolaitans, the Nicolaity. The political religious state, the dietary laws, What we find in Roman Catholicism is Judaism totally in practice, Gnosticism in faith, Egyptian mysticism and the mysteries that they surround themselves with all sorts of visions and miracles and relics and all of this, and Christian terminology slapped on the top of it to cover it all over with a nice piece of frosting. What we see in Roman Catholicism is exactly what Origen said he was going to produce. And what happened up until this time, the churches were producing their own preachers by the pastor, as Paul told Timothy, teach thou faithful men, who, those things that thou have learned of me, teach thou the faithful men, that they might teach others also. Paul said, I didn't go up to Jerusalem and learn from these apostles. The Lord taught me in the desert. And what I've taught you, Timothy, is exactly what I was taught, no more or less. And you are to go out and teach other men what I taught you, no more, no less, that they might teach other men what I taught you, no more, no less. That it was the preacher teaching the young man who was coming up in the ministry, and if one preacher went bad, he spoiled one boy. But what happens when you got a seminary? Now all you have to do is get one liar in there and crank a machine of false people who don't even know it better, and you fill up the churches, fill the pulpits with people that didn't come from that church, trained off under a seminary of a bunch of so-called wise professors who have the first degree, second degree, third degree, bachelors, masters, and doctorates, wearing the mortar boards on their head of the Masons, right? Advancing by degree in the wisdom of this world. What you have is the lodge. And then you wonder why Roman Catholicism is what it is. It's exactly what it was planned to be. You want to know somebody who doesn't know any scripture at all, talk to a priest. You talk to a rabbi, he'll know 10 times the Bible that a Catholic priest will ever know. Talk to a nun. She hasn't got the foggiest idea what's in there. Why? It's not based on it. Neither the doctrine nor the practice. The doctrine comes from Aristotle. What is St. Thomas Aquinas? What was his great contribution to religion? Thomas Aquinas married the Catholic Church to Aristotle. What was Thomas Aquinas? A philosopher. What we have is philosophy. You talk to a priest and he says, well, now it's like you had a stoplight out here and you're driving down the road and God switches the light. This is the way he gives all of his religious arguments, isn't it? You ever talk to one? Go ahead. They are totally ignorant of spiritual matters. All right? Now, where did Protestantism come from? Well, Catholicism came out of Hellenic Judaism. All right? And it is Hellenic Judaism with Christian terms. The Hellenic Jew uses Talmudic terms, but the ones in disguise called Catholics use Christian terms. But the doctrine is the same. That's why we see the political machine that Roman Catholicism was by their own writings. Here's a group of people. Watch here. Can you imagine? And I'm not, if there's Catholics here, I'm not jumping on you. I'm jumping on the religion. If it hurts you, I'm sorry. If I didn't was here not to say what I know to be true, then I would be here under false pretenses, and you're wasting your time and I'm wasting mine. Let's take the 12th century in south of France. The Roman Catholic Church did this. They said that any person who would kill a dissenter in the south of France would be absolved from all sin, both past, present, and future. They could live in total iniquity the rest of their life and go immediately to heaven and never spend a moment in purgatory. You realize under that nice little edict of the Pope, over 12 million were killed in the south of France as a great religious cleansing. Now what does the Bible tell us? How can we tell the church of the Antichrist? Because the blood of the saints are on its hands. Tell me, one thing you know about the Lord's church, it's never killed anybody. It's one of the conditions, isn't it? Well, Luther's got a little problem, and Calvin's got a little problem in that matter. But let's look at something else. We're now told the next big lie. Oh, we've been given a lot of them. You should see why the audiences get smaller and smaller as I keep getting further and further down the line on this stuff. See, when I didn't know all this stuff, we'd have 1,500 to 2,000 every time I had a meeting. See? But that's all right. It'll be half the size next year. Truth does not draw crowds. People want to have itching ears. They want to hear a lie. Yes, they like lies. They love it. They just flock to it. Now watch what happens. All of a sudden, in the 15th century, and if you go back to Revelation, and notice what happens. This beast, first thing he does, he tries to persecute those children of the sun-clothed woman. And then he changes his tactic and he pours out a flood. This flood is used in the Bible of false doctrines. He pours out false doctrines. For over a millennium, they tried to slaughter them off by killing them by the sword and the stake and burnings and other sorts of things. But you know what happened with that? The same problem the Romans had. They kept ending up with more than the ones they killed. How do we know that? Because of the number they killed next year and the next century. They had to have more conversions than they were being killed because they always had more to kill. By the very numbers of the Roman Catholic Church's own records show that the conversions were great, and those who resisted and dissented all through the centuries. By the way, from the statistic and analysis, you'll have to conclude that up to the 15th century, the dissenters, the dissenting church, that is the Christian church in Europe that would not bow to the Pope, was always in numerical superiority to the Roman Catholic Church. The Roman Catholic Church was the minority church. The majority church were the dissenters. How come we don't have a record of it? Because they were congregational individuals. They didn't write history books. They just met and did what the Lord said. They didn't build a big world organization and a political power. They didn't have any big massive movements. They were just doing what the book said. Their history is written in their blood. The trail of blood is called. And how do we know of their existence and where they stand? Read Fox's Book of Martyrs. You see? Who do you think they were chopping up? All those centuries. Well, anyway, let's get back and take a look. Yeah, what happens? We have a new game played. Satan now changes his tactics. The direct attack doesn't work. Now we're going to be more subtle than any beast of the field. We now have Calvin, Luther, Zwingli, Knox, the new boys. The Roman Catholic Church now has a new group called Reformers, who now bust up the statues and the emblems, put the Bible out there and let people read it, but stand up in the pulpit and preach every doctrine of the Roman Catholic Church. Called Protestantism. Now, how do we know the Protestant church is a false church? From a scriptural point of view, simple. How can the Church of Christ come out of the Church of Antichrist? The Protestants claim the Catholics are the Church of Antichrist, and they came out of it. Even the Pope at the time of the Protestant Reformation said, we know one thing, the Protestant church cannot be God's church. For if the Protestants came out of the Catholic Church is either God's church or it's the Church of Antichrist. If it be God's church, then they are disobedient for coming out of it. And if it be the Church of Antichrist, how can God's church come out of it? Either way, they can't be. The Catholic Church logically is possible, but with the Protestants it's impossible. And he's absolutely right. The Lord said the gates of hell wouldn't prevail against his church. What the Protestant says that the church was lost for 1300 years, and then Luther found it again. Who were all these people that were murdering during those last 12 centuries out there before Luther came on the scene? Then who did Luther start killing? See, we got to watch the next game. Who was he? He wasn't killing Catholics. And he wasn't killing Lutherans. He must have been killing somebody else. Who did Calvin start killing? The same dissenters. The dissenters have always been. And that group not known by a name, they're known by a doctrine and a practice that has never changed from the very beginning till this day. It has always remained the same. And they've always been independent. There are people that you do not see. They don't build big edifices that you drive past and see this great, wonderful building with the stained glass and the big pipe organ. Tell me where the pipe organ came from. Do you find it in the Bible? It came from the Roman Catholic Church. Where did all these rogue people get up there chanting away at you? Did you find that in Scripture? Where did it come from? People up there standing up front entertaining you. Where did you get it? You got it from someplace else with Scripture. I don't see one jot or tittle in that book on those subjects, do you? What we end up was with an organization made up of all sorts of traditions of men. And what are we told? The tradition of men make the Word of God of none effect. You know what the apostle tells us? The traditions of men make the Word of God of none effect. We practice all sorts of things. We have the Boy Scouts, the Girl Scouts, we have the choir, the junior choir, we have the Little League, we have the Sunday schools, we got everything you can think of. Except one thing, the Word of God. It's missing. But that's all right. You know what happens? You can tell something. A church with more and more activity has the activity because the gospel is missing. A church that has the gospel, preach the gospel, they don't have activity. Those people find something they want there and come there for what they're getting. They don't need activity. The reason you have activity is you got to have some reason to have them there when you have nothing else. Those places are always spiritual deserts. You see? Always. The Roman Catholic Church, what is it? It's got candles and bells and genuflexes and ordinances and all sorts of things and great statues and things, and they got every kind of meeting and picnics and potlucks and bingo, and they're selling this raffle and this thing and that thing. That priest stands up there for 30 minutes giving you the whole menu of the activities of the week. He doesn't give you one whit of the Word of God. You got it full of activity. Full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. And that's what it is. And by the way, that's what Satan pours out. And that has been far more effective than anything that, of all of the slaughterings of the 1.5 millenniums preceding it, all the persecutions were never successful as Martin Luther in destroying the Christian faith. You know, someday I'm going to find out why they make this whole machine, and obviously the two of them don't even go together. Oh, what do you want? Oh, okay. This thing here. I just got those Bell and Howells figured out. I figured they were worthless. There were 2 Bell and Howells, and now I got this thing. All right. I gotta remember how to do this. That's for size, and this is for looks. Okay. Let's go and take a look now at the Morals and Dogma, which is the basic handbook of Masons in our country, in the English-speaking world, written by a man named Albert Pike. I hope, if I've been clear on this thing I've been talking about, I have a history here of the Hellenic Pharisees. And we're going to get into Gnosticism here, and you'll see it being repeated. And watch the terminology. Morals and Dogma, this man was obviously trying to write a book that kind of looked and sounded like the Bible. He gets very wordy because he has very little to say, and he has to use a lot of words to say it in order to be able to write a big book so it looks impressive, as most people do. If you take the average textbook, the average book So I was telling people about when I studied in my doctorate. Everybody's got to write a book, and the book has got to be at least 600 pages long if you're a professor. What have you got for 600 pages? You don't have anything to say for 600 pages. The whole thing is nitwit to begin with. There's only 4 things to say. So how do you say 4 things in 600 pages? That takes skill. See, if you've got a lot to say, it's easy to write a book. When you have very little to say and got to write a big book, now that takes work. You take the textbook, and you can take the, see, when I would say we would have literally hundreds and hundreds of books to read, supposedly, every week assigned to us on a doctoral program. Well, obviously, it's impossible. Most of them just cheat and don't read them, and they get caught. But after a while, the key to being a doctoral candidate is to learn the trick. See, it isn't a matter of learning the things. If you learn the trick, that's what you want to say. How smart are you? Are you smart enough to catch on? Are you dumb enough to actually do what we told you? Now, the first thing you realize that you can go through a book, look through the index, and you can find out where the 3 or 4 things that this guy is going to say in that book is. You go down there, looking at only the first paragraphs, each chapter. Why? He's going to give you a clue. It's in there. If it's not, you don't see anything in the first paragraph, skip the chapter. There's nothing in the whole chapter. Because he's had to outline it according to the rules of outline, which says the first paragraph tells you what the chapter is going to be about, the last chapter tells you what it was about, and in the middle of the middle chapter, you have the fact of what it is about. Now, if there's nothing in the first paragraph, there can be nothing in the chapter. So you go, nothing new there. And you go just like this. Ah, there's his point. Before chapter, right there, okay? Put that on a 3x5 card. That's good. There. 2 minutes later, you put the book away. 800 pages. I got a 3x5 card. It's got 2 lines on it. That's everything that's in that book. And I get my little stack of 3x5 cards. I take a stack of books every night, 2 stacks like this, put it in my carrel, go right down them. 9 o'clock, I'm heading home. I got my little stack of 3x5 cards. I go in, the professor's sitting up there with his 3x5 cards. Crane, what did Brown say on the theory of such and such and such? Well, Mike Brown. Oh, sir, Brown said, well, I don't have it on this card. It just says G. Turn to G, because all of the guys there, they only got 4 different positions on this thing. And all of these books are only talking about the same 4 things, and there's only 3 possible positions in each. There's only 12 possible answers. I got A to G. I just go to my little G card, read G card. I'll read that for anybody that find a G in his card. I read the same card because they agree. Now, if I want an opposite position, take B cards. Yes, but White says, boy, you sound good. Well, yes, Brown agrees with that, but you know, White, in his discussion back in 1937, in his Harvard Business Review article on page 267, made this statement. You sound real brilliant, don't you? I got my 3x5 cards, he's got his. That whole stack of books comes out in a stack of 3x5 cards, about 20 cards with not 200 words. I got the whole thing. You learn how to play the game, right? Now, when you take the Bible, you don't do that. With that Bible, you've got 500 years of studying to break into it nicely. And you say, wait a minute, I can't work all that to know what the Bible's saying. Don't worry about it. Every time you study the Bible, it'll give you more and more and more and more, and you'll always get a full measure well shook, and there's always more for next time. You'll never run out. It's a wonderful book. You can go back and back and back and never end it. You'll never exhaust it. That's why it's so wonderful. You read any other book, any book written by men, and when you got done with it, you throw it over. Well, I got that book, right? You know, I don't go back and read it again. I know what's in there. But the Bible, you go back and read, and it's fresh the next time. It's always fresh. There's nothing else like it. Nothing on the face of this earth ever been known like that book. That's one of the reasons why, well, let's go in and see what more Albert Price got to say. Well, I should tell you a little bit about old Albert. Now, Albert was a rather obese man. In fact, he was downright fat. And Albert was a Confederate general. He was the only Confederate general to lose with superior numbers against the Yankees at the Battle of Pea Ridge. So it gave him one distinction. He wrote some 1,600 volumes in his lifetime with a quill pen. He knew all the ancient languages, wrote in all the ancient languages fluently. Where he got his education and knowledge is a mystery. I believe he got it directly from his God, which he claims Lucifer. But either way, if you want to think he had this ability on his own, go ahead. Of course, most of the stuff in which he wrote the great volumes are direct copies of other people's work, because he just took pieces here, and the other place. And you can just say he was one of the most prolific copiers of all time. But either way, Albert Pike designed 14 of the 33 degrees of the Scottish Rite. He was the supreme sovereign commander of the 33rd, of which he was the first sovereign commander. And he is considered in the Masonic circles of the Scottish Rite the paragon, the top authority on the subject of Masonry. If you read in Lady Queensborough, she has a lot more to say about him, all of which I can't verify, and I don't believe she could either. So, being that as it may, let's go to his own writings. It's a lot easier, you see, to take his own writings rather than what people say about him, because now you can pin him to the wall. There are 32 chapters in this book. You might figure out why, each one of which has a different title. The first one's called The Apprentice. All right, the next one's called The Follow Craft, and the next one is called The Master. Why? The first degree is Entered Apprentice. The second degree is The Follow Craft, and the third degree is The Master Mason. Each of the degrees are titled after the 33rd dame of that degree. So here we are, chapter 1, paragraph 1. And let's just read what he has to say. Force, unregulated or ill-regulated, is not only wasted and void, like the gunpowder burned in the open air and steam unconfined by science, but striking in the dark, its blows meeting only the air, they recoil and bruise itself. It is destruction, not growth and progress. It is Polyphemes, blinded and striking at random and falling headlong among the rocks of it, sharp rocks by the impetus of his own blows. Sounds like reading Robert Welch, doesn't it? He wrote the same type of style, the same garbage. Of course, Robert Welch is 33rd degree. Member of the club. But anyway, watch. What is all that saying? All that words. Well, if we take out the words and come up with what he's saying this. That force, unrestrained or controlled or confined, is waste. All right? Premise 1. Let's go to paragraph 2. The blind force of the people is a force that must be economized and also managed as the blind force of steam. He's saying the same thing again, right? Repeating himself. Lifting the ponderous iron arms and turning the large wheel has made the bore of the rifle cannon in order to weave the most delicate lace. It must be regulated by intellect. Let's stop. Yesterday we talked about assumptions. What is the assumption here? That the force of the people is blind. The blind force of the people must be regulated by intellect. The premise number, first paragraph is that force must be regulated and controlled, or else it's waste. Paragraph 2, that the people's force is blind, therefore the intelligent ones must control them. You know what we have? Communism. Slavery, dictatorship, the elite class of the aristocracy ruling those poor little dumb bunnies who are going to do the wrong thing. You don't know what's good for you. You have to be told and shown and forced. We got to take what you produce away from you and give it back to you in the way you should have it, so you don't do wrong, because we are all wise and we know best. What do you think you have government schools? To teach you a religion. What is it? That the government is God? As Nietzsche said, the state is God. What do you mean? Who do you trust to take care of you when you get old? Are you going to trust God, or are you going to trust Social Security? Who is going to solve your social problems, your racial problems, your health problems, your moral problems, your family problems? A government program. They got a program for a pollution problem. You name the problem. You think of a problem. If you don't, they're going to come up and invent one next week and put it on TV for you and be you convinced that you got a new problem you didn't even know you had, and a government agent is going to have to control you in another aspect of your life in order to protect you from this problem they just invented. Now, one of their problems with their problems is this. The only government solution to a problem is to give money to it. Now, if you give money to a drunk, does he get sober? They have been giving now for the last 70 years money for women for having illegitimate children. Do they have less today than they did 70 years ago? Why, when you pay people for not working, do they go to work? Common sense would say otherwise, but the government never entertained a concept of common sense because that is not what they're interested in. They're not interested in the system working. They're interested in control and regulation, not in the well-being of the citizenry. The solution to practically every problem the government talks about is for the government to get out of it. It would go away. They have been pushing racial differences and race, and race hatred on the television and newspapers so long everybody's got race hatred because they've sold it to you. They talk about running down the blacks. Well, what do you mean when you say the blacks must be hired because they're black? The black has got to be given this right because he's black. Look, the government is supposed to be impartial. What they've done is say the blacks are inferior, that the blacks can't make it, that blacks need to have special privileges. They talk about under the general welfare clause, the right to give. Notice what general welfare is. It's not special welfare. The government has no authority in the Constitution for special welfare to give to any group or a particular person, but only general welfare, to build roads that are benefit everybody, to do something that benefits all, not to benefit this group or that group or this group or selected because it's blind or aged or old or north or south or black or white or yellow or green. You see? The government is to stay out of those matters. The economy will solve that. Those things are decided and solved in the marketplace. Now, I happen to be in a business and most of my customers are black. I don't mind what color the money comes from. What color doesn't make any difference to me. I'm not going to turn down money because it came out of a black man's hand if it's a businessman. See? There's no racial prejudice in the South against the blacks. In the business world, they all try to get the sales. Now, it might be in their home, it might be down at the church, but not, boy, at the marketplace. Boy, they're all trying to sell to anybody will pay. Now, one of the things we're told in Masonry is that it's not a religion. Well, let's say Albert Pike. Masonry, like all religions and all mysteries, and alchemy, conceals its secrets from all except the sages and the elect, and uses false explanations and symbols to mislead those who deserve to be misled, and to conceal the truth from all, what it calls light, from those who would draw away from it. What is he saying? Masonry lies. Masonry is a religion, and it lies and conceals the truth. That's a moral group, and here your spiritual leaders and your political leaders are members of that, and you wonder what's happening. Here's the New Age magazine. This is the 33rd Degrees magazine, September 1950. I, for years, took subscription to this thing. My father was a Mason, and I kind of think they sent it to me thinking I was one, but anyway. I got it for many years. Finally, what happens is it's the same drivel one month after another. You take it, seen one, you've seen them all. I can pick up any issues, and I say, this is the first one that I ever had, and so I'll just take out of this one, and if you, I've got hundreds of them, and I can do this in any issue. I can prove what I'm going to prove to you in this one, so why waste time going through 100 of them? Here's in the back cover. The Supreme Council favors the American public school, nonpartisan, non-sectarian, efficient, democratic for all the children of all the people. Doesn't that sound good? It sounds like apple pie and mama, doesn't it? All 100% American until you read it carefully. Now let's read it carefully. The Council favors, this is the Masons, the American public school. That is government school. The government is going to raise your children. You know, my daughter's 26. My son is 11. My daughter did go to a public school for 2 years, or government school. She was in the 3rd grade, some 20 years ago or so. She was having a little trouble in arithmetic. So I went down because I've had fairly good mathematical background and have a doctor's degree and so forth. I thought I was quite capable of teaching my 8-year-old arithmetic. You'd think maybe I could do it, you know. So I went into the school and I said, to the teacher, I'd like if you would send home with Kim her arithmetic book and I could help her out in arithmetic and she could do better. We do not want the parent interfering with the education of the child. And I said, oh, would you tell me that one again? I want to be sure I heard that. We don't want the parent interfering with the education of the child. The school was in session in the middle of the day. I opened the door and I said, Kim, come out here. She pops around. She says, you can't take her out of school. I said, ma'am, you get in front of me and I'll stomp right over you. I'll flatten you. That's my daughter and it's not yours. That doesn't belong to the state. You can't have her. Telling me that that child belongs to her. No, over my dead body. I want to tell you the only thing is, you just tell them no. You see, we go along. We wonder what's happening. We've gone along. We've gone along. We've gone along. They know you're going along. It's the easy route. You go along, and one day you wonder how we got here. Do you know how the English Revolution started? A nobleman in the south of England, because the tax is 1% per person, he said, I will not pay this percent, and he had his head cut off for a penny. And it brought the king down. It brought down divine right of king, and it brought down the immunity of government from prosecution. That king was put on a trial, and he was executed for a penny. You realize the tea tax is only a penny per American that brought on the American Revolution? Not a penny. You stand on the principle. What would happen if the Americans stood on the principles of that Constitution? Do you think we'd be where we are now? Everybody who said, oh, well, you know, what can we do about it? They're the ones that caused it, not the conspirators in Washington, the people who did not stand up to them and say, no, I won't. What are you going to do about it? We're going to put you in jail. Okay, I got a lot of books to read, and I haven't got around to. So I spend some time in jail. Well, it's pretty rough in jail. So it's rough in jail. I've been in the Army. It's rough there, too. What are they going to do, kill me? I'm going to die anyway. Put me in a rack? Okay, let's go down to the rack. Go ahead, see what he's going to get you. He's going to get you nothing. The answer on the rack is no, I won't. You know, they don't know what to do with you when you say, no, I won't. They all sit there. Well, we're going to prosecute you. Fine, go ahead. We'll put you in jail. Okay. The answer is no. No now. No next week. No next month. No forever. No is the answer. What reason? No, it's nothing at all. The answer is no. You don't have to be bright. No. That's the one thing the club can't stand. You won't play in their ball game. No. What threats have they got? If you're scared of them, I'm going to tell you something. I've had threats in my life, and I've had attempts in my life. I've had some very attempts you wouldn't believe. And I want to tell you what's happened. They're the greatest times of my life. Do you know why? I've had these people, and I won't go into examples right now, but I know this. And sometimes I lose my faith in the matter, and I get scared like everybody else gets scared, you know? I mean, look, I'm normal, I'm human like anybody else, the rest of you. And you sit and watch the powers of these guys, they got power. But I'll tell you something, and when I come to my senses, I sit and say, no, Lord, thou hast more power than they. Thy arm is not short. If I be in thy will, you'll sustain me. And if I'm not, all right, come what may. And I've seen the Lord take, in cases in which we had time to go into it, and I don't care to do it right now, of a direct reversal of the facts so unbelievable that there is no question of the direct intervention of God's holy hand holding back, reversing. I've had a case where they're putting me in jail, And I'm sitting there, and these people have a whole conspiracy in the city government, and even the city council chairman saying, don't touch that guy. Anybody who walks in the court with him is through in this city. And you know what happened? I sit there and say, Lord, thou knows the way out of here. And here the head of the building department pulls my files, goes down to the incinerator and shoves them in and throws a match to him and walks out and retires and goes to Phoenix and burned them all. I don't know where he is, but that was on his heart. You see? But the Lord knew. I've seen this thing dozens of times. Now, every time of that, that's one of the greatest times that can happen to you. Those things happen. They're wonderful. You've seen the direct hand of the Lord in your life. You know why most people have never seen the direct hand of the Lord? They've never stood. They have never seen the blessings. They'll never have the blessings because they've never taken a position. Now, you got to step out there, boy, and I tell you, get out there sometimes on a thin limb. Until you get out in that limb, you're never going to see. You see, that's sustaining. Hey? Well, anyway, getting back here with public schools. We're not getting very fast in this one, are we? The American public school, nonpartisan, non-sectarian. Well, let's take this one now, sectarian. What does the word non-sectarian mean? Antichrist. There's only one religion in the world that is sectarian. The Christian faith in that Bible. All other religions are non-sectarian. Protestantism is non-sectarian. Catholicism is non-sectarian. Judaism is non-sectarian. Hinduism, Buddhism, all of these are not. What do you mean by sectarian? Sectarian, separate. It says you are to come out and have no part of the rest. That's what a sect is. One who set themselves apart and separated from. All the others say, let's all get together and let's find a common ground of understanding. We can all get together and agree on the truths that we all hold in common. We can get together in this nice council and have this nice Mason represent us. The answer, the Christian answer is, no, I don't need it. You people go your way. I'm going to go my way. Now, the one thing they don't want, they favor non-sectarian, non-Christian, efficient, democratic, demos, mob-cratic rule. That if the majority wants to do something, that makes it right. Look at the majority of the people in this world wanted to commit every sin. In fact, all of us do. In our heart, we have the capacity of every sin. And that's what in our heart we want to do. Most of us don't do it for one or two reasons. We're either afraid of God or we're afraid of being exposed and losing our reputation. But the fact of the matter is that all people who want to go out and get drunk doesn't mean drunk is moral. If the majority of the people want it lawful for us to go out and to commit incest or rape, does not make it moral or lawful in God's eyes. Our government was formed to prevent, the Constitution was written to prevent democracy. You will not find it in the Constitutional Declaration of Independence. It was the very form of government they were trying to prevent. This country was to be a constitutional republic. What do we mean by a constitutional republic? A government under law to protect the individual from the majority, from the mob, to protect that single black man from all the white men, to protect that single citizen from everybody, except by due process of law. This concept today of democracy, that if the majority wants to do it, it's okay, is an anathema to the Constitution and to the Word of God. A total reverse of the thinking of a century ago in this country. Democrat. For all of the children, compulsory, forced upon you by us, who are your superior rulers, are going to force you to send your kids to our brain laundry to learn our religion and not to and to learn all about evolution, to learn about every error that we want to teach them. They are not yours. They belong to us. Now that looked innocuous, but look what happens when we take it apart. Here's an article, the same magazine, written by, this is God's Plan in America, written by another 32nd degree Mason, Mr. Smith of New Orleans. He goes through this article, and he's talking about all of the religious wars and what God's plan is for America. Let's take a look at just part of it. And by the way, we can take any paragraph and get about the same thing. I just picked this one because it's just a little worse than the rest of them. King George of England is a Masonic light to his Anglo-Saxon people. By the way, what they're teaching is Anglo-Saxon superiority, that they are the chosen race. This is a Masonic doctrine. Just as providence, notice it's a capital P in this providence, so we're talking about a deity, aren't we? Obviously, it's a God. This is a person, has chosen because it did choose. Therefore, we're talking about a person, a willing person, who is a deity with a capital out front, okay? Has chosen the Jewish race, the children of Israel, to bring the world righteousness by carrying the 10 Commandments. Wait a minute. Let's stop here. Is that right? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with it? No, we're only jumping. Let's just get out of that one right now. What's about it? Did the 10 Commandments bring the world righteousness? It condemned the world. Paul said he was condemned by the law. The law brought condemnation. Why? No one has kept it. If we broke it in any part, we've broken it all. Is there anybody here who hasn't? Which one here is not guilty of every single sin in the Old Testament under the law? There isn't one. The 10 Commandments didn't bring anybody righteousness, regardless who it was that was carrying it. All right? I'll get to the fundamental doctrine, which emphasize, remember the Sabbath day and keep it holy. Is that the emphasis of the 10 Commandments? What is the emphasis of the 10 Commandments? Quote it. You shall have no other gods before me. What did the Mason teach? That all gods are the same God. By any other name, it's the same thing. Right? God has his name above every name. All right? So also providence, this whoever this God is, they don't want to tell us the name of. They're trying to hide it, see? Has chosen the Nordic race to unfold the new age of the world, the Novus Ordo Seclorum. You can find that in the back of your dollar bill too, right? The new order of society. Der New Order, Einreich, Einvolk, Einfuhrer. What was the name of the Third Reich's movement? The New Order. Then we had the New Frontier and the New Great Society. Adolf Hitler called his the New Order. That's what they call theirs, the New Order. Turn the page. Doesn't get any better. As stated before, God's plan in America is a non-sectarian plan. Wait a minute. Since the God of the Bible demands sectarianism, then who is this God here who's got God's plan for America? It obviously cannot be the God of the Bible. We must be talking about somebody else. You see the point? Because whoever this God is, his plan is non-sectarian. All right? Our Constitution is non-sectarian. Well, they'd like to say that one. Our great American public schools. Did you realize that they're great American public schools? God's chosen schools. Did God choose the great American public schools? I would like to see that in my Bible. What does God command? Who's to teach the children? The Father is to raise those children up in the fear and admonition of the Lord. And what are they to be taught? To fear God and to eschew evil. Wait a minute. You see how everything gets twisted? Every last jot and tittle? Here we have that these great American schools are God's chosen. Well, if they are God's chosen school, I know one thing. I know who their God is. The chosen schools are non-sectarian. The great spirit behind this great nation is non-sectarian. All right, let's go to the next verse. Our great American public schools have never taken away from any child the freedom of will, the freedom of spirit, or the freedom of mind. This is our great American public schools tell these little children to be their natural selves and develop themselves, to go down here and play and just do whatever comes to your little old heart. And you just come and we're just going to let you evolve along. You know what they become? They become their natural selves, which is brats. Ignorant, evil brats. Look, I want to tell you, if any of you are parents, you know one thing. You didn't have to teach your child to sin. That child learned how by the crying and turning on the whimpers to get you to hop to a hoop before he could ever talk. He did it by the first day. He started figuring you out and figured how to get around you and how to disobey you, and they couldn't even crawl. You never had to teach a child to lie, to cheat, to steal, or to commit any sin. You had to whip goodness into them while a lot of understanding laid in the proper place of application. That is the divine reason the great God, our King, again another name, he won't tell us the name, right, has chosen the great American public schools to pave the way of the new race, the new religion, and the new civilization that is taking place in America. What are they saying? The purpose of these great American public schools is to bring in a new race, a new religion, and a new civilization. Have you seen that happening? That is the purpose. And where is the engine of drugs? The engine of immorality, of adultery, of right now, 1 out of every 10 teenage females will become pregnant this year. 1 out of 3 will be pregnant before she is married or turns the age of 20. That's the result of the great American public school system. That's the destruction of the family. The basic political unit. And how was this done? They took your money by force and forced you to send your kids to this thing. Those teachers aren't answerable to you. You don't count. You only bred them. Watch it. Any mother, father, or guardian who is responsible for taking away the freedom of mind, freedom of will, or freedom of spirit is the lowest criminal on the earth. Not a rapist, not a murderer, not an oath breaker, not a conspirator, but a mother, father who teach their morals and their religion and faith to those children. That's the lowest criminal in the world, according to that article, right? You talk about evil? You talk about gross, unlimited sin? Take a look at that. This is the 33rd official magazine of the New Age. Because they take away from that child the God-given right to become part of God's great plan for America. The dawn of the new age of the world. The upward reach of mankind. Let's take a look. Here is the cathedral at, is it Cologne, isn't it? Cologne, yeah. Take a look at that building. All the statuary, all of the spires, the buttresses. Fabulous. I walked through down the roof of Salisbury Cathedral up there, the solid lead roof, massive thing going on. You take a look at that building. Unbelievable. Built in the 11th century, 10th century. Unbelievable architecture. You can see the builders of that considering themselves to be kind of elite and superior to the rest. They also, because they traveled from one area to the other, were not part of the nation or land in which they were in. They were transitory. And therefore they combined together in a club or guild to set up a nation outside of a physical nation. Just like Israel. The Jews have bound together to form a nation, a conspiratorial nation, that did not need land for the last 1.5 millenniums. A nation without a geographical location. The same with the guilds and the Masonic guilds. And, you know, those are quite a, little buildings. Let's go down to the lodge hall. When this guy comes into the lodge, the apron, by the way, is to cover up God in this world. And it's exposed in certain places before the altar as you expose the divine part. That's why a female cannot be a Mason. She doesn't have the right ingredients. The fellow comes in with a blindfold on called a hoodwink. He's hoodwinked coming in, and he'll stay hoodwinked as long as he's there. He has a rope around his neck called a cable tow. This tow binds him. And when he swears to the oath, he's now bound to the oath by that cable tow. They take the rope off because now he has an invisible rope. And when he takes a second rope, oath, there'll be 2 ropes around his neck, and the third 3. He is now treble bound. And he's bound for life, forever. Now, it's an interesting thing. The Masons teach this, that once you're a Mason, you're always a Mason. The Lord Jesus Christ himself cannot get you out. Now I want to show you something. We have two people in the Bible who are Masons, Paul and Moses. We have a very interesting little verse in Jude, and I think this is the reason why that Council of Nicaea was trying to get Jude out of the Bible. Here's a verse totally out of context. It doesn't seem to fit. It sticks out because it doesn't fit. You know, most of the verses fit into a context. But here's a verse that just, bam, hangs right in there, slap dab on the page, and you wonder, what does that fit into what is else about it? Verse 7. And when Michael contested with Lucifer over the body of Moses, he dareth not bring forth riling accusation. Wait a minute. What happened here? When a Mason becomes a Mason, he wears that pure white apron. And that apron must be on him when he dies and is buried. And his fellow Masons stand around that grave at the graveside ceremony with no one else allowed to look in, because you're not to understand what's going on. And they claim that body in the name of him whose grave this sprig marked. That's Lucifer. They claim that body in the name of Lucifer. Now, I don't know what this means, to be quite frank with you. I can't explain it. But Lucifer, for some reason, wants that body. And they lay claim to it. And Lucifer laid claim to Moses' body. Why Moses? For Moses was brought up in all the wisdom of Egypt. What was the wisdom of Egypt? He was brought up the wisdom religion in the mystery rites. He was initiated in that great temple, probably the Great Pyramid. He was brought up as the son of Pharaoh. Now, Lucifer was saying, I own that body. And Michael was saying, no, the Lord has saved, he is saved to the uttermost. Lucifer's claim does not have precedence, nor any lodge. I'm sitting there one time, the first time I had learned anything about Masonry, I was just reading this little book here, this little book, Captain William Morgan's. First thing I ever saw, and I was just reading that. Actually, I was given a series of talks every hour, and off an hour. And I was sitting out there reading this thing, and finally I got to lunchtime, and there's a bunch of Baptist preachers. And I was sitting at this lunch table, and I said, Mahabone. That's the password of a master mason. One head snapped around and looked at me, and I said, got one. I knew nothing about masonry outside. I'd read about half of that little book. And I got down there, and I got that preacher off to the side, and I said, this is a big lunchroom. And we're standing over there, on the side. I said, look, Pastor, I want to know something. I want to know what this masonry is. I want to know. He looked at me just like this, and he clenched his fists, and he says, it's from the pit of hell! And I can't get out! I said, what? They won't let me out? Once a Mason, always a Mason. You can't get out, and Christ can't get me out. I said, you are making Lucifer sovereign and Christ subject? I hadn't come across the verse in Jude at that time, which helps out now. I would have used it, you know. But I knew that wasn't right. The lodge told him that, but that can't be true. Not with my Lord, that can't be true. He comes neither shot or unshot. He comes in there in search of light with the tools of masonry pressed to him, and he goes and does oaths. Notice again, you always have this holy book in this altar, but then on top of that is the tools of masonry, which are superior to any holy book. When he comes in this lodge, this is not quite right. He should have a hat on. Up 7 steps, we'll find the worshipful master, always under the sunburst. That G iridescent means generative power at the time of impregnation. Well, I have here the terrestrial world surrounded by the serpent and the celestial world. The worlds, what's that? This is, again, 1st degree, 3rd degree. The candidate is supposedly in an enactment, killed and buried and then raised again in the newness of life by 3 ruffians, Jeblah, Jebalu, Jebalem. Now, the Jeblah, Jebalu, Jebalem are takeoffs of the mystic word Jebelo, in which the Masons pray, and they pray in the name of Jebelo, Jebelo, Jebelo. Now, I'll tell you what it means. J, Jehovah, Bel, Baal, O, Osiris. The two pillars supporting the true God, which is Baal, the keystone, is the two false gods, Jehovah and Osiris. Now those three names are worked in the three ruffians, Jabala, Jabalu, Jabalem. The last letter changing, the A-U-M, the Am of the Hindus, the Am of the prayer of the Hindus. They got them all. Jehovah, Baal, Osiris, and Am. You know? They don't care. They'll stick anything in there. These people have absolutely no discernment and no respect of God. They raise him in the newness of life. In the old days in the pyramid, they wait 3 days and raise him. Nowadays they get him back up the same night by a lion's grip. They raise him into newness of life in the name of Lucifer. And he is now born again. He's not born again till the third degree when he's raised in newness of life. This is his resurrection. You see what I mean by the false direct blasphemy? Every lodge hall, no matter how small, that sunburst has got to be there. Here we are in Washington, D.C., a 33rd degree temple, 33 columns, 33 feet high, under a truncated pyramid. Always the Masonic lodge must operate in the upper room. And it's going to be above the police station, above the fire department. It can't be in the basement. No, it's got to be in the highest place. It can be a one-story building, but it cannot be the basement. Let's go in. We're walking upstairs here, and this is the Tyler's door. We're now in the west, in the entrance of going into the Great Hall and the 33rd degree. And there we are. We come in. Now, actually, you see, we're here looking back towards the west. And if we will look here, we'll see on the walls the serpents. You see the serpents? All the serpents all the way around the room. Read in Ezekiel 8. Ezekiel 8, God takes Ezekiel in a vision. That's during the Babylonian captivity. Ezekiel's in Babylon. And God takes him to Jerusalem. Whether he takes him physically or not, I do not know. Scripture doesn't say. You can believe whatever way you want. It really doesn't make any difference. If he didn't say it, it's not important. But he takes Ezekiel and says he's going to show Ezekiel why he put Israel into captivity. And he takes him to the temple, to his holy temple, and he says, see what thou seest here. Look at the abomination. They have put the idol of jealousy, the image of jealousy, a statue, in the gate of my temple. They set up a statue. God says, let's look further. Look here what thou seest. And he saw this hole in the wall, and he says, dig. Go in there. And he goes into the secret chamber under God's temple in Jerusalem. And here in this temple, they had the serpents on the walls in the basement. And the 70 elders of Israel, the leaders of Israel, are down there practicing the secret rite, saying God does not see what we do here. God doesn't see us. It's in secret. I want to tell you, God knows the secret places. There is no secret God doesn't know. He knew everything that went on in that room, in that basement of that temple. And they did too. They got the serpent still on the walls here in 1981, right there in Washington, D.C. It changed not. And they had the book that tells them. And he says, is this a light thing that they do? This abomination of the elders of Israel? He says, let's look further and see the abominations. He takes him up, and here's the women weeping for Tammuz, weeping for Christmas. I want to tell you what, you tell people under conviction, they got to give up Christmas. The guy says, fine. The kid says, oh, great, doesn't bother him. And we love so much. Oh, we've had such good times. And oh, my family is going to thank you. What are we going to do? We can't invite him over, and they can't go over there. And the women have a terrible thing with Christmas. They really choke up on that one, weeping for Tammuz. And it says, look what they do. They put the sprig, the evergreen, to their nose. Is that a light thing, God says to Ezekiel, that they do? He says, look further. Here are the 24 elders with their back to the temple, facing the rising sun, facing Baal with their back to my temple. And then he sends the writer the inkhorn, the four, and with the slaughter weapons in their hand. And he says, put a mark in all of Israel, of all of those who weep for the abominations that they do here. And all who do not have that mark on the forehead, slaughter, slay everyone, show mercy to none, and start with those 70 guys down to that temple. Get them first. Now that's what God thought of it. Oh, but God is just a forgiving, good old daddy boy. He just kind of goes along with everything, doesn't he, huh? You haven't read his book. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, I will repay. You see the black? If you saw the movie 2001, do you see the black there worshiping his God? You go in the United Nations building, you see the black God in the meditation room. You go over to Israel and you see where they built this, for the books, the Dead Sea Scrolls, this temple. They got this thing, the double parabolic curve with a black block on the side for the entrance. I had time to go through the black block. You want to get some tapes, you can do that. We got kind of long. Again, up the 7 steps, that's the worshipful master, God with us. The supreme sovereign commander, 33rd degree, directly under the sunburst, the eagle, which is the emblem of Baal, the serpents, you see, on both sides, and trail with the serpents, and the black block. We see that black block in Mecca, the Kaaba. I'm down one day, and I want to tell you something about false religions. Every false religion has a problem. This is one of the problems with all the modern translations of the Bible. They are contradictory internally. They are not consistent. This is the proof that the King James, one of the proofs of it, is the fact that it is the only Bible that is internally consistent. You see what happens when you start writing a false one, you change here, change there, but you can't change too much, it becomes too obvious. So what you do is change the major text and hope people don't understand the minor ones. But if a person really gets down and study, you start saying, wait a minute, this doesn't quite fit here. He has inconsistencies he cannot resolve. That's never true in the King James. There is total consistency from the very beginning to the end. Let's take a look here. One time I was in Atlanta, and we were having a little bite to eat Sunday afternoon, sitting with, I had plenty of time, and just sitting around 4 or 5 of us guys jawing away. And I was telling them a little bit about Mohammedanism. And we had, as I say, we were just spending an afternoon wasting time. Not really. We were talking about things we thought were important. And the waitress came over after about an hour of this, and she said, sir, I want to apologize. I said, about what? She said, I've been listening to your conversation, and a good waitress never listens to the conversation of a customer. And she said, but I couldn't help it. I'm a Mohammedan in Atlanta, Georgia. And there are not many Mohammedans around. And when I heard you talk of Muhammad, I had to listen in. I said, that's quite all right. I said, Miss, could I ask you some questions? She said, yes. I said, now, would you say that Abraham was a prophet of God? Yes. Ishmael? Yes. Isaac? Yes. Jacob? Yes. David? Yes. Solomon? Yes. Christ? Yes. Muhammad? Yes. All of these men were prophets of God. Yes. Could they lie on spiritual matters? Well, no. That's not possible. Now, would you tell me who the greatest of all prophets? What do you think the answer is? Pardon? Jesus. Jesus of Nazareth is the greatest of all prophets. Did you know that's a Mohammedan position? Now, I want to ask you a question. Was Abraham God? No. Isaac? No. Ishmael? No. Jacob? No. Was Solomon? No. David? No. Muhammad? No. Christ? She stops and looks at me. I said, was Christ God or not God? If Christ be God, Muhammad be a liar. If Muhammad is right, then Christ is not God and Christ is a liar. Now, you told me that Christ was the greatest of all prophets. And she sits there and she says, no man has ever talked to me like this. It's about time. I don't mean this with malice in my heart. I hope you understand. When I jump on something, I mean it. If possible, the Holy Spirit should bless it to your good. I have no other purpose of being here. All right. Those people marching 7 days around in that circle, you see them there? They marched for 7 days continuously around and around and around, chanting, chanting. And then they march out about 20 miles out to the hills out there and back to the different shrines. And they have to do that once in their lifetime. This is the big thing, the trip to Mecca. Oh. The nudity, always for paganism. This is Zeus in the United Nations building. Here's that same black. Pops up again. The United Nations meditation room. 100,000 volumes of the different lodges of the world in the basement of this building. We're not talking about a little club. We're talking about a massive organization with the threat of life and death over its membership. And secret extractions of oaths that are so abominable to our concept of justice and law, as well as Christian morality. Knight Templar magazine. This is the only copy I ever had of the Knight Templar. This is York, right? Let us thank God that in the days of religious wars, that's what the article's been about, long gone, and the spirit of cooperation and mutual appreciation has replaced antagonism and warfare among Christian bodies. The new word among churches in our days is ecumenism, which means the whole household of faith. That means let's all get together, non-sectarianism, all right? But let it be said to the everlasting glory of Masonry. Everlasting glory of Masonry. Here is a fraternity who realizes that God is called by different names, by different peoples. Masonry was still in advance of the church and ecumenism. Masonry includes all believers in God, regardless of the name of their religion. What is the Lord saying? For this is the stone which is set in knot of ye masons, which has become the head of the corner. For there is none other name given amongst men under heaven whereby ye must be saved. What do they say? Any name, any religion, it makes no difference. Notice the direct opposition of the Word of God. In all cases, 180 degrees. In 1885, Rudyard Kipling was raised in Lahore, India Lodge. And that's, by the way, that is one of the elite lodges. He said, I was entered by a Hindu, that's first degree, passed by a Muslim, second degree, raised by an Englishman, third degree, and the Tyler, the keeper of the door, was a Jew. See, the Masons teach that the true religion is Masonry. All these others don't matter. Here again we have the degrees that of the Scottish Rite that came from the Kabbalah. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 12th, 14th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 25th, 26th, 28th, 29th, and 32nd. Do you want to know whether Masonry is Jewish? It came out of the 8th book of the Talmud. Here we have the emblem and the occult given of Lucifer. The horn deity, or the horn power, the torch of illumination, the 5-pointed star, which is the emblem also we'll see of him, the female breast, the male portion with the sunburst behind it and the serpent around it, the hooves, the eagle wing, the eagle being the emblem of Baal. And here we have this monstrosity. This is called the goat of Baphomet, symbol of Lucifer. We see the same thing in the 18th degree. With the red cross of the Rose Christ. By the way, the cross is not a Christian emblem. It's the Egyptian emblem of male fertility. All right? When you see it combined with a circle, you now have called the Ankh, the female and the male at the time of congenital conception. Here's Sir Winston joining in the Druids, which is the parent organization and founder of the Scottish Rite. The ancient order of the Druids, at least 2,500 years old, and Winston Churchill, 1908, as he said in his book, I've decided to join told his mother, I've decided to join the religion of reasonable men. I've joined the religion of the Disraeli, the only Jewish Prime Minister of England, or at least openly Jewish, known to be Jewish. The occult magazine, see the coat of both made. This is the 5-pointed star. Again, is the emblem of Lucifer. Let's go to Washington, D.C. Here we have the Capitol of the United States. There's a Capitol building on Capitol Hill. Notice the lawns laid out and the two horns, the torch, the goat's head, the beard, and the compass, the ark, and the pinions. This is just a straight map. This is a standard old street map, you know, Washington, D.C. This is the same street map. I just blew this part up here for you. Let's take a look here. Here we have the horn, the beard, and in the beard, the White House. Coming out of the White House, we come down here to the woman, the leg, you see, and the male shaft of Washington sticking in that portion. We go to the American Tobacco, or the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Division of the Internal Revenue Service. And we'll notice something about this badge, which is on all their material. The badge number is 666, the mark of the beast. All right? The sunburst, the eagle, Lucifer, the hoodwinks, both corners, the square, the key, and the balance scale of works. Salvation by works. Let's take a look at your federal income tax. It's 1970 edition. Just, I thought this was kind of interesting. Let's take a move in on the center of this and take a look at the top of that. What do we see? Now let's take a look and see what we see here. We'll turn that sideways. The goat of Baphomet, the horn, the torch, the goat's head, and the goat's feet standing on the shaft. And the sunburst, and the male phallus below that. Let's look in the corner. We're still on the same little particle. We see the emblem, the acacia leaf that marks the Lucifer's mark, the branch, that leaf that's thrown in the mason's grave in the claim of the body. The clenched fist that the tail is in the form of, they shook their fist in the face of God, which forms the tail of the eagle, which is the emblem of Lucifer, or Baal, with the balance scale, which is the doctrine of works. We see things like this yin and the yang. Those of you who like acupuncture and this sort of thing, we get in yin and yang in. And the reason why you put those needles in, we've got to block a little yin, a little yang, so the chi can flow. The chi, the life force, got to flow through you every day, but you got to be balanced between the positive and the negatives, you see. And if you got a little too much yin and a little too much yang, then your yin and yang are out of balance. And if your yin and yang is out of base, then the chi can't flow. So we're going to put a needle in here and a needle in here. We're going to block a little yin here and a little yang there. And so we get your yin and yang in balance, and then the chi flows through and you're healthy. You understand that? That's Hinduism. All right, now, you think that's funny? Well, let's take a look at the yin and yang symbol in another form. It comes in many forms. Sometimes you'll see a line like this and you'll see a picture of an old man, how he looked like, and he'll be here, and you'll see an exact copy in black down here. I don't know if you've ever seen that symbol. We see it in another form. It's this way. It's not going to come out quite right, but you're going to have to bear with me because I've got some problems here. Mainly the problems I got is that it doesn't going to come out right. But anyway, this part here should be, wait a minute, this should come through here. Neither above the other. The emblem, one of the symbols for deity, is this symbol, the triangle. Now, this is the concept, and this is the concept, and this is the concept of Zoroastrianism, Parsaism, which is the duality of God, that there's a God of good and a God of evil, that both gods are equal in force and power, and that in every one of you, these two gods are warring, the God of good and the God of evil. You have both the God of good and the God of evil in every man. If we believe that, then we are all brothers spiritually. We all have good and bad, you see. But you see, for those who have the, Christ dwelling within them, that's impossible. Believing that as it may, let's take a look and see what this doctrine says. What the doctrine here of Judaism or Talmudism says is this, that yes, Christ is God, Adonai. He is Typhon, the killer of Osiris. Adonai, or Christ, is the God of evil. He would have, thou shalt not, you can't do this, you can't do that. He would restrain you from developing your total natural being and for experience, all the experiences in which life can present to you. But the God of good, Lucifer, has no such restraints. You can do as you wish and please and develop yourself fully under Lucifer, the God of good. There is a war between these two. The God of evil would say, oh, you shan't do this and you are guilty. The God of good says, go ahead. Why not? Take your pleasure. If it feels good, do it. That's the doctrine of Judaism, of Zoroastrianism, the two Godism. What does the Bible teach? Lucifer would be like the Most High. What's the problem with Lucifer? He isn't. If you got to run for the office, you haven't got it. Lucifer's big problem is he wants to pretend to be God and he isn't. And there's a big problem. He can't admit he isn't, or otherwise, if he runs for it, he's got to admit he's not. He's got to pretend to be. And therefore, he is a deceiver. And he claims equality, but he has not. He's got a problem. He has limitations. Christ has none. But this doctrine, this is not the seal, by the way, or symbol of David, the sign, what do they call it? The Star of David. That's not the Star of David. We're looking in your dictionary. What is in the Oxford Dictionary? What is it listed as? The Seal of Solomon. Why did they change the name? Why is everything concealed and never revealed? You see, these religions are all the same. Now, let me give you the doctrine and philosophy of the religion for just a minute. And by the way, I'd like to suggest to you, for those of you who want to do a very excellent study by a person who is most learned and very is a book which is I Will Be Like the Most High, a set of tapes by Elder Conrad Gerald. And I am a little concerned. He has another set here which are super, and it's called God, Satan's Secret Orders, in which he first goes through philosophy. His background is philosophy. And he goes through the philosophy class, and he goes through the arguments of the existence of God. And then he will prove the existence of God from the point of view of philosophy. And then he will go through the nature of Lucifer, Satan, and his program. And then he will go into the secret orders. Very excellent if you want to get a view in much more depth than I'm going to be able to give you here today on these subjects. And as I say, he's well read in it. And one of the people in this world I feel have one of the keenest minds. And Conrad Gerald, in my estimation, is the finest scriptorian in the world today. I'm not saying there may be a better one. If so, I don't know of him. You know, as far as I know, he is the best. And now one day I was talking to one, a very excellent preacher who hates Conrad's guts. And I know the reasons for it, but anyway. And we're driving along, and I said, I knew how he felt about Conrad. And he just can't get over it. And I said, well, I think Conrad is one of the finest scriptorians that I know of. Certainly one of the leading scriptorians. He looked at me and said, trouble with Conrad, he is the world's best. And you know why nobody likes him? We know it. You can't get in a discussion with him and win. He doesn't beat you down by argument. It's just flip with me, flip with me, flip with me, rate it, rate it, rate it, rate it, rate it, rate it. You name the subject. Let's start out. Here, 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 here. 27 places in the scripture. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You never saw a mind like this. Like a machine. It's the only thing he's good at. He can't earn a living. He couldn't turn a screw. He can't get a nut on a bolt. But when it comes to that book, every other thing he's absolutely incapable of doing. I've never seen a man. God does this with his people. He just makes it. He's tried to do everything else. He can't do it. There's one thing that he is called to do, and that is to know that book. I was out in California one time with one of the top so-called Bible scholars who's been lecturing for 60-some years. He's in his 80s. One of the sweetest, most lovable men. Sweet, lovable, and my friend for years, every time he talks to me, you know. Well known. Well, we were going out there, and Conrad was traveling along with me on a trip. I had this little plane we're flying through. And so I picked up these couple of preachers down in Los Angeles, and we were going up to talk to him on it, because they wanted to talk on this doctrine of premillennialism with me along. And I told Conrad, I said, look, let's not get into any arguments. We just go up there and be sweet, smile all day. We'll come back home. It doesn't really make any difference anyway. No use getting in a hassle with these people. They're not going to change, and we certainly know better, so let's just leave it go. So anyway, we get there to this guy's place. All morning, lunch, everything, just sweet talk of everything but the Bible. He just kept them one nice story and a nice story, and just lovely. Finally, all of this time, he's picking away at Conrad, who was doing just as I told him, sitting there smiling, and just this nice, and that's hard for Conrad. Oh, does he love to get into him? He just loves it. You know he's itching, but he was restraining himself like I have never seen him restrain himself before. So by about 2 in the afternoon, this Bible scholar had discerned that Conrad had never been to college, never taken a Bible course, never taken a Greek course, and never taken a Hebrew course. And he had degrees in Hebrew and Greek and has spent years teaching Greek. So after a while, he's starting, because he's fishing with Conrad. I know he's fishing, and Conrad's holding off real nice. And finally, he's pecking away, and Conrad sits there with a nice smile. He said, I have a problem with John 5:24. That's all he said. And I didn't even know, what was going on. I'm sitting over there talking to these other two guys, And all of a sudden, this sweet, dear old man jumps up and walks over and says, I'm going to give you a lesson, young man. I'm going to give you a lesson in Greek. And he goes and gives that verse in Greek. And Conrad sits there with a nice smile and gives every use in Greek and quotes every verse of that use in Greek in the entire New Testament. And then he quotes the chapter in Greek and sits there, and this guy turned red and threw us physically out of his house and told us never to come back. And I didn't even know what was going on. I mean, I was just standing there. We were having a nice little talk with these other two preachers. The next thing I know, we're all out in the street, and this guy's in a screaming rage. All he did is just quote it in Greek. And I get out front, and I said, Conrad, what happened? And he's sitting there. He lied in Greek. When they go to Greek, they're going to lie. Why do they Greekify? First thing he found out, that I had never taken Greek. Conrad taught himself. He doesn't forget. You take Greek in college, you're going to forget it. When you taught yourself Greek, you know it. He'll whip anybody up and down backside on Greek. He taught himself every last word out of a lexicon with nobody to help but just going through a dictionary and teaching himself a language. You ever try that? You got to learn how to read this stuff first before you learn it, don't you? And I says, what'd he do? He conjugated the verb wrong. I said, why did he lose his cool? He says, simple. I'm supposed to come back with a standard comeback, and no one had ever hit him with John 5:24 before in his entire 80 years. And he was whammed to the wall, totally unprepared. And I says, you got him by surprise. He says, no, give him 20 years. He'd still be unprepared. His doctrine will not fit John 24, no matter whether he has 1,000 years to try to make it. The only thing you do when you get caught lying, you throw him in the street. That's it. Well, let's take a break. We have some spaghetti downstairs, don't we? Okay, so let's get some spaghetti. Okay, well, anyway, let's get back to our slides. All right, we're here looking through, again, fraternal order to the police, the five-pointed star, the sun ring, the sunburst. Here we show Ralph Nader reports, the truncated pyramid with the all-seeing eye and the balance scale, which is the religion of works. Good people go to heaven and bad people go to hell. Isn't that it? That's not the Christian faith. The Lord came to save sinners. He didn't come to save good people. He came to save bad ones, those who need a Savior. Machinist union, see the compass, a square, the sunburst, the six-pointed star, and the emblem of the colors. And watch here. The International Association of Machinists, I am. I am is Jehovah, the name of God. This is in Versailles, Louis XIV, the Catholic monarch of France. See here in his private altar, the all-seeing eye, the truncated pyramid, and the sunburst. This is in the Vatican. This is Peter. Did you know this is the fisherman Peter? Do you see him there? They kissed the toes right off of this piece of granite. Now, what is that sunburst behind his head? Pick up the Vatican literature. Know what it tells you? This is really a statue of Jupiter in which we converted it and call him Peter. The Vatican admits that this was the statue of Jupiter. You notice the nudity that comes into pagan religions. St. Thomas Aquinas. Time magazine. The sunburst, the sunburst. Frank Sinatra. Catholic mafioso receiving the Order of Malta. And who is bestowing this on this communist Catholic mafioso? Rothschild is given to him, and his best man is Spiro Agnew. There we go. Here's the Pope. And this is the Pope speaking, about 10 or 12 years ago when he first came over to the United Nations, and he says, I give you sanction of the great principle that regulations between peoples should be regulated by reason, by justice, by law, by negotiation, not by force, not by violence, not by war, not by fear, not by deceit. So mote it be. Here is one of the great worshipful masters of the lodge speaking. Is the Pope a Jew? Yes. Way back. He is the leader of the Hellenic Pharisee cult. He is a Pharisee of the Pharisees. Is he a racial Jew? Who cares? Is he a spiritual Pharisee? Amen. Hardcore. He didn't get there if he wasn't. I'll guarantee you. Now watch something. Did he say that the relationship between people should be regulated by God's word? By the declaration of an insolvable... Watch what he said. The relations between nations should be by reason, Gnosticism, by justice, by law, by negotiation, not by force, not by violence, not by war, not by fear. Nothing to do with God in there at all. All right? Notice the whole absence of that a little bit. Allow us to congratulate you on having had the wisdom to open this assembly to the young peoples, to the states which have recently attained independence and national freedom. Their presence in this hall is proof of the universality and magnanimity which inform that principles of this institution. So mote it be. You know what I mean by so mote it be? And every prayer in the lodge ends with, so mote it be. We all stamp our foot 3 times. All right? I wondered if they all stamped. I don't have. If you think about it, whether all of those people and those delegates stamped in the United Nations when he gave the prayer end. Let's go to the Vatican. Here in the Vatican, we have Baal's shaft, but this Baal's shaft is a particular one. This was the shaft of Nero, Emperor Nero's shaft, which came out of the Circus Maximus from across the river over near the Villa di Malta. Now, that shaft is a one-piece stone and was hauled across only 300 years ago and set up there between the female legs, which is that's what that is to represent. And we have around here all these small obelisks, and down here we have an avenue all the way to the river of obelisks on both sides, a whole avenue of obelisks. I don't know how many, there must be 40 of them, big obelisks, all the way down to the river. Looking down on the top of this, you'll see that this building is laid out in the shape of a goat's head. This shaft, Nero. Nero is the one who used Christians for torches in the gardens during his parties, as he put pitch on them and had them lit around his garden to light it up at night. He killed his own father, his own mother, his own wife, and his own brother, besides being accused of burning down Rome. Let's go into this humble preacher's little office. Here we see, back here, the sunburst, the sunburst, the sunburst, the sunburst, and up 7 steps, like all worshipful masters, sits the worshipful master with his crown on his head, the Dagon crown of the fish god. And on that crown it says, what is it? Deus Fidelis Deus, no, let's see. Vicarious Fidelis Deus, isn't it? Substitute Son of God. And if you add up the letters, which in Roman language, of course, are also numbers, you come up with 666. There's that humble preacher. Is he high and lifted up? Here is a meeting at the Villa de Malta, showing the Don Antonio Rodriguez, diplomatic representative of Chile, one of the 34 nations recognized by the Knights III Roman headquarters as a sovereign state. The 900-year-old order of chivalry founded in Jerusalem before the Crusades. Wait a minute, who was in Jerusalem before the Crusades? Yeah? The old man of the mountain. The Assassins. And what is this? This is one of the most ancient of the Masonic orders. And what was established there? What was established there was the Order of the True Rosy Cross, the Knights of the Rosicrucians, the Knights Templar, the Knights of Malta. And what do they hide behind? That they have hospitals and ambulance corps for the relief of refugees. The Shriners, those great paragons of morality, hide behind crippled children. Here we have an interesting man, a man named Allende, who was president of Chile, an open member of the Communist Party under discipline, who was a Roman Catholic and 33rd degree Scottish Rite. Now, isn't that an interesting combination? Well, here we have a good Mason, George Wallace. Hey, here you go, whichever way you want, you got the same thing. Let's go back to look at Egypt a little bit, these caskets. Here is a casket, very elaborately done, beautifully preserved. And as we look at these caskets, we will see that these are not just a casket, but it is a scripture. This is the, by the way, this is the scripture right here of all pagan religions. We'll get to it in a minute if we have it right. There's Anubis, jackal god, the eagle of Baal, and so forth. But it's all over it. We'll see these all on the reliefs, on the walls. And again, let me see if I have a better copy. We'll go back here. Hey, where'd that come from? All right. Well, we have this relief and another one, which is the same thing as on the casket, the same one as the last relief, only different drawings. These things are repeated everywhere, in all the tombs and all the caskets. And we'll look at it in just a minute. We'll look at this one. It may be a little easier to see is the only reason. It doesn't make any difference which one we have. Here's Osiris, supposedly, the sun god, with the crozier and the whip for punishment and the crozier for mercy of the shepherd. Here we have the lion, in whose grip one is brought into newness of life. Here we have the souls that are waiting to be judged. Here, as we have, is the one now presently being judged, prepared by the Hierophant. Now, what does the person who's going to be judged do? He gives the grand hail sign. the Second World War, and I've got a lot of pictures of this. You see these German soldiers coming out with their hands behind their head, their hands up shaking and coming out forward. Then you see the officers coming out, nicely dressed, with a smile. All the officers of all the officer corps of the world belong to the Masonic orders, and that grand hail sign must be recognized no matter what the order. When those Nazis walked out there with that grand hail sign with that big smile on their face, they said, those dummies got slaughtered. But we're all in the club, boys. Those little privates are shaking in the boots. Those officers had no such problem. They were in what's called the Ring Knockers Club. Anyway, what's happened here? The balance scale we keep seeing over and over again. All pagan religions are based on works. Good works outweighing bad works. What you do in this world is going to determine your eternal destiny. That the creature, by an active will, can reach divinity. And this is the message of the Egyptians, the message of the Masons, and the message of Billy Graham. That you, by an active will, by a choice of your will, determine your eternal destiny. The Bible does not teach any such doctrine. It flatly refutes it. By grace are ye saved, through faith, and that not of yourself, not your faith. Watch what happens. Take the New American Standard. They have changed a little word in there. It looks like not much. Sounds almost the same. In the King James it says, the faith of Christ saveth us from all sins. The faith of Christ. In the New American Standard, it's the faith in Christ. You now have a 180-degree reversal of the entire doctrine of the New Testament and the Old. It's not the faith in Christ, it's the faith of Christ. He was faithful in the end. It is we are saved by grace through faith, and that not of ourselves, not our faith, His faith. Okay? For we are His workmanship, not of works, lest any man should boast. If it was our faith, we could boast, couldn't we? No. By grace, through faith. Now, not of works. These religions, and here in the hand we'll always see the ankh, the circle with the cross, the female, the male, the symbol of life, the symbol of Lucifer. We see all these male and female symbols today, and see the kids wearing the ankhs around their necks. Ankh is a verb in the hieroglyphics. It is a verb of to live, all right? It is the verb of life. The bottom part is the male reproductive organ. The top is the female. Anyway, these works are written down, and these souls are being judged. And by the way, we should have Anubis, yeah, the jackal god. The jackal god you see in the Valley of the Dead has been ruled for 2,000 years by jackals, which roam around in the Valley of the Dead. It's the only thing that lives over there. All right, now we go and take a look here. This is in a Roman Catholic French newspaper, translation in English. And I'll just quote this. This is a translation in a French Catholic newspaper of a La Maison, the Masonic, French Masonic, an article in the French Masonic magazine, all right? Translated in English. You got, oh, well, anyway, it comes out somewhere. We, traditional Freemasons, are taking the liberty to paraphrase and transposing this word from a famous statesman, which we adopt as circumstances. Catholics, Greeks, Protestants, Israelites, Muslims, Hindus, Buddhists, freethinkers, free believers are among us mere Christian names. Our family name is Freemasonry. What they're saying is all of these aren't really anything. The real religion is Freemasonry. And behind each of these things, and notice what they have interesting here. Catholics, Greeks, Protestants, Israelites, Muslims, Hindus, Buddhists, freethinkers, free believers are among us mere Christian names. That's true. Our family name is Freemasonry. That's true. Notice there's one religion missing in that list. The Christian religion. you notice that? They've got in there Catholics, that's not Christian. Greeks, that's not Christian. Protestants, that's not Christian. Israelites, that's not Christian. Muslims, that's not Christian. Hindus, not. Buddhists, not. Freethinkers, not. Free believers are not. They're right. All of those are the same thing. They all say that a creature by an act of will can reach divinity. As you do certain things, perform certain rites, have a certain prayers, pay certain monies, do certain good works, and your good works outweigh the bad, and you're going to go to heaven. Yeah, that is not what the Bible teaches, I'm afraid. Continue on. Since Freemasons want all religions to have something in common, which will be considered more important than doctrine. By their doctrine we shall know. By doctrine. By every word of doctrine. These people are not interested in doctrine. This common something which will have to be experience. We're not going to give them doctrine. We'll give them experience. I know what I felt. I know I had an experience. And that is the religion based on it. An experience. Not on doctrine. A direct contact with divinity. This experience will be said to be more religious and more important than doctrine. What did Paul say? If an angel come from heaven and preach any other gospel, the gospel hear and preach, how do I know what gospel is without doctrine? Shall be accursed. How am I going to tell? But by doctrine. Here we have the Sovereign Imperium of Mysteries, the Brotherhood of the Illuminati, the Order of the Illuminati, the Pre-Nicene Catholic Church, the Order of the True Rosy Cross, the Pre-Pansophic Rite of Mizram, or Masonry, excuse me, the Order of Rites of Mizram, and the Charitable Order of San Raphael. This is the consortium of the mystery religions headquartered in England, and the only two places I know where you get their material is in London, England, at the Frosius Lucius, that's the Fraternity of Lucifer, or Brotherhood of Lucifer, and their offices in the United Nations in New York. All right? Interesting, rather, place. Anyway, let me read this. This light is kind of poor here. The Brotherhood of Illuminati. Maybe it's better over here. Maybe it'd be better if I got my glasses on. Can we turn off this front row of lights? We've got too much light on in here. That's our main trouble. You can't read it neither. Yeah, I can't. Somebody's gone to. There we go. You found something? There we go. Oh, boy, that helps an awful lot. Huh? The Brotherhood of Illuminati is universal in the true sense that we have no dogma, no creed, no fear, no false claims, no explanation of spiritual things, but seek to serve God and man by service. Sounds just like out of the Blue Book. The Birchers Society, doesn't it? We make the claim that unless we serve man without the thought of creed, sect, race, or color, it is impossible to reach that state in which we would aspire, and we therefore invite all people to join us in us to work for the restoration of the true brotherhood. Remember, we're going to restore something always. Let's see how this true brotherhood, since brotherhood is a reality in nature, see how it starts out? Since brotherhood is a reality in nature, an assumption. Is it true? No, it is not. False assumption will lead you to a false conclusion. What's the first thing a Mason will tell you? Oh, we're all brothers. No, we're not. I'm not his brother, spiritually or physically. I deny that. We must seek this in the spiritual sphere, and to realize the concept that we must seek to reach the spiritual reality, the Christ consciousness, the Christ reality, whether Muslim, Buddhist, Hindu, within each and every one of us. We're going to reach the Christ consciousness, whether Buddhist, Hindu, or Muslim, in each and every one of us. Now, at first, that kind of seems a little strange, doesn't it? Until you understand what they mean by Christ consciousness. That means you discovering that you are God. You are Christ. Jehovah's Witnesses will like that one. Anyway, it is your discovery of your consciousness that you are the Christ. Let me go on to show you that this is true. No matter what is called themselves, no matter what religion or name they use for the living reality of God within, it always meant the same, the finding of the ever reality of God within, the goal that all true men who love truth, brotherhood, and God, the way of at-one-ment is by the study and the living of the wisdom of the Gnostics, the inner spiritual knowledge, the underlying of religions and philosophies. What are they saying? Where are the underlying religion? We are a philosophy. Gnostics. It is a religion that we have invented by our mind. And we have by our mind discovered we are God. Yes, there's a God and we're it. Poor creatures. What abysmal gods. The Frasius Lucius, now by the way, the Frasius Lucius used to be called the Brotherhood of Lucifer. In 1923 they decided they better change the name to the Frasius Lucius because some people kind of took that literally. Within the Frasius Lucius, you will be taken along the path, this path in 5 stages which correspond to the Gnostic system of illumination, to that of the birth of the Christ within the human heart. You will then receive the first initiation, which will tend to open the doors of the soul to the influence of the Christ. Well, your first initiation is to open the doors to the influence of the Christ. Who is this Christ? Is this the person Jesus of Nazareth sitting at the right hand of the Father? He crucified, dead, buried, and resurrected in the flesh on the 3rd day, sitting at the right hand of the Father bodily. Now, this is something entirely different. In the next initiation, but notice how they use the words. Notice the words you see that are used. Sound almost Christian, don't they? And the next initiation is that of baptism. Here we assist you to open the way between the astral and mental regions of being. The lower mind is then flooded with some, boy, we really, uh-oh, he popped out, lost that one. Okay, flooded with the higher mind. And then it goes on. Oh boy, I'm going to have to find that one. I don't know where it dropped out, the other half of that. I'm sorry. Here's all that's left of the first Mormon temple in the wave of Illinois. The sunburst in the great fields. All right, there's old Baal coming up. Poor Joseph Smith. You know, this guy, he only had a 3rd grade education, and they gave him this novel, which was written in 1817. He gave to him, I think they really recopied it, put in the Bible verses, and came up with the Book of Mormon and handed him the whole thing. And this guy goes out to press this religion. Now, a few things that are interesting about this Mormon religion, so-called, is that you can't get a good religion going without a martyr. So Joseph Smith gets out here to Illinois, and he and his brother Hiram, they get themselves arrested by all the Masons and thrown into jail. But they are both worshipful masters, Scottish Rite. Joseph was worshipful master. Hiram was a member of the Scottish Rite Lodge. And they weren't worried at all because, after all, these guys are going to come to lynch them, happened to be all good Masons. And when they came, they gave the grant. By the way, the Masons smuggled in some pistols to them. Isn't that nice? So that when they came out there, the mob came, these guys are sitting there smiling, giving the grand hail sign both physically and verbally. Oh Lord my God, is there no help for the widow's son? Which every Mason must come to their aid. And while these guys are giving that, oh Lord my God, is there no help for the widow's son, they blew them in. And they said, well, they had guns and they were shooting. They smuggled the guns to them, then went down and blew the guys in. You see? Well, now you had martyrs. Now, Joseph Smith, according to Masonry, cannot be wrong in any prophecy because he was an apostle, infallible. Yet Joseph Smith says that he was taken in a vision to the moon and met the people in the moon who were almost all universally 6 feet tall and dressed as Quakers. That's in the Mormons' own newspapers and their own books. They haven't reprinted that since 1937. They dropped it out, but it still happens to be there. Now, according to the Mormon Church, the president of the Mormon Church at his inauguration said, if Joseph Smith in his prophecy was wrong in any part, Mormonism is a gigantic hoax. Well, he said it. And we can go, for example, there's a few interesting things about this Joseph Smith. Joseph Smith, of course, was a bigamist way before he got the revelation from God about bigamy. He got the revelation after he was a bigamist, not before. His second wife is an interesting person. Joseph Smith, or there was a man named Captain William Morgan. Captain Morgan, and this little book here is his little book, was a Mason, and he decided if Masonry was moral and good as he was told it was, then there was no harm in publishing the ritual. And if it was evil, then it was necessary to publish the ritual. So he did. He and another Mason named Miller, who published it, and William Morgan wrote it, 1826. Well, the lodge took both these men into custody, and at the grand encampment of New York, with the governor, the senators, and the representatives of the state all present, as they had a trial. And they decided on death. Then at Niagara, Fort Niagara, where they had incarcerated these two men, and Miller escaped. Morgan didn't. They had a group, I believe, of 6 who drew lots for the actual execution. 3 of them took him out in a rowboat out to Niagara River, bound him up with chains, and shoved him over into the icy waters. About a year later, his body washed up on the shore in 1827, and a scandal broke loose nationwide, as which the nation has hardly ever heard one since. And the scandal was so bad over this murder, and the fact that all of these people were involved, not one was ever indicted or brought to trial. That would be interesting, wouldn't it, huh? Where were they going to find a judge? But the newspapers, the politicians of this country had to take a position, pro or anti-Mason. The churches took positions of pro or anti-Mason. And many of the churches will have anti-Mason clauses in them that stem from this time. The state of New Jersey outlawed any Mason from holding public office, since it would be criminal for them to do so, since they've already broken any oath of office before they ever arrived. And things like this happened. The anti-Mason party was formed, and it almost won office when it found out that the leader of it, their candidate, happened to be a secret Mason. But the Masonic party finally did elect a president, the anti-Masonic party, in 1860. Didn't know that one, huh? The Republican Party is the anti-Mason party. It was renamed in 1856. All right? And every member of the cabinet was a Mason but 2, Seward and Lincoln. And the night Lincoln was shot, Seward was stabbed on the other side of town. That wasn't a lone assassin, was it? His throat was cut. Seward was Secretary of State. Yeah, Masons had a little job doing it. And by the way, the Secretary of War admitted his part in it. And Grant knew about it. He got out of town. All the boys were in on that show. Anyway. Oh, I got to the point about this Captain William Morgan. Captain William Morgan was a married man. And know who his wife married after he died? Joseph Smith. The second wife of Joseph Smith is Captain William Morgan's wife. Isn't that a nice coincidence? Well, anyway. Here we find, I one time went down to an encampment of the Klan on, what's the name of that mountain there? Stone Mountain, Georgia, right outside of Atlanta. There's a mountain there with all of the boys, you know, Jeff Davis and Robert E. Lee and all Stonewall and all those good guys. And I decided maybe you've ever seen that. They kind of went wild with the jackhammer, and they got this thing half done, and they realized that the guy had blown the whole thing, and that big rock is sitting there unfinished, and they don't know what to do with it. All the horses are smaller than the guys. The horses are big dog size, and the whole thing is just big guys sitting on these itty-bitty horses, and all in a great big piece of stone sitting there like a big sore thumb. Anyway, it was seen for miles. Now, on top of that mountain was the founding of the Klan and the Ku Klux Klan. But the Ku Klux Klan was not founded then. In 1860, or let's put it this way, every member of the Union cabinet, but Seward and Lincoln, were a member of the Ku Klux Klan. And every member of the Southern cabinet, including the president of the Confederacy, were all members of the Klan. The Klan then had a different name. It's called the Knights of the Golden Circle. But the Golden Circle in Greek is Kluklas. After the war, the Golden Circle, which is what wiped out Lincoln and ran this little show, had a name change in 1868. The Knights of the Golden Circle, which was operated by England under the Crown, from England, it was headquartered there, disbanded. And immediately that day, the Ku Klux Klan was formed. The Klan is a lodge. Anyway, here's a little book I have over here, a very interesting one. This is a book by a man named Ronaney. Ronaney was a worshipful master of Scottish Rite Lodge, raised a Catholic, and then converted to the gospel. And he writes a book which is very interesting. The title of it, it says, containing the thorough explanations of the signs, cryptic passwords, so forth of the Freemasons. And I'm trying to think of the part on the front cover, comparing Masonry, Catholicism, the mystery religions, and comparing them all with the Bible. And he wrote that this is a very fascinating work. And let's kind of conclude this portion of the session with this interesting little cartoon from Little Orphan Annie. With all his mines and oil wells in the Orient, Daddy's been out there hundreds of times. But he says one time he traveled to the East but didn't make a dime. Meant more to him than all the other trips he'll ever make. I don't get it, do you? And there's old Sandy giving a big wink. You see, when you go into the lodge, you have no money in your pocket. You have nothing to buy with. You come in either shod or unshod, half clothed, have one shoe on, one shoe off, the whole thing. See? That's when he traveled to the East. And he made more than he ever made with all his oil wells and mines. All right? It's my... What we're talking about, I want to just end you up with not too much on a note as this, that the conspiracy is as natural with natural man as breathing. The thing of people sitting in a company deciding, oh, look, if we do this and we do that and we're going to get this, this is done all the time. The only difference with these conspirators is that they are better organized, that they have put on ruthless penalties, that they will extract those penalties. That keeps the troops in line. They pay off to those people who go along and play their game by giving them nice little inside tips in the market, nice little helping hands. You play the game, you go down to City Hall, and your plans when you got that ring get stamped out. Bing, bing, yes, brother. And you go in the Army and you find that you get the promotion if you got the ring. You go down and you find doors kind of open. That all sorts of kind of nice things happen to you. Why, of course, you just didn't join this thing to join any evil conspiracy. You joined it to sell insurance. That's why most people get, you never found an insurance salesman, honey, didn't go and join a church. He's looking for customers. Now, those of you who are insurance salesmen, I'm just taking that as a, well, yes, I am. Okay. Now, but what happens is this. You start receiving favors from these people, and they will call for the day in which you are to pay the price for them. There's nothing free under the sun. Earth has its first for the price Earth gives us. The beggar's tax for the corner he lies in. The priest has his fee who comes here and strives us. We bargain for the fields we die in. The devil's booth, all things are sold. The sounds of dross, the sounds of goals. Bubbles we buy with the whole souls tasking. Only God that may be had for the asking. You see what it is in this world. Here's a young fella. He's coming along. Nice, bright young fellow. Here's a nice member of the Illuminati, third degree, Shriner, respectable citizen, takes this young fellow under his wing. I have a fellow I was telling this one day, and here's a guy out in front of him, that's me. You know, just that. But he says, now here, takes him down, says, join the lodge, everything's taken care of, I take care of it. And then he says to this nice young man, say, of course this guy's driving his Rolls. Got his big cruisers, lives in his big house, makes money. One day he says to him, he says, hey, Bill, I like you. I'll tell you what. Have you got any money? Well, I got a couple thousand put away. Put it on Ajax Mining, 4 o'clock next Wednesday. Hold it to Friday at 3 o'clock. Oh, I don't know about that. If you lose a penny, I'll make it up to you. You won't lose a penny. This guy goes down all trembling. He goes down and he puts his money on this thing. And it triples in 2 days. That's the way it's done. He goes back. And, oh boy, he wants to hang around this fella. Ooh, he's got himself something. The guy says, Columbia medals. 11:30 Tuesday. Be out Wednesday. 2:15. Happens right on the money. These markets aren't a market. They're a rigged show. There are people who know. How do they know? They can make a market. When you're big enough, you don't have a market. You are the market. All right? They don't guess. You know, it's like W.C. Fields back there in My Little Chickadee. He's sitting there and he's got these cards, and this guy, he's going zip with the cards, zip with the cards. They're on there getting ready to play a little acey-deucey, and this fellow says, is this the game of chance? And W.C. Fields says, not the way I play it, boy. Not the way I play it. There's no game of chance at all. Hey, we don't want any gambling going on, right? It's just called fleecing the sucker. Well, anyway, pretty soon this guy sits there one night and he's got it figured out. There are people who know, and there are people who really know. And those who really know aren't lucky. They're smart. They're on the right side, on the inside pipeline of whatever it is that makes this thing tick. These guys know. This guy becomes the lackey, the trainee, the extra ego extension of this older man with this young, bright fellow. And he just brings this guy, and this guy is starting to clock down 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 a week. You know, he's not doing bad. And he starts buying nice cars, nice boat, nice home, big mortgages, living. He is a successful man. But his job pays $250 a week. But his bill's now at $4,000 a week. Now you see, he can't alienate this friend of his. If he ever gets out of line, if he ever doesn't do as he's told, if he ever squirms, if his conscience ever bothers him of anything he's ever told to do or be or follow, this fellow just has nothing to do with him. And he finds out he's got mortgages and payments he can't make. He can't breathe. This guy didn't do anything to him, you see. It's like heroin. Once on that hook, you're on it. See? Here's this guy, this friend of mine. This guy got converted to the gospel. He went in and told his Masons off. He told off this multimillionaire. In 4 or 5 months, and the wife in their hard times, they couldn't pay their bills, and she's on him, that broke this guy down into nothing. And now he's nothing but a crawling, sniveling worm, trying to crawl back in, and he can't get in. They won't let him in. And he's all in the worst and most miserable world. Miserable with himself. He's desperate. He's desperate. He's in a physical, terrible condition. You wouldn't believe it. You want to play the game? There's no such thing as a legitimate free market in this country. They don't exist. The pros, the insiders, they win. The amateurs, the outsiders, they lose. They're there for the milking. How do you think the insiders will win? By milking the outsiders. You can't win by milking each other. All right, now let's go and take a look at a little economics. I said I would get into for a bit, and it's such a big subject, and for the period of time we have now, we can't go into a lot of it, but I just thought we'd get a little background. Let me take you through a little whiz of a little history of banking, just a real quickie. We mentioned the Rothschilds. Let's take a look at the United States, the history of money in this country. As I said, the Constitution of the United States was a very unusual document. Unusual mostly because of the absence of a bank, a central banking financing organization for milking the people. The key of milking the people is a phony money system in which we can create that money out of nothing and milk them off by going in debt, creating a big interest charge, and forcing them to pay taxes to pay to us legitimately under an interest expense. Now watch what happened. In 1789, the people would not buy, nor the Continental Congress, the concept of a central bank. Oh, it was proposed. Hamilton and the boys tried all they could to get paper money in a central bank. But they were voted down. Why were they voted down? Because they knew, the Continental Congress, that if they passed and put in the central bank, the Constitution would not pass. The people would vote it down. Why would they vote it down? Because they had just had the Articles of Confederation and a central bank that had printed paper money, and inflation had zoomed up, and all of them were so destroyed. And as Washington said, there was rioting in the streets. The people were taking up guns and going in and holding up their legislature. There was no law and order. Business had ceased. Poverty and unemployment were everywhere. The nation was in total chaos and civil disorder. And they passed the Constitution, which prohibited a central bank and required hard money. And in 6 months, Washington is writing to his friend, "You cannot believe that it is the same country. Peace and prosperity everywhere. Employment high, unemployment low, prices stable, trade increasing." The whole nation had been converted in 6 months from total economic chaos to a stable, prosperous economy by outlawing phony money and a central bank. 2 years later, Hamilton and the boys, the British central money boys, the paper money fellows, succeeded in pressing through in 1791 the first U.S. Banking Act, which established the United States Bank for 20 years, because that was the limit of how long a money bill could be. 20 years. And we had the first United States Bank, and that charter expired in 1811. And Congress did not renew as ordered. And immediately we were in war. And when the war was over, one of the conditions appears to be that we would have a second Banking Act, which we did that year, 1816, the Second Banking Act. We were given our orders, and Congress marched to the tune. That second Banking Act, which set up the second Bank of the United States, lasted until 1836, when again it came up for renewal, and it passed Congress and went to the president, who was a member of the lodge, who was inside the club, and was supposed to be a guaranteed signature, and he vetoed it. And Andrew Jackson has been maligned ever since. Andrew Jackson refused to extend the central bank. Immediately after the refusal, the United States was to be punished. The banks in New York, particularly, withdrew their money from the United States out of the banking system, and we had the bank panic of 1837. In the middle of that panic, a man named August Belmont arrives from Germany, from the Rothschild Bank headquarters on the Main, and with the money he now finances the crushed banks, and they joined his system, and he set up a de facto Federal Reserve system, in which was now Rothschild owned, but it was not legally sanctioned. We now needed a war, and that war was arranged as in 1850. Bismarck says in his diary that he was at a wedding of the Rothschilds while it was the war in the Civil War in the United States was being discussed. This is 1850. That it had been decided upon. And he's writing this in his memoirs in 1850, that the Civil War in the United States had been decided upon. The necessity was to bring in a central bank in the United States because, you see, with the fall of Napoleon, all of Europe had a central bank except one country, major country, Russia. And the only other major country in the world without a central bank under Rothschild control was the United States of America. But with August Belmont, they had in effect done this, but they wanted to make it legal. They wanted to have it so that it was now had the sanction of government behind their debt. And so, with the Civil War, we now have the passage of the Banking Act, and now which outlawed basically the state banks and the private banks and put them under federal control and charter. And we had, of course, the massive loans with England. And we had the plan, of course, was for the Union to lose. France was ready for their invasion across the Rio Grande, as they had taken Mexico under, what was his name there? Maximilian. The English were moving troops into Canada for invasion across at Detroit and across at Niagara, while the South moved from the, of course, the advance from the south, and in the west, the rebellion had already been started for the breakaway of the West to form a separate nation. It was a big movement, you see, in the 1860s for sovereign, separate nationhood for the western states, west of the Rockies. And you see, Lincoln was here with a cabinet made of enemies, the South on one side, England on the north, with the most powerful fleet in the world to blockade his harbors, and France ready to come across in the Rio Grande, and the West revolting. The situation looked desperate. He now took desperate action. One, the people of England were strongly against slavery. They had outlawed slavery in 1837, and the people of England were strongly anti-slavery. Lincoln knew this. Lincoln did not care, or was not important to him, of freeing or not freeing the slaves. He said if the Union is preserved with them free, he'd free them. And if not freeing them would preserve the Union, he wouldn't free them. The freeing of the slaves was not the issue. The issue was the preserving of the Union. Now, Lincoln, in his desperation, did some very desperate acts. One, he had our secretary or our foreign ambassador to England declare war on England. Most people don't realize this. Declared war on England because England had been building warships for the South, and 2 warships were in the ways in which, if launched, could break the blockade without even English intervention. These warships each mounted 2 rotating turrets, fore and aft, with rotating 12-inch guns, and there was nothing in the Union could stand against that kind of a bombardment. And the war was to be declared the moment either ship touched the water. On the day of the launching of that ship, the people of England, of course, I think Lincoln had his agents out there stirring them up, but he had mass marches before the Parliament, mass demonstrations, and at the last minute, the Parliament ordered the launching stopped. It was that close down to hours. But the reason why the English crown pulled off with the war is that the only other nation without a central bank lent their entire fleet to Abraham Lincoln. Russia sent the Baltic Fleet into New York Harbor. Now, the Baltic fleet operating at short range against the British fleet operating at 2,000-mile range gave Lincoln military superiority, naval superiority on the East Coast. The Tsar of Russia sent the Pacific Imperial Fleet into San Francisco to put down the rebellion. Lincoln had nothing to reserves to send us to the West. And those two fleets stayed in New York and in San Francisco for the rest of the war. And the Tsar put them under Lincoln's command. Now, the Tsar was known as the Great Emancipator. He freed the serfs in Russia. And they blew the Tsar up. Wham! They blew him up, and they shot Lincoln. They got them both, didn't they? Anyway, you know, I was standing on the bridge in the Peter Paul Fortress in Leningrad a couple of years ago in a snowstorm, and we had this girl who was a guide, very bright girl, real sharp gal. We're going through the Hermitage and so forth, and her knowledge was something, really quite a sweet girl. And the people had walked ahead. She, of course, walked along behind to see that everybody was getting on into where they were supposed to be. And I lingered back, and I came up behind her, and I says, Tasha, I'd like to talk to you about Russia and Lenin. I said, do you realize that in 3 wars, the United States and Russia have been allies? In the American Civil War, it was Russia that came to the aid of the Union. In 1917, we were allies, and we were allies in the Second World War. And yet your government tells you that we're enemies. And my government tells me that we're enemies. And she says, if we talk, we die. If we talk, we die. I didn't tell you to talk. You just stand there and look out over the river. You're not going to do any talking. I'll do the talking. And I was explaining to her the millions that Lenin received. And I was explaining that what happened, you see, in this the Civil War. And notice that the emancipator Tsar and the emancipator president were both blown in because they didn't have a central bank, and they both got one. I said, you know, we both have the same enemy. And finally she's sitting there and she says, if I escape to America, I starve to death. I starve if I'm in America. I said, oh, I don't really think so. You know, the guy was obviously very sharp and bright and very knowledgeable, cultured person. No, I don't think so. But anyway, when I left that hotel, I was coming down to the lobby, and you could see her around the corner. She was waiting, you know. And we got talking again. We got around this corner. These people live in fear. But anyway, the central bank was partially established. And what was established was the one thing they had not been able to do since 1789. They got a paper money. A paper money. At first, you back the paper money, it runs very good. Then, at first, it's United States paper, U.S. debt. And, of course, we're not paying interest on it. The government printed. There's no interest, right? No debt has been created. They just created this paper money. It's non-interest-bearing notes is what it is, isn't it? So the government doesn't run any deficits. There's no extra taxes. But by 1913, they started a new thing. A private company called the Federal Reserve Bank, which is not owned by the government, nor is it an agency of the government, now is allowed to print paper notes. And they lend these paper notes to the government, and the government pays them interest on the paper they created out of nothing. And from then on, we pay to the secret owners of the Federal Reserve Bank, and they are secret. There are 3 classes of stock authorized in the Federal Reserve Act, Class A, B, and C. One class was to be purchased by the banks. Half of that issue was sold to the banks. The banks have never bought the other half, the member banks. The second class was available to be purchased by the United States government. The U.S. government has never done so. It could, but it hasn't. So the bank is totally private. That is, the government, if it wanted to exercise it, could become a third partner in it. But it hasn't. The third class was available to be sold to private citizens. But it was never publicly offered to private citizens. Has it ever been sold to private citizens? We don't know. The Federal Reserve Bank has never been audited and refuses to be so. They refuse to declare who are the owners. Now we have this nice little monopoly set up by the government owned privately by secret owners who have a right given by the government, an exclusive right to print paper called money, unbacked, unredeemable, with no maturity date, no payer, and no payee. Remember, a note has to have 5 conditions to be a note. A sum certain, redeemable, at a place certain, by a person certain, to a person certain. See, there has to be a sum certain, a time certain, a place certain, from a person certain to a person certain. The 5 conditions of a note. Notice, the Federal Reserve note promises to pay nobody anything at any time or any place by anybody. Every condition of a lawful note is missing. And if one is missing, it's not a lawful note. There isn't one condition there. What is it? It's a piece of paper, unbacked, unredeemed, that is lent to the United States government. In return, the United States government gives them a bond which we pay taxes on to pay the interest forever on the money supply created out of nothing. Do you know how profitable that is? When you create $800 billion worth of debt out of nothing and collect interest at the 10%, let us say, that's $80 billion a year, or 80,000 millions a year. That's enough to make 80,000 people a millionaire every year. Do you know you could get rich on a game like that? Even if you had 80,000 stockholders that each get $1 million a year, that's not bad go. One of the biggest scams, they talk about ab scam. What? Small potatoes, 25,000, 50,000. Man, we can afford those all day long. What are we going to do about the $1 billion ripoff per day? You're paying that tax, and that money now is legally transferred from you to private pockets through the guise of interest on a debt that was created out of nothing. They put up nothing and lent nothing. They allowed the government to use their pieces of paper, which are unpacked and irredeemable. It is so absolutely fantastic, you can't believe it. You know it's true. It's there in the books. You can see it, and it's still unbelievable. I explain it to you, and it's unbelievable to you and to me. I can't even grasp it. You know why? The numbers are too big. My brain went blink out there just like yours did. Do you know what 1 little billion is? 1 little billion? And our government spends those in half a day. If you had $1 billion a day Christ was born and spent $1,000 every day, you still got 800 years to get rid of your first $1 billion. And they have a little $2 billion or $4 billion project of this, a little uplifting thing of a couple billion here and a few billion there. All of the purpose of those things is not to uplift the downtrodden, but to create more debt, to transfer more interest from the public to the Central Committee of the elite corps. All lawful, all on the books, all done by contract, all under nice, due payable bonds. Why didn't the government just print the money themselves? I mean, the Federal Reserve can print it out of nothing. Why couldn't the government print it themselves? Why can't the Treasury do it? That's what it used to do. Well, if the Treasury did it, then there would be no bonds and no debt. There'd be no interest payments to the private hands. The government could easily print their own money and save all the interest. But the government is not controlled by you or me, but by the people in the Federal Reserve. The government is their agency. The amount of money we're talking about, presidents cost $8 to $10 million. They're cheap. You know, it only takes about $200,000 to buy a senator or a congressman. What does it cost when we're talking about $80 billion a year? What percentage does it take for the expenses of buying a Congress? We have the best Congress money can buy. Is that strange or unusual to you? Are you surprised? There's too much in there to leave those things in the hands of you plebeians, you proletariat. You were to think that going down to that little booth, pulling a little lever, that you're determining the affairs and the economy and the prosperity and the future of this country. If you're that naive, there's no hope for you. You don't vote for anybody. I was telling 2 or 3 years ago, Reagan was going to be the next president. Why? Because Time magazine was giving him fair coverage. That tells me Reagan's the boy. If he hadn't been picked, he would never got coverage. All they have to do is make sure he doesn't win, is give him no coverage. All of a sudden, all the media is giving reasonable coverage to this fella. Hey, been chosen. He's in. Here, let's take a look at the election before. You could tell a year before Carter was the man. How could you tell? Time magazine put him on the cover 5 times. And the first time they put him on, they made him look just like John Kennedy. You thought it was John Kennedy on there. The guy who drew up the picture made it look so much like John Kennedy, you had to read over and over, and it said Jimmy Carter. Nobody knew who he was, but he looked like John Kennedy. Every other person got on once. Carter got on 5 times. That's it. You want to know what's going to be? Read Time. It's the news magazine to read. Not to find out what's happened, but what's going to happen. They don't make mistakes. Remember? Somebody's got the pipeline. If something happens, remember, we planned it that way. Franklin Delano Roosevelt thought he was pretty high, but he wasn't. He really was third echelon doorkeeper in the club. But they allow you once in a while to come around and they'll give you a little bit of time. What else are you going to do? He's crippled. There's nothing much to do under the sun. Let's go back and look at the money. 1920s. 1925, 26, 27, the Federal Reserve started their first real money game. Up until this, they've been playing it kind of cautious. They hadn't really got the feel of this. Now they had 10 years of experience, and people were used to seeing this funny stuff. So now they decided to play the round 1 of the milk game. What they did is start to bid up the stocks. And they bid these stocks up, and up they were going. You know what happens? I've watched this in silver. I've watched it in gold. I watched this game played over and over and over again. And when I see the game is really going to be played, I get on right a little myself, you know. No use not making a few bucks when you can obviously see it's coming. But anyway, I've never lost. I've always won. Because I understand the market doesn't move. It moves when the plan is. It's all been predetermined. If you can figure the plan, then you can ride with them. You don't ride against them, you ride with them. Anyway, all of a sudden these guys are all starting to bid up the stocks. You start out bidding the stocks up a little, you know, buying up, buy up margin, you know, up limit for a few days. Pretty soon the little guys are sitting there watching. Hey, look at that, taking off. And then you go and buy a little. Let's try a little try. And they get in it and they start making easy money. And pretty soon they're doubling up, 10% down, margin for the 90, right? Doubling up, and they're getting bigger and bigger holdings. But look, they're making millions. Every time that moves up, their margin 10%, with a 10% rise, they double their money. If you haven't figured that out, just play a little while. You'll find out the opposite happens when it comes down. Dropping 10% wipes out 100% of your money. It's great on the upswing, and it's disaster on the down. But for 4 years, it kept going up and up and up, and everybody's talking, and all the advisors and all the experts are going forever, that there's no end, there is no horizon, there is going forever. Hey? In March 1929, there's a little meeting in New York. After that meeting, Bernard Baruch sells out, the Rockefellers sell out, the Kennedys sell out, all of the big bankers sell out. The big people were out by August. Then the Federal Reserve cut the money supply, reduced the money supply 4 times in a month, with 4 drastic reductions of the money supply. Then one day in October, all of the banks called all of their loans on all their margins at the same minute. Every bank on the money desk, and these were call loans, callable on demand. All these people had their stock out there on margin, borrowing 90%, had to pay off now. Well, they went to the banks, and the banks weren't lending. They were calling. They run to the market, and everybody's trying to sell. Who can buy? The banks had shut the money off. The call desks were closed. The money desk shut down. Bam, they shut all the money on the money desk. And all these people are running around trying to sell because they had to sell 10% down and they were wiped out. All of the people who weren't on the inside were gone. Now, let's take a look. Bernard Baruch, that great advisor to the presidents, right? Bernard Baruch in 1914 financed the campaign of the first time and the only twice he ever financed a political campaign. He financed Woodrow Wilson for the presidency. Woodrow Wilson, he kept us out of war, made Bernard Baruch head of war production. Bernard Baruch put 11,000 millions in contracts through his own company, keeping us out of that war. 11,000 millions. He paid 1.5 for the president. Now that's, billion, 11,000 millions, 11 billion, 11,000 millions. He paid 1.5 million for the campaign. That's a good return. You figure out what the markup is on that. Hey, you could become a rich man. Bernard Baruch in 1932, after the crash took place, you see, that was just the first crash. Crash number 2. Franklin Delano Roosevelt ran for the presidency. And after he was elected and before he took office, Bernard Baruch told the son-in-law, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, that he had bought 5/16 of all the world's silver. And he bought it for 10% down. That's 1/3 of all the silver in the world. That's a lot of silver. And Curtis Daw was amazed. Why silver? He says, you'll see. The first act of President Roosevelt, as he took office, was to double the price of silver to help out Western miners. Do you know what Bernard Baruch made? 500% markup and 1/3 of the world's silver. You know, you could get rich. That little presidency only cost him $2.5 million. Hey, you see the name of the game? This is great stuff. Now, Bernard Baruch and the boys now pulled another one. They had old Franklin in the White House there, and Franklin every day started moving the price of gold up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, to where nobody knew where it was going to be. Since all contracts that were made were payable in gold, were still under gold contracts and gold obligations, nobody could lend in 1933 for a simple reason. They didn't know what they were going to get paid back in. So all lenders had to say, wait a minute, we're going to stop until the gold price settles down. But it didn't settle down. Roosevelt moved it every day, up or down. He got in the morning, he said, oh, let's make it $26. Let's make it $23 today. Let's make it $29 today. Oh, I feel like a good drop this morning. He just made it up at breakfast and popped a new number, and that was it. The chaos in the money market was so bad that all the money dried up. Then he goes on the radio and says, the bankers won't lend, the finances have been dried up, we now have to have national emergency, and declares a bank holiday. Now, before he did that, he pulled another little game. This was even slicker. He asked the American people, because of the crisis and the emergency, to come and lend the government their gold on his receipt and promised to return them their gold in 90 days. And give them their gold back. Do you know the American sector is so patriotic and so loyal that they ran down and turned in 90% of the private held gold in the United States and took that president's promise to give it back to them in 90 days. They still hold the promises. They never got it back. Because before the 90 days is over, they passed a law making it illegal for them to ask for it back. Pardon? Paper dollars. They couldn't get their gold back. Do you think they would have turned their gold in if they had outlawed it first and then said turn it in? They would have never seen any of it. They tricked the American people into turning in their gold. Now, once they got them tricked into turning in their gold, now they pulled another little game. They bought that gold at 19 an ounce. The banks did. And then the president raised the price to $35 an ounce, and they now sold it back across the street into the Federal Reserve, out of the banks of Chase Manhattan, at a nice little markup of $19 to $35 in a day. Hey, you could get rich playing those games. Now that they had made themselves a nice 500–600% profit on that gain, and they had the market now beaten down to 5% on the market, for every person who sold a share of stock in the Depression, somebody bought it very cheap. Those who didn't have paper money and couldn't create all this stuff didn't buy. The people who had now the monopoly of creating money out of nothing could buy all of it. They bought America's wealth. For everybody who lost in that Depression, they said everybody lost in the Depression. No, for everybody who lost $1, somebody made one. Everybody who lost, somebody gained. Everything got transferred from somebody to somebody. It's like in a poker game. In the old days, I used to play poker. I haven't played poker in not that long, 30 years anyway. But I noticed one thing about a poker game. You go there and play poker all night, and everybody went out a loser. I'm down 15 bucks. I dropped another 10. I must be 35 down. There's no winners at a poker game. I'm going to tell you, somebody won. He's not talking. Somebody's been slipping the money off that table in their pocket all night. Somebody's been constantly cashing chips. Right? Yes, for everybody who lost, somebody gained. You think the money isn't made? And look, where's money? In every catastrophe, money is to be made for those people who understand that catastrophe and are on the right side of it. There is no bad times that there isn't great money to be made. You see, you can make as much in a falling market by going short as you can make in a rising market by going long. In fact, more. The one thing you need to do this is you must have fluctuation. The more waves and the bigger the waves, if you know where they are, the bigger you make. So now the Federal Reserve, you see at first, what had they done? They had made paper money, but they backed it with gold. It was treasury. Then we have Federal Reserve money, but it was backed by gold and fully redeemable. Wow, people got used to that. That looks good, doesn't it, huh? I can go down and get my gold anytime I want it. Then they decide after a while, when you get used to paper, we don't need to keep really the gold. We'll keep half the gold. We can now issue twice as much of this. And then 4 times, 25% reserves. 1968, they said, let's quit the hoax. We haven't got 25%. There isn't anything. We abandoned any even pretense to even having any. The papers say payable on demand. Pretty soon that line just disappears. It just says $20. It doesn't say anything else. $20 what? 20 in what? What is this as a note? A note is redeemable. It's something. A note is a call on something else. A call on what? Well, on services and labor. Who's services and labor? The guy who issued it? He's not going to give any services and labor. They printed it back, the redeemable on nothing. Now, I'll give you one example. Talk about economics. Let's go back to France. After the French Revolution in 1789, all these good liberals and uplifters of the downtrodden decided to build the perfect communist utopia. And so what they did is have all their wonderful projects, and they plunged right into them, all of their dream schemes of solving the world's problems. But it took money. So what they did is they went out and seized the Catholic Church lands, which was quite a considerable amount of lands in France. And once they had seized these lands, they issued paper money secured by the church lands as collateral. Well, the stuff turned out to be pretty good. Well, it was so good, and of course the government soon spent it all up, this paper money. Well, it worked last time. They issued a second issue on the same land. You know what happened? Prices rose. For some reason, the Franciscans fell on the market. The signals. Well, when the prices rose, it took more of this paper money to do their wonderful schemes. So they issued a third issue, and a fourth issue, and a fifth issue, and a sixth issue, and a seventh issue, and the government really started printing all this nice good stuff, just as good as paper as before, backed by those nice good lands. The only trouble is there was more and more pieces of paper against the same lands. And prices went on, just started going up. So what they did is say, prices really haven't risen up 800%, but only 300%. It is 3 cents to the gold louis, the gold coin of the monarchy. In order to make this thing appear to be so, because this is the way socialists always believe, they believe their God, and if they declare it to be so, it must be so. They passed a law. They passed a law to say this is good money. And if they pass a law that says it's good money and you got to take it, it's got to be good money, we are the law. And how could we be wrong? We did it in our wisdom, didn't we? Isn't that the argument? Well, their wisdom did. The French people didn't quite understand that. So when they would say the price is 3 to 1 to the louis, well, the prices when you wanted to go buy a louis was 15 to 1. Well, that was an embarrassment. So the government did the natural thing. They outlawed the gold louis, obviously. They made it illegal to have them. If you didn't have them, you wouldn't know how much the inflation took place, would you? And therefore, you could actually believe in the faith, and all we need is faith in these pieces of paper. If everybody believed they were good, they're good, aren't they? It's only a matter of faith. No, it isn't. It's a matter of quantity. You increase the quantity, the price falls. The price of money falls in the market because the quantity is increased. Simple, like anything else. You dump 3 times as many potatoes on the market, the price of potatoes fall. You dump 3 times as much paper money on the market, the price of paper money falls. It's called inflation. You know, you could figure that out if you hadn't been to school. So what happens? They outlawed the louis, but that didn't help because they would say it's now 10 to 1. But every Frenchman knew the real price because he could stop at any doorway in Paris and say, how much is a louis? $2.87 today. The government said 10, the market said $2.87. The people didn't believe the government. They believed the market because the price is what it takes to get one. The government had 10 to 1, but they wouldn't give you any. Our government for years said gold is $35 an ounce, but you can't have it. Well, that's no price. The question is, what does it take for me to get it? That's the price, isn't it? The price isn't something written on a board. It's what it takes to get one. So what happened? There was total economic collapse in France, just like there was under the Articles of Confederation in the United States. Total collapse. By the way, our Constitution is totally illegal. Do you know that? Do you know why it's illegal? It didn't fulfill the requirements under the Articles of Confederation. It was a usurpation. These guys just scrapped this thing without any legal authority and said, we want to start over again. We blew it, fellas. But they had no legal authority for that. They would have to go and had every state agree under the Articles of Confederation to an amendment. And they didn't do that. They had 9 out of 13 agree to make it in force, which was in violation of the law then in effect. But either way, it won't make any difference now, right? Now, watch what happened. When you have economic chaos, when you have the blood in the streets, when you have financial collapse, you have a condition in which a man on a white horse rides in, and if he looks like he can solve this problem, and if he is the devil himself, the people will rally to him. As Napoleon says, the crown was in the gutter. I merely picked it up. He picked up the crown, and with a whiff of grape shot, he brought a semblance of order in the chaos, protected the Parliament long enough to walk in and to seize power. He was a captain, 23 years old, young kid. He took the show with a whiff of grape shot. What did he do? What did he do to gain power and to seize and hold power? He declared that France from henceforth pays all bills in gold and will receive in gold. All foreign commerce will be paid for all imports in gold, and all exports will be paid for in gold. You know what happened? France came from economic collapse to a runaway boom in prosperity in a matter of months. The French people worshiped Napoleon. Why? He brought them out of starvation to prosperity. Everybody had gold coins. He took away the outlawing of gold. He gave them gold, paid in gold. And what happened? England was now in financial trouble because England was running on the funny money game. And France started having hard money. And England fought for the next 20 years to destroy the hard money. until they put that guy down at Waterloo who dared give people an honest money. You know what brought Adolf Hitler to power? Runaway inflation. Hitler promised the hard money. Gold. And the people had been in a depression 10 years before we got there. They were ready for anybody. Anybody who could get them Wiener Schnitzels and sauerkraut on that table. And they looked around at all the pansies, and they said about one thing about this Hitler, he's a tough guy, he's going to do it. And he shot a few people, he ran a few by the end of the ground one day, you know, and he had a night of extermination, and they all said, well, he had to do it. Had to do it. We're in trouble. And only a strong man could do it. And I'm going to tell you what's going to happen in this country. We're ready for an economic collapse. There's panic now in the streets. There's civil unrest. There's disobedience. There are people no longer have the respect for the law, for the taxing law, for the authority of this country because they have been taxed, they've had inflation, and more people, like the 3,500 people in Flint, are saying, I'm withdrawing. No, I'm not paying. And you're going to see more and more the government cannot prosecute and put 3,500 in jail. And they don't get put in jail, there's going to be another 3,500 and another 3,500 and another 3,500, and it's going to multiply and snowball on them. And they got trouble, real trouble. The people in this country are in trouble. They have higher unemployment. Their wages are, those are working are not going up as fast as inflation. Their debts, their interest rates are going up that they cannot pay. Even here they're having a drop in their real wages with rising interest rates. They cannot make it. They cannot make it. And when that guy gets pushed to that wall hard enough, that American citizen gets to be a pretty hard, nasty nut when he gets shoved hard enough, and they're getting shoved. And there's nothing on the horizon that looks like it's going to relieve this situation. There may be a temporary little relief, but the basic problem of massive doses of money to solve social problems is not going to be reversed in the foreseeable future. And what this means is that in every time every nation is turned to paper money, and paper money is the solution of their problems, have ended up in economic collapse. And every time you've had a collapse of the monetary system, you have had a total alteration of the government. There will be a coup d'etat, there will be a junta, there will be a new regime. That regime will survive if it can solve that problem with the most powerful and iron, ruthless means. And if it fails to do so, it will be replaced with a tougher junta that will. The problem is this, that your liberties and mine under that Constitution of the United States will not survive monetary collapse. The people will demand the monetary solutions at the cost of their liberties. And this is exactly what the establishment wants. They stand ready with that man on the white horse, and they're willing to deliver him to you. But just like the Rockefellers were financing Adolf Hitler from 1913, the Nazi movement, 1919 Hitler to the Reichsbank, 50% owned by the Rockefellers, was financing the Nazi party. And just as the Rockefellers finally supplied him with all the oil and gasoline until 1943 out of the Maracaibo oil fields, the same thing is this, that whoever there's going to come is going to be their puppet. And he is going to wield that iron hand, the iron hand in which he is the male fist. He is the iron glove. But there will be another hand inside. A hand, a secret hand. Now you say that's pretty gloomy. That's the way most of the world has always been. Political liberty, constitutional freedoms, is a very rare thing in the history of the world. Very few people, nations have ever had it for a minute. And none of them have had it for long. We have had the enjoyment of a regional political liberty for a short span of time, more so than anyone else, maybe outside of the early Roman Republic. And I personally do not see our system surviving. It cannot survive without tremendous changes in the government concept of expenditures. A tremendous reduction in the giveaway programs. I'm not talking about this little token thing. I'm talking about a 50–70% reduction of government. How could you say it could be done? Let me just say here, I don't know. I don't think it can be done. But if it could be done, people say, well, what would you cut out? Well, I'll put that in. I've never done this before, but just a little speculation. One, I would call all employees of the United States government, military or otherwise, to the territorial 50 states. And no one employed by the government would be paid or allowed to leave those 50 states. I would declare our military policy to the world. Now, whatever happens in the rest of the world is not our business. If it happens in this hemisphere, you're going to get it. I would reinstate the Monroe Doctrine. I would close every overseas military base, every foreign embassy, and tell all the embassies here to go home, and to bring all of ours home, bring all of our employees, our advisors, our administrators, our negotiators, the whole shoot match. Bring them home and tell the United States to go, United Nations to get out. And say, we're going to go our show, and you right now would save enough money to repeal the income tax on that one alone. And the dollar would bolster on the foreign markets as our balance of trade, our balance of payments would now go so far into black that the yen would be in such trouble that the Japanese would be trying to survive. And that would happen in a week's time. Our government has no authority to be meddling in every other country. If we have any problem with another country, we pick up a telephone. We don't need to have this whole entourage of bozers sitting over there. Are they all of our meddlers all over the world? And declare it to all the world. We're not meddling in your affairs. Don't meddle in ours. Now, you got a problem? Solve it. You can't solve it? That's your problem. Now, we can't win your liberty for you. You got to win it for yourself. Wouldn't that be a nice one? Let's turn domestic now that we solved all the foreign problems. And we've solved most of our monetary problems. That's nice and simple. The next thing I would do is print the new money, only I would change the ink a little bit, and it would say United States Treasury instead of Federal Reserve notes. And we tell the Federal Reserve that they have to redeem all of their notes in Treasury notes. This would mean that the Federal Reserve would have to bring the bonds back, cash them in U.S. Treasury notes in order to pay off the people bringing their Federal Reserve notes. This would now reduce the debt of the United States by the total amount of outstanding currency. Hey, that would cut the interest with a nice big hunk right there, wouldn't it? And cost nothing, since we got to continue to replace the currency all the time anyway. We just put a new picture on it. And you don't even have to back it at this time. You can still run confetti. But U.S. confetti, no interest on it. That would be simple, except you'd be shot. It's the biggest game going of the boys. The funny money game. All right, now we would do the next one. We would say that no government, that we would cancel all sorts of giveaway programs and put it into one program called the General Dole. That is cancel Social Security, cancel unemployment compensation, cancel ADC, cancel chicken pox relief fund, every one of the 10,000. Do you realize that in 1930 the U.S. Code was this big? Today the U.S. Code, these are just the laws that are governing you and me, run twice this. That's just the statutes which are governing you, the U.S. Code. This isn't all the regulations now that fill rooms beyond it. That's just the core statutes. Do you realize the giveaway program was a small pamphlet, about 18 pages? Today, just the giveaway thing fills 3 full volumes of all the giveaway programs that have been passed, and they're now coming out with a new book like this every year of the new giveaway programs. And each one of those little pages are millions on everything from a study in how many toes can be cut off a monkey before he falls in his face. They had one for $500,000 to make a study on how many matches are left in the matchbook and the average matchbook when it is thrown away. They paid $500,000 for that study. Do you know that? They have those studies all. How do you think they finance every riot group in the country? They put these riot leaders on government research grants. find out how many broken telephones are out of order, payphones, in the city of Detroit in the month of June. We'll pay $300,000 for that study. And this guy goes around, yeah, he's a riot leader, and he goes and pays. There's 25 phones, and they give him $300,000, and there they go off and have a lot more and support their organization. All of them are on the dole. Everyone's on the take. Now you do another thing. Now that you got everybody on the general dole, then you say this. This way they couldn't be on 10 at once. You only got one. Everybody who's on the dole, you will come down to this compound and check in every day for 8 hours and sit on the bench. That way you can only go through the line once. At least you wouldn't have, most of these welfare people in Detroit, they got 4 and 5 names they're filing under. They spend all day figuring out how to do that. That girl in there in the welfare office, she's got about 3 or 4 minutes to handle this guy. They sit there all the time. How'd you do that? Well, I got this woman, I did this, you see, and I've got this thing too. And they got that thing all down. Cool, man, cool. They run those things through. Now, you have them all sitting all day long on a bench. You know what about 80% of them say? I'm not sitting in here no more. I ain't your money. And they'll walk right out that gate, and you'll wipe out 80% of all of the relief and poverty programs right there. Gone. They'll head right out that gate. Then the ones that are left. You see, we got this little project out here we'd like you all to do. We take them out and we put them on a little work project, 8 hours a day. That'll reduce half of those. You know what happens? You can get rid of half the property tax now. Without cutting any of the essential services of police and fire protection and the courts and this, we'll wipe out that little game. You know what happens now when you cut those taxes like that? You see the people, 1, got money. 2, the interest rates fall. 3, sales go up. 4, unemployment falls down. 5, people want to run their business more because they can take more of it home. Today, the average guy says, it isn't worth the candle. I'm making enough. I'm not going to do any more. I'm through. I'm not going to sit here and work for the government anymore. I'm tired. I give up. I know businessman after businessman, after my own personal acquaintances just said, I give up. I'm going down to Florida, put my feet on the beach, and they can have it. No more. I beat my head against the wall for them. What do? You sit here and you run the business, and you're trying to run your business. And you come in there, and every day there's 2 more forms to fill out. And this form, and that come in, this thing, and this new assessment, and that new tax, and this, that. You're spending more time. There isn't a day I don't get. I get 10 or 15 different things from some government, something or other, every week. And if you don't answer them, they get nasty. And you start spending all your time arguing with them, and of course, and this, that, and the other thing. You can't do it. You cannot run a business and have every dimwit bureaucrat who wants to come up with a form, send it out to the next 10,000 businesses this thing. You know how many dingbats they got inventing forms to send out for people to fill out in business? It has simply become impossible for the small businessman to continue to function in his business. He can't get out and work on his job anymore. He's got to become a form filler out or an answer. And if you don't comply with every little screwball whim they come up with, they're going to haul you in and indict you. You know what a guy says? I've had it. The American businessman has had it. And he is just saying, so long. It's been nice knowing you. The system is falling apart because the people are revolting. They're revolting because they've had enough. And these people aren't necessarily criminals. They don't mean, they want to work, they would like to produce. They would like to be good citizens, but the government is not giving them the opportunity. The government is so oppressing them. You know, in my business, I am just so worn out with the government forms. I don't care anymore. I talk to these guys, do what you want. The answer, the other day, they've come up with a new assessment. 1% on all hotel rooms is what's called the Plaza Hotel Relief Fund. They built this big 70-story hotel in downtown Detroit, multi-million, they lost 35 million last year. You see, 35 million lots. 23% occupancy in this great big glass column thing that they built. And so they have decided that they need lots of money to go out and get lots of conventions to come to Detroit to fill up the Plaza Hotel. Meeting, they had this big meeting of the owner's estate and all of them there, and I got up in this meeting. I says, gentlemen, I would like to say one thing. And they said, what is that, Mr. Crane? No, no, no now, no next week, no next month, no forever. Put me in jail? The answer is no. I will sit there forever. No, never, no. And everybody got up and said, we're with you. You know? And I said, that's the answer to you, 1% to pay that bail that business out. You had no business buying that. What did you build it with? You built it with other people's money. Why? You wouldn't have put your money into a white elephant like that, neither would I. I didn't ask you to put a nickel in mine. I'm not putting a nickel in yours. Who do you think you are to go down and get a relief bill telling I got to give 1% of my gross to you? These guys believe anything they want to do. I said, I'll see you in court. And if I can't win in court, that's all right. I'll lose in court. The Constitution's on my side. That doesn't mean anything, of course. You can't go taxing me to relieve another business. They will. And they're going to come out, and they're going to get nasty. And my answer is, no, no. Now, a bunch of them will pay. Fine, go ahead. I don't care what others do. That's not my business. I'm not going out and trying to get a bunch of people not to pay. That's not my business. All I'm saying is, don't send me your forms. I don't want to hear from you. When you get ready to indict me, send the indictment. I'll come in and go bail. All right? I'll see you before a jury. The answer, no. Now, either they're going to quit this game or the system's going under. Now, they're scared now. They're partially scared. They're trying with Reagan to give you a little faith in something. They're giving you a little token, just a scrap or two off the table. They think that they can make you believe in the system again. Well, you won't. You know why? Your taxes will be higher next year. That's why you won't believe in it. You'll say, oh, it was nice and wonderful. Except they took more. I had this tax cut, but it cost me more. Why? They had the inflation to put you in a higher bracket. So all the tax cut meant nothing because you got shoved in a higher bracket. They even admitted that the tax cut would not reduce anybody's taxes. Isn't that interesting? A tax cut doesn't reduce anybody's taxes. Because they're moving you by inflation into a higher bracket so they can give you a tax cut to keep your taxes about the same what they are now. But you didn't. Remember, you had a tax cut because you didn't get the normal increase you would get by inflation. You talk about monkey thinking. The only government can think that stupid and survive because they force the revenues. Any businessman who thought like that isn't a businessman long. He's on the street. That's all through. That's all they did. They are washed up. Well, anyway, I've gone long enough. And if you haven't gone long enough, you can sit here and talk to each other. Thank you very much for your kind attention. And we could go on all night, and we probably wouldn't say much more than we've said already. So thank you, and good night.